Hello, hello, check, check, hello, hello, check, check, one, two, three, hello, hello, check, check, one, two, three, hello, hello, check, check, hello, check, check, one, two, three, four, five, six, hello, check, 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 hello, hello, check, check, hello, hello, check, 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 hello, 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 check, check, hello, hello, check, check, hello, one, two, three, hello, check, hello, 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 check, hello,
Hello, hello, hello,
check,
hello, hello, hello,
hello,
hello, hello, hello, hello, hello,
hello, check, check, hello, hello, check, one, two, three, hello, hello, check, hello, check, one, two, three, hello, hello, check, 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 hello, hello. अरे ग्रीन कलर तारा देखो हाँ
hello, 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 hello.
We shall start the first panel discussion in a very short while. Tea is being served just outside the auditorium. Kindly have a cup of tea and we shall join in exactly 10 minutes.
Hello, 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 hello,
ଜଣା ପଡ଼ିବ ହ୍ୟାଲୋ
hello, hello,
ଆଉ ଟିକେ ବଢ଼େଇଲେ ତାର ଇନପୁଟ୍ କୋଉଟା ହଁ ବଢ଼ା ଆହୁରି
hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. One, two, three. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. hello, 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 hello. हाँ एट देइए हेलो हाँ दे देइए टोटल देइए हाँ फोन पूरा फुल देइए फोन भी फोन भी फुल देना नहीं नहीं आउट हो ना आउट भी हाँ फोन आउट अच्छी आउट भी आउट अच्छी हेलो हेलो मोर चालू टीवी जो बुझला मोर फोन ଯାଇକି ଏଇଠୁ ବଢେଇଲେ ସାଉଣ୍ଡ ଆସୁଛି हेलो 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 उठो चेड़ी हेलो 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 देख लो हेलो 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 हेलो
हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो ठीक ଅଛି हेलो 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 हेलो
ଜଳିକି ରହିବ ମାଇକ୍ରୋଫୋନର ଜଳିକି ରହୁନି ବା ବନ୍ଦ ହେଇଯାଉଛି। ହଁ ହଁ
ହ୍ୟାଲୋ 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 ହ୍ୟାଲୋ
हेलो 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 हेलो
हेलो हेलो
हेलो
हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो I request everyone to kindly join us for the next panel discussion. We shall be starting the program shortly. I request all to please join us for the panel discussion. I request all to kindly settle down as we will be starting our panel discussion shortly.
हेलो 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 हेलो
very good afternoon to one and all present. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the panel discussion 1 on development perspectives of Odisha. I would like to invite the panelists of the session on the dais. First, I request Professor Mitali Chinara ma'am, Utkal University, to chair the session. Madam is an academician par excellence with an experience of over 30 years. She has been honored with many national and international awards. She has led projects financed by CPRHE, NUPA, and Ministry of Finance, Government of India. Ma'am is also an A-grade artist of All India Radio and Doordarshan. She specializes in research, her research in economics of social sector and gender. Ma'am, we once again welcome you to chair the session. Next, we have Shri Rajesh Mahapatra, sir, Editor, Press Trust of India. Sir, I request you to kindly join us as a panelist. Sir has an experience of 25 years and has served various roles as a business journalist, political analyst, public policy expert, newsroom leader, and editor. He has worked with international publications such as Associated Press and Bridge News, before an extended stint in Hindustan Times, where he drove organizational change and digital innovation. He is now the editor of Press Trust of India, the country's premier news agency, where he leads a team of more than 300 journalists, bringing news as it breaks in the field of politics, economics, sports, and everything else. He is also the founder director of Odisha Dialogues, a non-partisan thought leadership forum that promotes Odisha-focused research and advocacy. Sir studied economics at Delhi University and JNU, where his research focused on political economy of food security. Sir, we welcome you as a panelist. I would now like to invite Dr. Amar Patnaik, sir, Honorable Member of Parliament, to join us on the dais. Sir is a former Indian Audit and Accounts Service Officer under the Controller and Auditor General of India and former Principal Accountant General of Sikkim, Odisha, West Bengal, and Kerala. He is an academician and an author and is a regular columnist in several leading newspapers and digital platforms. Sir is a part of the department-related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Finance for the 3rd year in a row, a member of the Parliamentary Consultative Committee on Forest, Environment and Climate Change for the 3rd year, and a member of the Rajya Sabha Committee on Subordinate Legislation. Sir, we welcome you to the panel discussion. Due to unavoidable circumstances, we do not have Shri Saptagiri Shankar Ulaka, sir. So now I would like to request Mitali Chinara ma'am to please take over the session. Thank you. Before we start, I would request our student friends to present floral bouquets to the panelists.
Thank you, Subhangi. At the outset, I would like to express my gratitude and say that I'm extremely happy to be here in the midst of you all, where in front of me I have my teachers, senior faculty members, researchers, scholars and student friends, and with me 2 eminent panelists to join the first panel discussion on Odisha Economic Association's Odisha Vision 2036. I would like to start the panel discussion with a few observations. I read somewhere a day or 2 back that what is vision? Vision is the art of seeing what is invisible. Vision is the art of seeing what is invisible. So when Odisha Economic Association thought of this Odisha Vision Conclave to kind of give a start to the Odisha Vision document which is being prepared, which is being written by more than 40 chapter writers. This is a momentous occasion for all of us. So this is a public consultation, as we have already said. I would like to point out 3 things. First is, as an economy, we are recovering from a post-COVID shock. So in 2021, Odisha's recovery from COVID and India's recovery, vis-a-vis India's recovery from COVID, if you look at that and make a comparative study, we see that Odisha's COVID recovery is faster and broad-based as compared to India's recovery from COVID. 2021, during the COVID year, the contraction in Odisha's economy was to the extent of 5.3% on an average, whereas all India it was 6.6%. And 21-22 projections for Odisha economy is that Odisha economy in 21-22 is going to grow at the rate of 10.1%, whereas India's economic growth, as we know, is going to hover around 6 to 7%. This is the first thing. We are all recovering from the shock, and the ability of an economy to bounce back is what makes it resilient, strong, and deep-seated. Second thing, if we look at the sectoral composition of gross value added, to me it looks that Odisha's sectoral composition is more favorable and more growth-oriented in the sense that in 2021, gross value added at the state gross value added by agricultural sector was 20.61%. All India level, it was almost the same, close to 19%. Industry at the national level, gross value added was 28.2%, whereas Odisha's gross value added by the industrial sector was 39.51%, a positive note. And services contributed 53% to gross value added at the national level, whereas in Odisha, it contributed to 39.88%. So this sectoral composition to me looks that in Odisha, we have a favorable situation. This is point number 2. Point number 3 is with regard to the per capita income. Odisha's per capita income, as has been pointed out earlier in the inaugural session, Odisha is no longer the poorest state. We had the misfortune of being the poorest state. We are no longer the poorest state. Odisha's per capita income lags behind India's per capita income, whereas India's per capita income is close to 1,50,326. Odisha's per capita income is 1,27,383. It is around, Odisha's per capita income is around 84.79% of the all India average. But the good news about is that the gap between Odisha's per capita income and India's per capita income is closing. We are bridging the gap, and if you look at per capita income growth, Odisha is at 10.1%, India is at 9%, so it's also another positive symptom. But these are all at the macro level. This does not take into account the distributive aspect. What is happening to the people in general? We cannot ignore that. So the issues that we are going to flag off in this panel discussion is that yes, there are notes, positive notes at the macro level, but there are pockets of backwardness. There are also still areas of deprivation, and also what is more important, there are unrealized potentials that need to be realized. So the questions that we are going to take up in this panel is that we have to take a look at our growth strategies. What has been our growth strategies? What has been our takeaways and what has been our learnings? Do we need to revisit our growth strategies? Second, the growth in Odisha is mostly driven by mining and mineral-based industries. The question is, who has benefited from this? Has the economic pie been equally distributed? If not equally, equitably distributed? Third thing is that, how do we envision Odisha in terms of social development and economic status in the coming years? And another point that we wish to make, or wanted, that Odisha being a tribal dominated state, what can we think about the pockets of deprivation and backwardness? So do we need to take a look at that? As has been pointed out, today is 12th January and this is the birthday of Swami Vivekananda. So to quote Swami Vivekananda is that what we want is vigor in the blood, strength in the nerves, iron muscles and nerves of steel, not suffering namby-pamby or softening namby-pamby ideas. So with these words, I would like to say that we are at a juncture where very soon we are going to celebrate 100 years. 100 years looks very large in the context of a micro concept, like for an individual, but 100 years for a state is not a very long period of time, but still we have to relook, rethink and plan for the future when we reach 2036, where we will be, where we wish to be and where we ought to be. It can be the best of times, we can make it the worst of times. It can be an age of wisdom, we can make it the age of foolishness. Let me say that I'm quoting from Charles Dickens. With these words of these observations of mine, I now start off the panel discussion, and I wish that since one of our panelists due to unavoidable circumstances could have not been able to join us, so we can take some observations because we have very senior researchers, teachers and scholars, my teachers in the audience. We can take a few observations from them also. May I now request and invite Sri Rajesh Mahapatra to put forth his views. Sri Rajesh Mahapatra.
Thank you, Professor Mitali Chinara, Dr. Amar Patnaik, Panchanan Babu, Professor Deepak Misra, rather my old friend Deepak, Professor Uday Misra, Dr. Keshav Das, Dr. Amarendra Das, ଆଉ ଆଜିର ସଭାରେ ଉପସ୍ଥିତ ଅନ୍ୟ ଅତିଥିବୃନ୍ଦ, ଆପଣ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ନବବର୍ଷର ଶୁଭେଚ୍ଛା ଏବଂ ହାର୍ଦ୍ଦିକ ଅଭିନନ୍ଦନ। ବହୁତ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି ଆଜି ଏଠି ଆସିକିରି। ପ୍ରଥମତଃ ଅନେକ ପୁରୁଣା ବନ୍ଧୁଙ୍କ ସହିତ ପାଣ୍ଡେମିକ୍ ସମୟରେ ଦେଖା ସାକ୍ଷାତ ହେଇପାରିନଥିଲା, ଆଜି ସାକ୍ଷାତରେ ଦେଖା ହେଲା ବେଳକୁ ବହୁତ ଭଲ ଲାଗିଲା। 2018 ମସିହାରେ ମୁଁ ମୋର ଚାକିରି ଛାଡ଼ି ଓଡ଼ିଶାକୁ ଆସିଥିଲି। ଅନେକ ଗୁଡ଼ାଏ ପ୍ଲାନ୍ ଥିଲା, ଉତ୍ସାହ ଥିଲା। ଆସିଲା ପରେ କିଛି ଦିନ ରହିଲା ପରେ ଲାଗିଲା ଯେ probably I underestimated. Am I audible? Am I audible? Is it better now? ମୁଁ ଯାହା କହିଥିଲି ତାକୁ ଦୌଡ଼େଇବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ ନା ଶୁଭା ଯାଇଛି? ସୋ ଏବେ ପୁଣି ମୁଁ ଦିଲ୍ଲୀ वापस ଚାଲିଗଲି। ଲୋକ ପଚାରନ୍ତି କ'ଣ ହେଲା, ମୁଁ କହିଲି ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଇଜ୍ such a puzzle. वर्ष भितर अनेक जगह बुलिली प्राय 35 वर्ष राज्य बाहर होगा अनेक जिन देखी नी ओडिशा विषय में बहुत कम बयस चली जाइए 3 वर्ष अनेक उपलब्धि होती अनेक शिखी अनेक बुझा पाई लोक मान जो उपलब्धि गुड़िक जो अनुभूति गुड़िक होती भित्ति करी आज जो विषय वस्तु अच्छी किछिटा कथा रख जेहेतु प्रोफेसर चिनारा कहले जे जड़े वक्ता ड्रप आउट करीगले तो आमको सेटा कौन कहती गोटे फिलर भी हवा पड़ो 15-20 मिनट हेल्ले चलो Odisha at 100. How do we see it? How should we see it? What should we be looking to see? ए विषय उपरे तो 15-20 मिनिट रे विशेष किसी कही हब ना ना कि मु भावुची आज जो सभा काली आ पहर दिन आमर अनेक विशेषज्ञ अच्छा से माने डीप डाइव करेंगे प्रत्येक क्षेत्र में किछिटा ब्लूप्रिंट नहीं आसबे आई वांट टू commend the effort and the consistent and sustained effort that Odisha Economic Association has been putting in for the past 2-3 years. जेतेबेले मु 3 वर्ष आगे आसीथि मु सेही समय रे देखिथि ओडिशा इकोनॉमिक एसोसिएशन रा एक्टिविटी किभଳି थिला आ ता परवर्ती समय रे पैंडेमिक समय रे किभଳି सेटा गोटे मोमेंटम नेछि आ जो कमिटमेंट सहित डॉक्टर केशव दास अमरेंद्र आई बिलीव उदय बाबू एंड ऑल ऑफ दिस पीपल आर इन्वॉल्वड गुडाए मोर बहुत आशा अछि कि एई जो एफर्टटा एटा गोटे सस्टेन्ड एफर्ट चालू एइथरु बहुत भलो जिनिस बाहरी गिरी आसीबो जोटा कि ना केवल ओडिशार सरकार को राज्य सरकार को साहाय्य करिबो ना केवल आमर विभिन्न लोकप्रतिनिधि मानक हेल्प करिबो राजनैतिक दल मानक हेल्प करिबो मते लागुची ओडिशावासींकर गोटे सेथरे को ना को प्रकार कौन सुभा जाऊ नहीं कि आई एम स्पीकिंग प्रीटी क्लोज इज इट ठीक ठाक अच्छे विभिन्न चैलेंजेस भितर कम्युनिकेशन चैलेंज
Hello.
let's get out तो जो Professor Chinara kind of spent outline what are the things they are looking to get out of this conclave and Dr. Amarendra Das had sent us a note where he kind of very nicely captured a comprehensive list of issues that they should be looking at. Now, when we look at 2036, 100, Odisha at 100 vision, I don't think, there are many things which will not be different from what we would otherwise try to visualize for the nation as a whole. Because it is not possible to see Odisha in isolation. Odisha is a part of a federated structure, is an integral part of a nation. And the challenges that we face at a national level are also pretty much existent in Odisha. And the way we want to go forward at a national level would also find its reflections and resonance at a state level as well. So there are a few issues that I would list out before I get into the main crux of my speech today. एमिति कले भलो होचे अच्छा so the first and foremost thing that actually comes to all our minds, all of you would agree, is demographic dividend. How do we ensure a meaningful engagement for our youth? And as Amarendra in his opening speech said, the median age of Odisha in 2036 will be 30, if I got that right. So Odisha will be a very young state. Odisha is still a very young state. India is also a very young nation. And we are today struggling to find meaningful engagement, to ensure meaningful engagement of our youth. And if we do not find a meaningful engagement for our youth, there are serious consequences, both politically, economically, as well as socially. So I think that's the top of the mind issue that kind of comes to me, which is an issue that would come to you if you look at India as a whole, and also that holds true for Odisha. The second issue that comes to my mind, and it's a direct bear out from our experience during the pandemic, which is, again, as I said, true for India, true for Odisha, affordable and accessible healthcare, and the dire need to rebuild and restore our public healthcare system, which so miserably failed us during the pandemic, and which so tellingly told us, if we don't fix it, what we could be up against. And we see it, we experience it in our everyday life. The third thing that, again, the pandemic threw at us was quality public education. We have built schools, we have built colleges, we have built buildings, we have built campuses, but we are not probably necessarily building the basis for quality, impactful education. Our children are going to school, surely, but they are not getting educated. Our boys and girls are going to colleges and universities, but they are probably not coming out having acquired a self that is relevant in a meaningful way to our society, polity, and economy. And the pandemic dealt a further blow to that. And this is probably one of the most urgent missions everyone has. Every policymaker, every government should have on its plate to address. The fourth item that comes to my mind is our agriculture, our farmers need a new deal. It's time they got a new deal. It holds true at an all India level. It holds true for Odisha as well. For way too long, we have actually looked at our farmers, our agriculture, in a very narrow sectoral prism without fully appreciating and realizing how it plays out for the overall transition of our society, how it can help create a positive momentum if we do certain things rightly, and if we don't do certain things rightly, how it can be the biggest regress on our overall progress. We tend to underestimate that challenge and the urgency of that challenge to be attained. The fifth issue that, again, at a national level and state level holds true for me is it's time we seriously looked at how we have pursued and how we are pursuing urban development. Our cities are becoming unmanageable in every sense of the term. And the timeline that we are talking about, 2036, if we go beyond the narrow definition of a city and look at urban agglomerates, 60% of India probably would be living in urban agglomerates. And they are clearly unsustainable in every respect. Not just quality of life, health, transportation, crime, everything. And we are simply not developing a holistic response. And I can go to the extent of saying, we try to find the smart jargons, and, the biggest crime we commit is to take shelter under those smart jargons like smart city. Okay? So I think there is need to talk about that. I'm flagging this because in all the chapters that I saw, I know Odisha is much less urbanized than other places, but Odisha's urban centers are also having huge issues. So maybe, the forum could pay a little more attention to this particular issue, and that is why I thought I will flag it. The seventh issue, which is again national as well as at a state level prevalent, is that we need to resolve more strongly to eliminate social and gender discrimination. All these years we have been paying lip service, and in Odisha, it is even worse compared to the rest of the country. The biggest sin we commit every day when we say, in Odisha, there is no casteism. That's a lie. We have said so many times that we don't even think that we are making a lie. 24% of Odisha are tribals, 18% are Dalits, 42%. I mean, every time I come in, people tell me, no, there is no casteism. I ask them, do you know the largest number of temples where a Dalit entry is prohibited, it happens to be Odisha? The eyebrows go up. Oh, really? But then they say, okay, it's fine. That's even more shocking. First, you do not even know that the highest number of temples that ban Dalit entry happen to be in your state. Not knowing itself is shocking. What is even more shocking, that when you get to know it, your response is very muted. I'm sorry to say here, we walk into the corridors of the Secretariat. I'm a Mahapatra, I can say it. Mahapatra, Nanda, Patnaik, Das, Satpati, Padi. These are the surnames you see one after another nameplates. Does it not agitate you? Or are we not aware of the many other surnames which actually constitute 95% of Odisha's population? And this, I want to address it to the younger friends of mine who are sitting in this auditorium. Does it not agitate you? If it doesn't agitate us, then there is something wrong about it. That's the seventh point that I want to talk about. When I came here, I want to recount, there was Women's Day. In Jaidev Bhavan, I was invited to participate in a panel discussion. I go up there, and I suddenly discover all the 8 panelists are men. It's a Women's Day. We are discussing women's issues. And all the panelists are men. And then suddenly I started reflecting, where am I going? Every place that I was going, I was seeing almost 9 out of 10 meetings, the panelists were men. Then I took a decision that I will never go to a panel discussion if it is a manel and not a panel. The Odisha dialogues we ran for 3 years, it is possible. People give me all kinds of excuses. There was not a single panel discussions we held which did not have a women speaker. You can do it, provided you have the willingness to do it, provided you know why you ought to do it. How can you leave out 50% of the population out of everything and then yet say that we are looking at holistic development? That is not possible. These are questions which we'll have to take head on, and we are not taking them head on. We are slipping them under the carpet. Now let me come, after those 7 issues, the 3 other points, the agenda of 10, the 10 commandments that I wanted to flag off for your expert group. The remaining 3 are very much Odisha focused. And there, I think the item that I would like, and I think it is getting already flagged, and it is very heartening, is that we need to find a sustainable ecological basis for land, forest, and mineral resources in our, in every development plan that we want to articulate. I'll speak a little more about it a little later, and this is probably the most important thing for me in the context of Odisha. We need to, we have great potential. I really don't understand what is holding us back. We have the minds, we have the people, we have a government which apparently is willing to do it, but somehow we are not able to do it, is to lay a strong export-led foundation, which also guarantees the co-creation of a vibrant domestic market. And I believe this is one area where there's a lot of untapped potential. How do we do it? Is a question that one would wish this Odisha Economic Association to take up, and over the next 2 days deliberations you may look at it. And the last item, which is something very close to my heart, and which is where I think when Professor Chinara reached out to me and said what could be a possible topic, the title of your presentation, I said one possibility is why Odisha needs and can offer an alternative imagination to development. And the last point that here I was going to mention was how do we restore the economic and cultural viability of rural Odisha, the economic and cultural viability of our villages. This has, we need to pay a little attention to this. This requires a very different kind of discourse. And I don't think in the 3 years that I stayed here, the intense engagement I've had with various stakeholders, I think this is a topic we haven't done enough justice to. And my submission to Odisha Economic Association would be to look at it. Now, having said this, let me now move over to the larger issues. And I want my student friends to pay a little more attention. Jodi konosi jinisa bujhi no haba, you just raise your hand, I will repeat it. Because I really want, the stage of life that you are in, I really want, and I believe most of you are from the economics faculty, to pay attention to this. Now, we are actually standing at a moment that is transformative, globally, nationally, locally, politically, economically, and socially. We need to look at things on a much longer time frame. We are talking about Odisha at 100. We are just about 14 years away, which means, it has been 86 years since we were created as a province. It has been 75 years since we won independence. It is very important as we hold this conversation. Professor Chinara read out a lot of things which were good news. Good news they are. Celebrate you must, but complacent we can't be. Because despite all such good news that we have recovered faster from the pandemic, we need to look deeper into why and how we have recovered, because there lies also some answers. It is true that we have moved into the middle income category. Those are all good things that have happened at an aggregated level. We must take heart of it. But that doesn't mean we overlook the enormous challenges. And also, despite having things, ever since I started studying economics, I gained consciousness. I have heard Odisha is a case of poverty amidst plenty. I have always heard about Odisha being a case of poverty amidst plenty, but I haven't found in most discourses on Odisha as to what is this plentiness about, and is the reason why Odisha is poor despite being so resource rich lies in the fact that we are resource rich. So I want to bring your attention to something that developed in the 1960s, which could be of interest to the students who have gathered here. Some of your professors should be familiar. I am not sure whether you are familiar with the name of a person called Richard Otti. Professor Richard Otti, who is a professor emeritus of economic geography at Lancaster University, he first coined the term called the resource curse. There is a whole gamut of literature on resource curse, which basically looks into why many resource-rich countries tend to be poor. And those resource-rich countries which have been an exception, what kind of exceptions they have been, and why and how. So take the example of Australia, a resource-rich country, but it is also a developed country. Take the case of Canada. It's a resource-rich country, but it is also a developed country. Then there are examples of Brazil and Venezuela. They are also resource-rich, but their development experience is very different. Then there are countries like Saudi Arabia, Russia. They are resource-rich. If I just relied on the per capita incomes and all the numbers, figuratively, they will also score very high. But would I like to go and live in those countries? The answer is no. Why? Because despite the numbers, despite being the resource rich, they are not necessarily a preferred destination for global citizens. Then there is whole of Africa, which is so resource rich, yet continues to be poverty stricken. Why? The theory of the resource curse theory primarily argues that when you lean excessively on your natural resources, mineral resources, extractive economic policies, you essentially create a ground to stay poor. Because it tends, if some of you can understand, tends to favor the non-tradable sector vis-a-vis the tradable sector. So eventually you land on an economic growth trajectory, which in a short term might look impressive, but over the long term, the economic growth trajectory is slower. Not only that it is slower, it is less egalitarian in its outcomes. The tragedy of Odisha has been, and continues to be, we lean heavily on our mineral resources.
Hello.
Our development strategy has been one of
Hello.
mining-led development strategy.
Hello.
Is it okay? Five more minutes? I think we need to seriously move away from this. Why it does not ensure egalitarian outcomes? Because elite capture happens. And in the opening remarks, it was mentioned, has the mining thing helped only a few people? Of course, yes. It is elite capture. You will see Lamborghinis and Aston Martin in Bhubaneswar. Go to Keonjhar, go to Badbil, go to Raigada. You will see how this is unraveling in the lives of people who live there. So I think this is something which we need to seriously debate, because not only that, it is economically not a sustainable proposition, but also socially and politically, it is really, really harmful. Now let me just 3 minutes more, with your permission, just because I thought probably we had 30 minutes, so I wanted to complete the thought process. Now, I talked about Canada, I talked about Australia. Why is it that these countries have had a different experience? They have had a different experience in cashing in on their resource richness because they focused on building institutions. They focused on building skills. They focused on building social capital. Institutions, skills, and social capital help them turn their resource richness into a virtuous economic cycle. So, if we really want to leverage our resource richness, we need to focus on our institutions. Now, talking of institutions, what are the institutions that I'm talking about? That's where I go over to the much larger issue, which is, do we think development is possible, meaningful development is possible without democracy? Can we ever embrace a strategy premised on the belief that development can happen without democracy? If consciously or unconsciously, if you are embracing an approach that is premised on the belief that development can happen without democracy, you're not going to go very far. And here, we are talking about a long-term 2036 milepost. So let's bake that into it, that we should believe that no meaningful development is possible without democracy. Then what does democracy require? What happens in a democracy, and how does that reflect? A democracy is all about citizens. And that is where I come to my last point, is where, how do we want to visualize the ODI identity for Odisha at 100? Are you looking for a hard identity? An inward-looking ODI? Obsessed with past pride? Or are you looking at an ODI who has a cosmopolitan worldview? Has a soft identity? Sees himself or herself as a citizen of independent India? किसी दिन तले कलाहांडी रे थिली जने संबलपुर यूनिवर्सिटी प्रोफेसर बहुत बढ़िया कथाटे कहले किभली आमे कलाहांडी चाहूचे सेही प्रश्नटा आज मु पचारिबी किभली ओडिसा आमे चाहूचे 2036 रे जड़ ओडिसा ना जीवंत ओडिसा आमे मल्टी स्टोरीड बिल्डिंग ठिया कर दे परिबा लंबा लंबा एक्सप्रेसवे बनै दे परिबा सुंदर सुंदर घर बनै दे परिबा किंतु सेटा आपनको जीवंत ओडिसा दे परिबो नाही सेटा आपनको गोटे जड़ ओडिसा दबो सेथिरे जो नंबर्स गुडी को भी बहुत भलो भाबरे फिट करि जिवो होय त आमे हाई इनकम स्टेट भी हेइ जिबा किंतु आमे जीवंत ओडिसा गढी नथिबा जीवंत ओडिसा पई नागरिक दरकार स्वाधीन भारत रे जीवंत ओडिसा पई नागरिक दरकार नागरिक जहार राइट अच्छी रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी अच्छी ड्यूटी अच्छी ओडिशा भली राज्य जोटा 24 टी प्रिंसिपल स्टेट को लेकर गठित अनेक प्रांत रे आज पर्यंत मध्य राजा प्रजा प्रथा चली आसुची people tend to see themselves as subjects. Can a king subject relationship be carried through till 2036? Do you want to do that? When Odisha attains 100, we want to be seen as a state of people who have voices. We want to be seen as a state where people can make their choices. We do not want a voiceless Odisha. We do not want a choiceless Odisha. We want a Odisha that has a voice. We want an Odisha that can make its own choice. That should be the vision, and that is where I want to end. Thank you very much. My apologies, I took a little longer.
Thank you, Rajesh Babu, for flagging of many issues. As you have rightly said, having resources need not be a curse. The resources can also be used as a blessings. Thank you so much for your deliberations and for flagging of important issues. I take this opportunity to invite Dr. Amar Patnaik, Honorable Member of Rajya Sabha, to put his views on it. Odisha's development perspective, he will speak in general and then he will talk about specific sectors that he considers important. Dr. Amar Patnaik, please.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I think nice and square. Thank you so much, the Odisha Economic Association, for inviting me to this panel discussion. Dear friends, lots of you are young students here. I have not been very fortunate of having studied here, so unlike Mr. Rajesh Mahapatra, I don't know many of the senior professors present here. But my regards to all of them, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, Professor Mitali Chenaro was my senior in school, in DM school, Bhubaneswar. I'm thankful to Mr. Rajesh Mahapatra for, giving the broadest overview possible, so that I don't really have to speak much on that. And lastly, I realize that I am probably the only, or maybe Panchanan Babu, only non-economist in this galaxy of economists, because I am a physicist by training. I am a politician without any political science or any kind of background. I dabble in economics. I am an academic with no academic experience. So basically, jack of all trades. Don't expect many things from me. But I will be very number oriented because even in physics we talk about numbers. See, many times I have spoken about it in Parliament that the greatest economic thought that is currently ruling the economic discipline, or I would say public policy discipline in general, is what the famous economist Stiglitz said. Stiglitz has been saying for the last 7-8 years that the three biggest existential crises in this world are: number one, inequity; number two, the climate crisis; and number three is democracy. In just these three variables, much of what has been spoken now has actually been covered. I have spoken about this in Parliament from a different angle. Most economic associations, or most of economics that we talk with, that traditional economics that we deal with, or people are writing about, is in the paradigm of the neoclassical economic model of a rational actor with probably unlimited rationality, atomistic individual. The premise is economic growth, which will trickle down. Some people will make the cake, and then it will be cut into pieces and it will trickle down to the people below. Now that's the model that we have been following. As long as we remain within that paradigm, these numbers which Professor Chinara spoke about, which are basically economic growth numbers, would matter, but wouldn't solve the problems of the world. And the problems of the world, as Stiglitz says, three existential crises. Please mark the word existential crisis. Economic growth will not settle the problem of inequity, because the I believe, neoclassical model inherently is iniquitous. The distribution of the cake will always have to be in such a manner that there are still incentives left for people making the cake. So a lion's share of that particular cake will remain with those who are, as you call, the capitalists, or the people who are employing the capital, and a certain portion of it will be collected by way of taxes, and the government will manage to distribute it to the people who haven't been able to generate that cake or manufacture that cake. That's the model. And that is at the root of the inequity that I'm talking about, or that Stiglitz is talking about, that many of us have talked about. Now, where is this inequity? This inequity is not just in economic sense. It is not just economic inequity. There are inequities socially, some accentuating economic inequity. The elite capture, many other things come under these concepts that I'm talking about. There is political inequity, there is gender inequity. In my PhD research, I talk about 8 bases of inequity. And these 8 bases are what are responsible for an iniquitous society, and the economic cake not being distributed in an equitous manner. As long as we remain under this paradigm, I have asked this question several times, that the gap between the rich and the poor, many times we have heard about 1% of India having 73% of the wealth, and all these figures are already known to all of you. But I would think that as long as we follow this model, this will continue to remain a cause of concern. Am I suggesting that you drop this model? Probably not possible at this stage. And therefore, I remember when I spoke about this in Parliament, asking for a new metric to GDP calculation, whether it is for the national level or for the state level. I was pleading for a different metric, based on these three parameters. And I remember walking up to Dr. Manmohan Singh to ask him what his thought was. He speaks very less, but he says that I think the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, address many of these issues. And I agree, the Sustainable Development Goals would capture many of the existential crises that Stiglitz is talking about. However, the Sustainable Development Goals have been projected as goals. They have not been projected as goals to be achieved over a period of time. They are not being calculated from year to year as GDP in economic terms is being calculated or gross value added GVA is being calculated. We have to work on this. This is a new area that one has to work in. The point on the inequity side, because one can go on, I'll just stop at this. So I say that we need to have new metric. The SDGs are good substitutes. People talk about gross national happiness in some countries like Bhutan and all, but I think it's very difficult to probably measure, which will be more perception based rather than actually measurable. But I think the Sustainable Development Goals could be modified to subsume the GDP, economic GDP figures, and still have a broader metric. We still need to work on that. Probably the world has to work on this. The second point that he said was about the existential crisis, is about the climate challenge. I have been to many countries abroad during my tenure as Member of Parliament to see the kind of impact climate is having on those countries. And mind you, Odisha would be one of the states which will face the brunt of global warming, particularly because it has a longish kind of a coastline. It will happen to Andhra, it will happen to, it will happen to India, because India has one of the longest coastlines. Now, Odisha's coastline will be affected by global warming. So it's not a question of rising sea levels actually. It is actually a question of the entire marine ecosystem getting disrupted. Entire natural resource management taking a different kind of a shape, throwing up a different kind of a challenge. So the climate crisis that, why I'm mentioning these three, because I thought since you're talking about the Vision 2036 document, I thought this theme could pervade all the chapters, because the climate crisis cannot be looked at in isolation. It has to form a part of our developmental strategy. I asked this question. I'm still having the meeting of the Committee on Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Undertakings of SAIL, NALCO, all these people. I was just asking this question, that what is the thing that you are doing for decarbonization, for carbon sequestration? You see, you have to remember, all of us have to remember that mere enactment of legislation, which is coercive in nature, the coercive part of regulations do not always give the results. What is important is to have the results. The results come from cultural, cognitive, mental models, and that's an institutional, that's a part of institutionalism actually, institutional thought. Douglas North talks about these mental models. Many people are now working on neuroeconomics on these mental models. Now, unless and until the climate challenge goes deep down into our mental models at the household level, we will not be able to change the 1.5 degrees centigrade temperature rise that we have to remain within. And then there will be catastrophe. Islands will go down. Odisha's eastern coast probably may get submerged. We may not have our Lord Jagannath. Of course, we believe in the Lord. Lord will take care of us. But we must realize these are the challenges. The third one, I'll not really go deep into it for the paucity of time. But the third one is democracy. Now, when we say democracy, doesn't necessarily mean democracy. Doesn't necessarily mean elections. Doesn't necessarily mean democracy written in the Constitution or the way people elect their representatives. Democracy is basically institutions. And as you said, the entire fundamental rights of freedom of speech, freedom of expression, the right to life, everything that is enshrined in our constitution, that entire thing is democracy. Why Stiglitz has been forced to speak about this is because I think countries after countries are moving towards a governance style which is more centralized rather than being decentralized. And that's why you would find me speaking most of the time on the federal override in several of our legislations, and there are schemes where the states are not getting their dues, or states are not getting the emphasis to design their own policies, even though we proclaim through lip service that one size doesn't really fit all. But if that is the thing, then the states are not being given the rights, and just as the states are not giving it to their panchayat raj bodies, the municipal bodies, because that's where the design has to take place. Just if we are saying that one size doesn't fit all, then it has to happen at that level. Now, many of these thoughts are something which has been spoken about before. It is not that I am speaking here for the first time and very novel. This has been spoken about. Gandhi has spoken about it. Many others, Bhave has spoken about it. But what has deterred us, or what has stopped us from following that model, is because we, as a country, as a state, we follow what is called as, we try to ape. So as long as you want to remain within the neoclassical paradigm of economic growth, then you will definitely not be able to address many of these issues. You will not be able to address issues of social capital, because for you, the production function consists of a capital, but that C is economic capital and not the capital of social capital, which is of immense importance for implementation of schemes. Now, if you take all these three things together, then you realize that the challenge is humongous, actually. And for a state like Odisha, these challenges, which apply to the entire world, will apply to us. If we take the leadership position in this by 2036, then we would be leader in the country itself, because we would have addressed our climate crisis, we would have addressed our inequality crisis, we would probably be having better health care and education care, something very close to the Scandinavian countries, and we would have maintained our institutions. That is a part of democracy. Now, I thought people talk about education, people talk about health, so many indicators are available. I will just give one indicator which, if Professor Chinara considers, and that I thought is a good indicator, and that is the multidimensional poverty index. The multidimensional poverty index, which is a creation of the Oxford Poverty and Human Institution and the UNDP, it has been a part of the Human Development Report, that actually covers health as well as education. So instead of you can have separate metric for health, separate metric for education, separate metric for economic growth. It's important, but if you just, and the problem with so many figures and so many metric is that we lose track of our goals. But if you just concentrate on multidimensional poverty index and see that we will reach by 2036. Currently, I think the last report talks about we have a figure, 29.33%. 29.33% poverty levels, as per the multidimensional poverty index. Now, this multidimensional poverty index at 29.33, if we can we can say that our target is to reduce it to 10% or 5% by 2036, and that's what the Honorable Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has said in Niti Aayog, that that's our target, but he's not said within which period. If we can say that is our vision, I think that would address automatically issues relating to health and education. Why? Because I was looking at those indicators. If you look at those indicators, the health indicator has, sub-indicators of nutrition, child mortality. You could probably say that there is something else left. Maybe. You could probably put it in over there. But let's not have too many indicators. That is the idea. If you look at education, the education is years of schooling, what is the attendance? Then there is a broad chunk of sub-indicators under living standards. And those living standards include a number of issues which automatically gets subsumed under this indicator, multidimensional poverty index, and that is what even Niti Aayog is following. Then household environment. What is the household environment? They have tried to bring it in. The only drawback with this MDP, multidimensional poverty index, is the fact that out of the 3 existential crises that one talked about, it still remains, it takes the social sector into account, but it leaves the climate portion out. It leaves a lot of democracy out. And therefore, a combination of these two, that is multidimensional poverty index and the SDGs, would be a good idea to give a shape toward the trajectory, the way we want the development process to take place. That's my view. The SDGs, for example, if you look at health, SDGs 2 and 3, they take care of that. Education is covered under SDG 4. Living standards is covered under SDGs 1, 6, 7, and 11. If we make this kind of contribution to the developmental process or developmental narrative of our state, I think we would be making a signal contribution over a period of time to the entire country as a whole, because this is the only way to break away from the current paradigm of only calculating economic growth. Now, having said this, let me again use the multidimensional poverty index to talk about the inequity part of it. The multidimensional poverty index, as I said, of Odisha was 29.33%, I think 8th from bottom. Bihar was 51%. Kerala was 0.71%. You may quarrel with some of these figures, but I'm saying broadly. But what is worrying, really worrying, and that's what the conclave should think about, and the vision should be, and that is Nabarangpur had a multidimensional poverty index of 59.32%. Mind you, we had 29% state average, but Nabarangpur has 59%. And Nabarangpur has 59% multidimensional poverty index, which basically means health, education, economic growth of course is there, and living standards. So in all these parameters, this particular district is weak. We have the aspirational districts program of the Niti Aayog, and now they're getting into the most backward blocks to address this. But let Niti Aayog be doing whatever it is doing. Mind you, in the aspirational districts program, because I'm a member of the Committee on Finance, in the aspirational districts program, there is no large chunk of money that is coming to any of these districts. It is only convergence of various resources and a dashboard to say who is doing better. So they're trying to get an operational efficiency by better management of schemes and programs. No capital of large portion is coming into these districts. So as a state, if we can look at these districts, like Nabarangpur has 59.32, Malkangiri and Koraput have more than 50% multidimensional poverty. Rayagada has 48.1%, Kalahandi has 47.2%. Now these are the figures just before the pandemic. I would not be wrong to think that these would have worsened after the pandemic. So I think by 2036, if we address these districts, and this is the inequity within the districts. We call it as regional, when we talk about regional inequity, we talk about states, but this is intra-state inequity. And these inequities are remaining at these levels. So to address these issues, there will be a number of policy measures and schemes which will be required, maybe district-specific policy measures. Now this is something which we could actually think about. Now I have another thought on this, which is the last mile missing last mile. I find during my career in the bureaucracy as well as now, that in several schemes of India, the access of the poor to that particular benefit or that particular physical infrastructure has not been there due to some missing point, and that would be generally the last mile missing point. The road would have been there to the hutment next, but would not have really come to his hutment. The road would have been constructed, but the bridge, a small bridge which is required for the water to flow, would not be there. These last mile problems are, I think, a significant portion of denial of access of the poor and the disadvantaged to the benefit which is probably there but is not available to them. To address these small issues, I think a state fund probably could address this. I have been speaking about, because this comes from my experience also in the MP-led program. I find most of the time people asking for small portions of a stretch which has not reached their village. A relaxation in those clauses would probably be required, and if the government of India doesn't do it, I think the state government could consider. That could be the vision of 2036. That is, let's plug the last mile access issues. I will now talk about another big issue, which is again 2036, is connectivity. Mr. Mahapatra has spoken about connectivity, about railways and roads. I would like to speak about digital connectivity. Digital connectivity is not a fashion anymore. In fact, it's not a fashion word. Actually, you are depriving a section of people who are digitally disconnected from a host of government services, not only within the state, but not only within the country, but even international. The denial or the lack of access to internet and a smartphone during the time of the pandemic, you can imagine the kind of disadvantage it had on people who didn't have access to this in the remote areas. In Odisha, we have about 25% people who do not have smartphones. Our tele-density is about 75%, and internet density is, there are two things in internet. One is internet availability, and the next one is the quality of internet. Education has got affected. Education has now come to mean not just the curriculum in the school. It has come to mean a number of things outside the school, which is probably available for free. The courses from MIT, the courses from IIM Ahmedabad, they're available for free. But if you do not have access, how do you access those courses? So I think we have been talking about the physical connectivity quite a bit, which is necessary. We will have to project it in 2036. But the digital connectivity, we as a state should be 100% digitally connected with an assured broad bandwidth that is being available to every household in the state, in the rural areas. Let me tell you also, in the multidimensional poverty index of 29 odd percent for Odisha, the rural areas of Odisha, the multidimensional poverty is 46.45%. So the divide is clearly visible, and this is not just the poverty-induced, a poverty divide, but a poverty-induced could be also a digital divide as well. These divides have to be bridged, and that is what will bridge the inequity. Many of the asymmetries or inequities that I talked about in the first part of existential crisis of Stiglitz, that is inequity, could actually get addressed when connectivity improves. When connectivity improves, social capital does improve as well. I have the last point which I will make, and that is about female labor force participation. That's a problem in India as well. But let's leverage, in Odisha, let's leverage the tremendous amount of work that has been done on the women's self-help groups by the government. The women's self-help group in Odisha has attained a stage in which it has, if you look at the value chain, it has come out of its nascency or infancy, and now it has come to a stage when it is ready for takeoff. There are several, in fact I have been discussing this with many people, there are several women SHGs who are ready to become micro-entrepreneurs. So we need to provide them the skill, the opportunities, and build them as micro-entrepreneurs. If we miss this, then we will remain at a low level of value addition to the economy, to the society, and the women will also not become aspirational. So I think the women labor force participation, which is happening in an informal manner through the women SHGs, could get more formalized. Their skill levels, their opportunities, their entrepreneurial abilities have to be unleashed. And the platform has already been provided. And this is something that we have to target. Currently, India's female labor force participation is around 26%. After changing the methodology of calculation, the government now says, no, it is very high because they take temporary labor participation of to the extent of 1 month also into the calculation, which is what I don't agree actually. So, and therefore, the current mechanism or the current institutional structure that has happened in Kerala as well through the Kudumshri program, I think we are doing very well. This is something that we can take to the next level by 2036. So they really become 50%, what Rajesh ji was saying, 50% of our population become a part of the growth strategy in a very active way, and not just making mombatti and silver, what about these things. They actually have lot of entrepreneurial abilities. When I go in rural areas, young girls, they don't want to do mombatti and silai anymore. They want to do probably digital computers. They want to do applications. So this is where we have to probably aspire in 2036. I have some more ideas, but I think I have spoken too much. So I will end here. Thank you so much. Wait for questions. As I said, I'm not an economist, so I am actually, in awe of all of your questions. But thank you so much. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A lot of issues have been flagged off. A lot of what should we do, what needs to be done, and strategies laid out. So, as usual, we are running short of time. We will take 1 or 2 comments from the audience, from our learned audience. 1 or 2 comments. And the comment, I'm sorry to say that because of shortage of time, the comment should be restricted to a single minute. It should not be a speech by itself. With apologies. Anyone would like to ask a question or put a comment, please. Yeah. Microphone. Yeah. Agya, apanoko parichaya debe? तापरे गोटे मिनिट रे कहबे सर प्लीज परिचय दियो
Let me be excused. Myself, Hrishikesh Solanki, convener Rashtriya Abhivavak Mahasangha. I don't know. I'm taking it the news from the newspaper. I came here anyway. So I have certain questions to raise. That if you want to develop Odisha, at least without education, Odisha can't be developed. Whatever I have taken cue from the Rajesh Mahapatra's version, that whether really living or dead, or like it should be living Odisha.
Again.
If it is living Odisha, then all the citizens of the Odisha should be highly educated, properly educated anyway.
Again.
Which I am taking cue from the last year's COVID experience. Whenever I was attending my son's education, that they are very finely or nicely they were being teaching. But if all those things have been uploaded in the YouTubes, even I have already submitted one memorandum to governor for purpose of president. Throughout the country, all these things should have to be implemented, that all the educations, all the academic coachings should be uploaded in the YouTubes throughout the country, even Niger, JNU, BHU, AIMS, whatever the education has been imparting, they should have to be uploaded in the YouTube, by which the person sitting in the remote corner of Kalahandi can also visit the YouTube and also get educated properly.
Thank you, sir. Point taken, sir. Point taken. Yes. Anything more you want to add?
I want to, whatever taking the cue from the last Supreme Court version, D.Y. Chandrachud's version, that nothing runs congenial and smoothly in the democracy. And also, if you go to World Economic Forum Davos presentation also, some 10% of the people control the property, all of us might be knowing all things. At least this only education to everybody. Universal education can only YouTube through.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Good, but thank you.
Any other comment?
Sorry for interruption.
Education, as has been rightly pointed out, flagged off is and not only education, but has been pointed out by Rajesh Mahapatra, sir, that it has to be quality education. Not education per se, but quality education to build human capital. Yes? Anyone else?
Hello, I am Dr. Bidhupshan Das from School of Mass Communication, Kidd University. My question to Rajesh sir, so how do you look at media scenario in 2036? Media scenario in the state, media scenario in the state.
Media?
Scenario, media condition.
Media scenario.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I think I said that.
Okay, sir, we'll take all the
Yeah.
questions and then answer. So any more questions? Any more concerns or questions? So that's it. So I'll request Rajesh sir to kindly respond. Yeah, microphone. Use the microphone, please.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm currently working as assistant professor in VIT Vellore. I have just one query. You talked of women empowerment. In that context, what is your take on this Mission Shakti program or SHGs which are increasing in the state? Are they working in real terms to empower the women of the state socially as well as economically?
Okay, thank you. So this question I would request Dr. Amar Patnaik to respond to. So first the media question. Sir, we'll restrict it to 1 minute
I think the
response.
second question Dr. Patnaik should take, and I will answer the first question. The first question is, what do you think about Mission Shakti? Women empowerment. No, I think it won't be fair on my part if I haven't studied something in depth to comment. And to be honest, I really haven't studied Mission Shakti. I haven't done any research. I usually don't comment on any issue on Odisha unless I have done my own research. So you will have to forgive me for that. As far as the media thing goes, look, I talked about democracy. I said meaningful economic development, you cannot have it unless you have democracy. And you don't have, you don't get democracy if you don't have a free media. And you don't have a free media if you don't have democracy. They're mutually feeding into each other. For me, media journalism is about creating and nurturing an empowered citizenry. So that is where media should be. And if we are talking about Odisha at 100, I would like to see a vibrant ODIA media that kind of plays to this objective of creating and nurturing an empowered ODIA citizenry. That's how I would wish to see.
So can you comment on Mission Shakti?
See, I have had the experience of having a detailed study of Kudumsri in Kerala. Kudumsri is, I think, one of the first initiative in India where women were organized into self-help groups initially from an livelihood model. They went to an empowerment model, and that empowerment includes political empowerment. For example, you will find members of the Kudumsri also being nominated to the Jilla Parishads, and the Panchayat Samitis also members of the Legislative Assembly. So that particular chain, if I look at it and I compare it with what has happened in Odisha over a period of last 22 years, I would say that the contexts are very different. Contexts are very different because the literacy level and the economic quality of life level and Kerala was much different, is much different at that point of time than Odisha. But having said so, I would still think that the mission has been doing extremely well. The economic empowerment has, as I said, mentioned in my speech, it has already happened. Women who were not earlier coming out of their houses, or if they had time, they had nothing to do, they are now getting together to manufacture, produce small things. But since it has come to a level in which some of them, at least 5, 6 of them in every district, are in a stage where they can be converted into micro or medium enterprises. We are giving them into different sectors as well. For example, women SHGs are now getting into lifestyle, beauty, all this kind of sector. We have had tied up with Facebook to give them training so that they get the requisite digital literacy to further empower themselves, to address the market, negotiate with the market. The skill training that is being given to them currently, and the marketing support of about 5,000 crores over a period of 5 years into various government programs It is not seen anywhere in the country, and I'm not speaking as a politician here, because I have been to many states and I've seen this. This is a very nice way of getting them. I've written about it in Economic Times also, that this is a very nice way of getting them into some kind of labor force participation. Otherwise, they were not participating in the growth process at all. So my view, therefore, is that this is going great. You know, the trajectory is very good, but the value optimization has not yet taken place. So this is where we have to give them the skills, give them the training, give them the marketing opportunities, some kind of processing opportunities, various kinds of things, because we have various skills, the weavers, the craftsmen, women who are involved in weaving. 56% of women in our state are weavers in our state are women. Craftsmen, 54% are women. So we have the maximum amount of potential here to be harnessed, and I think we are going in the right way. By 2036, we should have made some of them as real entrepreneurs. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of those young, bright ones become even one unicorn. If they become by 2036, they would have delivered. They would have added to the empowerment process of women of Odisha. So I think that's my view. We are going great. We are transforming. I have been seeing how the FICCI and the other industry bodies are engaging with them so as to increase their potential, to give them more opportunities, and also to ensure that they produce quality product. You see, to be in the market, you have to do both, not just the product, but the quality product. Currently, they are handling government, you know, the PDS system, some of those government supplies. I think if they have to go to the private market, which is ruthless, they have to be quality conscious. So that idea is also being given to them through various training programs. So if we go in this direction, I think we would be doing a great service to the state. Thank you.
Thank you. So that takes us to the end of this first technical session, the panel discussion. I profusely, on behalf of all the organizers, I profusely thank Dr. Amma Patnaik and Sri Rajesh Mahapatra. We break here for lunch and once again congregate by 2:25 p.m. for another interesting panel of interesting panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. Please, all of you requested to kindly join us for lunch. Once again, thanking all of you and the panelists, Dr. Patnaik and Sri Mahapatra, for their presence and for their views. Thank you very much. Lunch arrangement has been made. As you go out of the auditorium, to the left we have lunch arrangement for the delegates, and on the right we have lunch arrangement for the students. To the left, lunch arrangement for delegates and guests, and on the right for the students. Thank you.
Hello.
panelists to please come on the dais. I invite Professor Dharmabrata Mahapatra sir from Revansha University to kindly join us as the chair. I invite Shri Panchanan Kanungo sir to join us as our revered panelist. I also welcome Shri Tathagat Satpathy sir, editor Dharitri, as our panelist. And last but not the least, I request Shri Soumyaranjan Patnaik sir to please come on the dais to join us as panelists. I request my student volunteers to present the floral bouquets to welcome the dignitaries on the dais. Professor Dharmabrat Mahapatra sir has more than 30 years of teaching and research experience with an abiding interest in the field of rural development and environmental economics. He has more than 25 articles to his credit in national and international journals of repute. He is also a passionate teacher who can traverse multiple domains of the discipline and firmly believes in the complementary nature of teaching and research. Sir, we are really happy to have you as the chair of the session. A big round of applause, please. Shri Panchanan Kanungo sir is our former finance minister. Sir is a grassroots politician and has traveled widely across the state and the country and dispersed his pearls of wisdom for the welfare of the society. He is an alumnus of the Utkal University. Despite being a student of history, Sir is an eminent resource person for matters relating to finance and development. He is an ardent writer of repute. Sir is a thorough economist and a gentleman politician. Sir, we welcome you as our panelist for the day. We have Shri Tathagat Satpathy sir, editor Dharitri, as our panel member. He is an ardent social activist and was a member of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Information Technology, comprising the departments of Information Technology, Post, Information and Broadcasting, and Telecommunications. He has served as the member of Marine Products Export Development Authority, India. He was also the president of Bikash Parishad in Puri, Odisha, an organization focused on creating public awareness on the importance of environmental protection and waste management, and working as president of Aksham Kalyan Samiti in Dhenkanal, Odisha, a voluntary organization that provides free accommodation, food, education, and vocational training for physically challenged children. Sir, we are indeed obliged to have you with us today. We have Shri Soumyaranjan Patnaik sir, Honorable MLA, as our panelist for today. Sir is an orator par excellence and an untiring social worker. The founder, chairman of Eastern Media Limited, the largest media house of the state as well. He received the prestigious Hare Krishna Mahatab Samman in 2013 and Madhu Babu Samman in 2018. He is also the recipient of first Vishwamitra International Award 2019 in the category of Empowering People's Voice. He is a proud alumnus of the London School of Economics and Oxford. Sir, it's a pleasure to welcome you in today's discussion. A big round of applause for all our panelists. I now request Professor Dharmabrat Mahapatra sir to chair the session.
Thank you. समस्तंकु मोर नमस्कार. किछि ओडिया बंधु माने ओडियार विशेषज्ञ माने ओडिशा विषय रे आलोचना करुचंती. 2036 रे ओडिशार इकोनॉमिक कंडीशन कौन थिबो इत्यादि आमे ओडिया रे आलोचना करि परिबा कि. This is all about Odisha, Odia people. We all are Odia. Experts are Odia. जदि आपण माने अनुमति देबे मु ओडिया रे ये आलोचनाटी को आगो को नबाकू इच्छा प्रकाश करी। ओके, थैंक यू। 100 वर्षर ओडिशा आउ गोटे दशंधि परे आसीबो। आमे माने 100 वर्ष भितरे केते प्रोग्रेस करिचंती, कौन आमर भूल भटका रही जाइची, आमे किपरि भाबरे देखिबाकू चाहूचु ओडिशा को 100 वर्ष परे, ई सबू को आज आमे आलोचना भितर को आनिबा को चाहूचंती। भिन्न भिन्न मत रहे। किछि बंधु कहंती ओडिशार अर्थनैतिक अभिवृद्धि यथेष्ट भल, जातीय हार ठारू अधिक। ओडिशार फिस्काल डेफिसिट 3% पाखापाखि रहुची, यह एक शुभ लक्षण। किछि बंधु कहंती शिल्पर कंट्रीब्यूशन एबे मध्य ओडिशा रे 50% रु अधिक। निश्चित भावरे गत 2 दशंधि धरी ओडिशा क्रमागत भावरे उन्नति करी चलीछि। समालोचक माने कहंती गोटे भिन्न कहानी। राजनैतिक स्थिरता एवं असुमारी संपत्ति सत्वे अभिवृद्धि हार सेते बेसी आखि दृश्या नुहे। एबे मध्य आर्थिक असमानता इनकम इनइक्वालिटीज जोटा हम कहउचंती ओडिशा रे रहिछि एवं निश्चित भावरे शेड्यूल कास्ट शेड्यूल ट्राइब को क्षेत्र रे बहुत बेसी देखा मिलूँ। आईएमआर एवं एमएमआर हार गुड़िक बहुत बेसी। दारिद्र्यर सीमारेखार तले रहुथिबा लोकंक संख्या यथेष्ट अधिक। सो निश्चित भावरे यह गोटे मिश्रित प्रतिक्रिया। बर्तमान प्रश्न उठुची ओडिशा को 2036 मसीहा बेलू आमे राष्ट्रर 10टी सर्वश्रेष्ठ राज्य भितरे आनी पारिबा कि यह पाई आमको कौन करने को हेबो एवं केउठी आमे संशोधन आनिबा आवश्यक। यही सब विषय रे आलोचना करिबा पाई आम गहण 3 जन विशेषज्ञ अछंती एवं तांकर परिचय तो आमे जानिले। मु वर्तमान प्रथमे स्वागत करुची सर आपण आसले आज्ञा श्रीजुक्त पंचानन कानूनगो महाशय को से तांकर वक्तव्य रखिबे।
यही अधिवेशन अध्यक्षता करुथिबा डॉक्टर महापात्र महोदय एवं 2 जन अभिज्ञ विज्ञ आम ओडिशार आम समस्ते जानिछे 2 जन जाक राजनीति क्षेत्र में हो एवं देशर राज्यर सामाजिक और अर्थनैतिक क्षेत्र में हो जहाँकर पारदर्शिता होती मोर साथी पैनलिस्ट श्रीयुत पट्टनायक श्रीयुत शतपथी महोदय पिलामाने बंधुगण 2036 मसीहा बेलू आम मिस्टर महापात्र आम ओडिया रे डाक्तरी आ इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ुवा एक मुझे घोषणा कर दिए 2036 बेलू आम ओडिया रे समस्त सरकारी कार्य करुवा 2036 बेलू आम यही कथा यही स्वप्न यही विजन
आमे सृष्टि करिचु एई वर्ष मत देखिलु जे महामहिम राष्ट्रपति आसिकिरी आमर डिप्लोमा और इंजीनियरिंग बही को ओडिया रे आमे जहाँ जो मु संपृक्त अच्छी ओडिया रे आमे जहाँ कलु तैयारी करिचु ताकू एठी लोकार्पण करके गले एवं आमको एबे दायित्व दिया जाइछि डाक्तरी चिकित्सा बा शिक्षार केमिति भाव में आम कर यही परिप्रेक्षी रे आपण पिलांकु प्रश्न करूचंती आमे ओडिया रे कहिबा कि नाही 2036 जदि लक्ष्य हुए सुधा आम आपको करूँ ताले 2036 सुधा आम विजन पेपर ओडिया रे तैयारी करी आम सामने रखिथबा आम पिलाए आमको प्रश्न करुथिबे ओडिया रे आपण कहिथिबा विजन तो कहीं किसी कार्य कला नहीं लॉस ऑफ विजन है आपण को दृष्टिशक्ति कमी जाइए कौ डाक्तर पाखक जातु एक पचारि पारे से दृष्टि आपण निर्धड़क ओडिया रे कहि पारिबे आपण को मध्य मु कहूची ये दुईटी जाक संस्था जो माने आपको आयोजन करिसंती तांकर आयोजक माने मध्य एकथा प्रस्तुत करिसंती जे आमे बायलिंगुअल दुई भाषा रे ए कथाटी आपणकर जहाँ कहिबे लिखित होकर रहिबे मु जहाँ एठी कहूची मैडम चिन्हारा मैडम प्रोफेसर आमर इकोनॉमिक्स रो बा सुतो दास उभय जी अच्छा सभापति अच्छा से निश्चित भाव में जानी एक करा दुई भाषा रे इंग्रेजी रे ओडिया रे एक रहिबो कारण भविष्यत पे रहिबो जे 2036 बेलू को आपन को पचारिबा पई कि से बहीटू को पिला धरिकी आउ गोटे पिला ये पिला नुहति ये पिला प्रोफेसर हो जाइए से धरिकी पचारे जाओ समय गड़ीज मु आपन को कही रखे 2036 धार्य कर मुख्य कारणटी है बोध हुए 1936 मसीह गोटे ओडिशार जन्म नहीं गोटे ओडिशा कहीं कहूँ ना एक खंडित ओडिशा 2051 बेलू को आम धरवा जहाँ कि देखा आम तापर 50 मसीहा स्वाधीनता पर गणजात राज्य गुड़िकर मिश्रण पर पूर्ण ओडिशा आम सामना को आसला एणु से मु 2036 बोध हुए 1936 की धरिकी 2036 मसीहा कथा पर्यंत आसी एवं 2036 आज दिन को गोटे जुग बाकी अच्छी जुगर अर्थ हूँ 12 इयर्स 12 वर्ष आम जो जुग कथा चिंता करूँ 12 वर्ष जुगटे अच्छी 23 मसीहा बर्तमान आसी पहुँची जाइए 24 मसीहा जदि आम गणिबा ठीक जुगटाए पर 36 मसीहा आसी पहुँचब एणु ये जुगक भितर आमे कौन कौन करिपारिबा जहाँ आमे जो लॉस ऑफ विजन आमर जहाँ दृष्टिशक्ति हरई हेतु आमे जहाँ पाई नाहे ताहा आमे कौन पाई पारिबा कि कौन आमे खोजुछे जहाँ को आमे पाइबा पाई कि उद्यम करिबा बा आमर आज प्रस्तुत जहाँ भाषण वक्तव्य रखिबे आमे खोजुछु एक पूर्ण शोषण मुक्त मनुष्यटीए मु निजे शोषण मुक्त हेबी मोर परिवार बा पड़ोशी मोर समस्ते शोषण मुक्त हेबे मो राज्यटी शोषण मुक्त हम ए हूँ आमर प्राथमिकता प्रथम जहाँ आम चाहूँ ए कथा 200 पाखापाखि 200 वर्ष तले यही कथाटी आरंभ करते दादा भाई नारोजी भारत वर्षर अर्थशास्त्र को जी गोटे नुआ दिग्दर्शन देते कॉलोनियल एक्सप्लॉयटेशन धारा केमिति भाव में बढ़ी बढ़ी जाऊँगी तार गाणितिक हिसाब देते से आरंभ होता से धारा रे आज ओडिशा पड़िकी रही आमे शोषित आमको प्रति मुहूर्त यही दिन में आज दिन में आम जहाँ जहाँ करुचे जहाँ खाऊचे जहाँ देखुचे सबुथ आम शोषण शिकार हो शोषण शिकार एते मात्रा जे मासकू आमको 25,000 कोटी टंका केवल खाइबा और पिंधिबाई आम जी जहाँ पिंधिचे ये केवल मोरी लुगाटी को छाड़ीदे बोध हुए क्षमा करेंगे कारण ये खदी लुगाटी ओडिशारे नहीं ओडिशारे एबे मध्य आउ खदी प्रस्तुत होना एणु जो हैंडलूम बा ये अच्छी से किसी परिमाण रोचे एणु ओडिशारे आम जहाँ जहाँ व्यवहार करुचे पिंधिबाई जहाँ जहाँ व्यवहार करुचे खाइबाई कि आम सब गुड़िक बाहर किणुचु सब बाहर किणुचु क्या मत जड़े आणिकी देले खाइला पोरे गोटे ये देले दही पानी आनीदेले मु भारी खुशी पकई मुझे जाऊ आम दही पानी ओमफेडर देला देखला बेलू लिखाई अमूल सो आम कौ धारा रहीचु आम शोषण एवं मु गोटे काल्कुलेसन देखी 25,000 कोटी टंका मासकू आमे बाहर को दौ पिंधिबा आ खाइबा पई आमे आग सेथुरु मुक्त हबु 37 मसीहा सुधा। ए हूँ मोर संकल्प मोर कथा। आमे आम खाइबा आम पिंधिबा पाई कि दबु। एक कथा भी मन रखि थांतु जो मैंने अर्थशास्त्र पाठ अध्ययन करुचंती पिला माने समस्ते जे अर्थनीतिटा सबु कथा कन्स्टांट रही पारे तार गोटे थियोरी रही किंतु बड़ चेंजिंग थियोरी होउची परिवर्तनशील थियोरी तत्व होउची केवल अर्थनीतिर। आज जहाँ को आप लग्जरी आइटम बोली भावुंट जे व्यवहार पाई कि तार गोटे गणना करछंती एवं सेथिरे केते परिमाण रे जो अंक कषा होता पढ़ा जाऊला मुझे खाइला पर्यंत ऑप्टिमम ये पाइबी साटिस्फैक्शन पाइबी आपर आउ पाइबी नहीं से सबूर परिवर्तन घटुची। आज डिमांड सप्लाई थियोरी की लेकिन आम अर्थनीतिर अर्थशास्त्र तैयारी करूना कारण डिमांड अच्छी किंतु डिमांडरा चेंज है चॉइस आसीगलानी अगर चॉइस थियोरी डोमिनेट कलानी डिमांड थियोरी की बिलाती बैगण पड़िकी रही गदा होती अथच लोक फेरिकी आसुँच पचारे ए बजार में बिलाती बैगण मिलूना आम बिलाती बाण आनलु ना आज बिलाती बाण आनली ना ता अर्थ है आउ गोटे कौन परिवर्तन ये ता चॉइस रे हो जाइए। खबर कागज से दुईटा कि तीन टा बाहरुला बर्तमान 100 खबर कागज बाहर ओडिशा रे तादर लोक चॉइस करुच्ची मु यही खबर कागजटा किनिबी से दाम जते हो बा दाम संगे तार संपर्क ना चॉइस थियोरी ताको डोमिनेट कला एणु कौन सी जिनस कन्स्टांट आउ ना अर्थशास्त्र अर्थनीति रे जे यही कथा को लेकिन आम अंक कषिकी 10 वर्ष बा 12 वर्ष पैकी यह हासिल करवा किंतु आपेक्षिक भाव में डिमांड प्लस चॉइस को लेकिन आम 2036 मसीहा को आमको निजको प्रस्तुत करने पड़ो। 2036 मसीहा को डिमांड प्लस चॉइस ये दुईटा को लेकिन गला बेले हुए तो आम से आमर उद्वृत्त को आम पड़ोशी को सपोर्ट देवाई तैयारी कर पठे पारू हुए तो आम ताको विदेश को पठे पारू जेपरी भाव में आम आज ओडिशार सबुठारु बड़ संपद आपणकर समुद्र उत्पादन होउथिबा माछ आमे सबुठारु अधिक सारा भारत वर्ष रे प्रथम 3 राज्य भितर आमर रप्तानी भारत वर्ष रे पृथ्वी को होइछि एणु सेमती भाव रही एक विचार कला बेले आमे एकथा करि पारि एकथा निश्चय करि पारिबा गोटे जुग भितर करिपारिबा। आपण प्रश्न करती 40 वर्ष 60 वर्ष चलीगला स्वाधीनता 75 वर्ष चलीगला है ना आपण आज कहले कर 75 वर्ष चलीगला यह सत्य। आपण देखंतु 75 वर्ष रे आमे केते खराब दिगरे जाइछु केते भलो दिगरे जाइछु मु संक्षिप्त रे सेगुडी को आपण पाखरे सामना रे थोइबा पे चाहे। आपण लक्ष्य करिवे सबुठारु बड़ संपद आमको प्रकृति समस्त मन रखा उचित आमको अनेक संपद को संपद रे बहुत देछि भरिकी रखिछि आवश्यकता मुताबिक प्लेंटिली बहुत अधिक प्राचुर्य रे भरिकी रही मु दारिद्र्य गरीब फरीब भितर को जाऊ नहीं प्राचुर्य भितर आमको भरिकी रखिछि ता भितर सबुठारु 5टा प्राचुर्य आम सामना रे थुआ होइछि गोटे को लुकायित करी लुचेकी रखिछि आमे गोटे कौन लुचेकी रखिछि माटी तले मिनरल्स आपण मिनरल्स रे जो खनि कथा आपण देखिबे से खनि कथार प्रचुर आम भितर आम पाखे अच्छी किंतु ताकू सबू माटी तले रखिछि प्रकृति से आयरन ओर 26% थाऊ बा क्रोमाइट 98 थाऊ बा कोल आपण लक्ष्य करेंगे आपण कोल 25-26% थाऊ ये सबू गुड़िक संपत्ति 95% निकेल ये सबू आपण को रखिछि माटी तले माटी तो उपरे आउ सबू जिनस उभा होइछि सबुठारु बड़ जिनस उभा होइछंती आपण को सामने रे आमे जो माने सब एकाठी अच्छे ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेस आम मनीष आम शक्त मनीष जो शक्त मनीष माने एडे एडे पत्थर उठेकरी कोणार्क मंदिर लिंगराज मंदिर जगन्नाथ मंदिर तैयारी करुले जो श्रमिक माने बा जो आमर मनीष माने जातिर मनीष माने केवल कोठी ट्रेनिंग नवा को जाई नथले जो हेछि कोन स्कूल स्किल स्कूल कौन सी स्किल स्कूल को जाई नथले बहुत सुंदर कारुकार्य कार्य जो माने करि पारुथिले आमे शक्त थिलु आमे स्किल्ड बा आमे आम भितर कला कौशल ये कारीगरी कौशल आम भितर भरिकी रही गोटे को अवस्था भितर यह तल को चलीगला सत किंतु आम भितर से जीन अच्छी जीनेटिक अप्रोच जदि देखा आम भितर रही सो आम भितर ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेस एते अधिक जे आज दिन में सारा विश्व आमको खोजुची, भारतवर्ष खोजुची, विश्व खोजुची। प्लम्बर जदि किए कौटी अछ आस पलि आस, आम आमको तुमको दुबई रे काम देबू, आमको दुबई रे बा एठी काम देवाई कि आम प्लम्बर को डाकुचंती, आमको गुजरात वाला डाकुचंती आस तुम जदि कहीं से कौटी अछ पलि आस, आम तुमको तंतरे काम देबू। एठी आमको डाकुले दिने रेंगुन वाला, आमको डाकुले दिने कलिकता वाला, जे कलिकता तैयारी करिवो, रेंगुन तैयारी करिवो, आस। कारण आमे होचु सशक्त, आमर ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेस बहुत बढ़िया पोटेंशियलिटी अच्छी आम भितर, एला आम पाखे अच्छी आसबि मु आमे ताको यूटिलाइज करिनो। आम पाखे बहुत बढ़िया कृषि जमी, कृषक माने चाष उपरे, माटी उपरे आमको बंचाइवाई कि ओडिशा बाहर को पठेवाई कि रप्तानी करने कि बहुत देछि प्रकृति आमको देछि। आपण लक्ष्य करेंगे जितेबाला 1950-51 मसीह भारत वर्ष रे चाउल रप्तानी होता, मान चाउल आमदानी होता, उत्पादन होता, से चाउल 4.5%, 4.5% सारा भारत वर्षर केवल ओडिशा ही दौला 50-51 मसीह। अथच आज दिन में 50-51 कहीं कहूँ ना, 50-51 ठारू आपको कहीदे मूलरू जे डाटा देखला बेले मु 50-51 रखी, कारण 50-51 बेलू पूर्णांग ओडिशा आम सामना को आसी। आज दिन में ताहा 2.1% को खसी आसाला, एवं एबे 19-20 खसी आसाला, मैंने 2-3 को एबे खसी आसी 1.6%। आप विचार करंतु जे केमिति भाव में आमर भारत वर्ष को कंट्रीब्यूशन आम निजर नाही। ता अपरपक्षे आमर आम खाद्य पूरण करने आम आज कली कजिया करुचु, आमको केते टंकिकिया चाउल मागणा चाउल दब, एतिकी संख्या नुहे, आउ अधिक संख्यार देले आम भरवा। यही हूँ मो पिला आगे आम थोइछे आम भाग्य को, आम दुर्दशा को आम यहीपरि भाव में स्थापित करें। ये है कृषि कथा उपरे मु आपन को कहूँ। कृषि कथा देखिए आज दिन में आपणकर सबू जिनिस कृषि जिनस आपणकर देखिए सबुठारु बड़ कथा है डाली आउ तेल, आउ सबुठारु दुर्भाग्यर कथा है लुण। जो लुण टिके आम खाइबापी कि आज आप जानी था टिपे लुण कि आम आज बाहर रप्तानी उपर निर्भर करुचु, ताहा आसुची गुजरात रु बा आपणकर टाटा कंपानी ठीक जो कौच। आमर जो 4,56,000 क्विंटाल मेट्रिक टन आमदानी होता, लुण आमदानी होता जो राज्य में, सेठी बर्तमान 74,000 मेट्रिक टन को आसी, 74,000 मेट्रिक टन रे बर्तमान पहुँची। आम लुण टे सामान्य कथा नुहे, लुण हूँ आप गांधीजी ताकू ही नहीं आंदोलन करते। लुण सबू वर्गर सबू से गरीब लोक हो बड़ लोक हो समस्त पाखे रहे खाइबापी दरकार। आमे से लुण आम राज्य में आमदानी ना, आम बाहर आणुचु। यही हूँ आमर स्थिति, आजिकार स्थिति। डाली ना, तेल ना, से तो अलग कथा, लुण आम पाखे ना टिपे लुण खाइबापी। परिवापत्र छाड़ू, आलू फाड़ू सब कथा छाड़ू, आप से बांगालोर बीन्स अमुक बीन्स सब देखु। मोर कहबार कथा हूँ एग्रिकल्चर क्षेत्र प्रस्तुत आमर अच्छी, अथच आमे कृषि उपरे डिपेंडेंट बाहर राज्य उपरे से न आसिले। एग्रिकल्चर एंड एलाइड सब्जेक्ट, एलाइड कौन कहूँ कहीं ना ता सांगे मिसिकी सेटा थाए आमर क्षीर हो बा आमर क्षीर उत्पादन हो बा आमर माछ उत्पादन हो, एगुड़िक सब तार संपर्कित कृषि संपर्कित। ठीक सेमती भाव में आपण देखिए आम मान पाखरे बहु परिमाण रे आपको सपोर्ट करने कि आम पाखे वाटर रिसोर्सेस अच्छी। सबुठारु बड़ कथा चाषर बड़ कथा जहाँ भारत वर्ष रे नहीं, ता ओडिशा रे भरिकी रही। अंडरग्राउंड वाटर, ऊपर वाटर 14 मिलियन 14 मिलीमीटर 1400 मिलीमीटर रु 1560 मिलीमीटर पर्यंत भितर को वर्ष टे कमी जाए, को वर्ष बढ़ी जाए। आम राज्य रे वर्षा हुए, आम राज्यर वर्षार अनुपात केबे भी कम नुहे, आम ठारू आमर आवश्यकता ठारू एते अधिक जे आमर 52% 52% केवल आम यूटिलाइज करिथाउ एवं रेस्ट आमर 48% रेस्ट करिथाउ, 52% आमर रन ऑफ वाटर समुद्र को चली जाए। मो कथा नुहे, एटा खुद मुख्यमंत्री गृह विधानसभा रे देथिबा उत्तर एवं अनेक उत्तर मुझे जहाँ व्यवहार करी श्रीयुक्त सौम्यरंजन पट्टनायकर विधानसभा पचार प्रश्नर उत्तर एटी मुझे उपस्थापन करी। मोर कहबार कथा हूँ पानी अच्छी, अंडरग्राउंड वाटर 11% 12% सारा भारत वर्षर संपत्तिर आमर 12% आम माटी तल पानी अच्छे आम माटी तल पानी की व्यवहार करना जाना आम ऊपर पानी की व्यवहार कर जाना ताकू रन अफ चलीगला समुद्र को ये रहा कुआड़े आना एपरी रही जे ये 36 वर्ष ये एत वर्ष मु 40 वर्ष तले जाइथिबा जो जगह को जाइथिली गजपति जिलार पारलाखेमुंडी एवं मालकानगिरी जाइथिली कोरापुट जिलार जोठी बड़ बड़ सागर भरी होकर पानी रही 40 वर्ष भितर एबे जाइथिले 2 मास 3.5 मास तले सेठी पानी नाही सब दल गाड़ी रही एवं से सुखीगलानी माटी कादुआ भितर भरपूर हो गलानी यही हूँ वर्ष मान भितर कारण 36 मसीहा जो धार्य करमर अतीतर कौन कौन कार्य आम करूँ जे जो कि आम ये पहुँचलु जो कि आज दिन में मुझे कही रखे मुझे चैलेंज को ग्रहण करने को सब सरकार पाखे थोई आसी आज दिन में आमर समग्र चाष जमीर गोटे क्रॉप पाई केवल वर्षा दिन क्रॉप रे 46% बोलिकी कथा हूँ 49% आम हिसाब हूँ 45 रु 46% जलसेचन व्यवस्था आम तैयारी करूँ द्वितीय क्रॉप पाई 8% 9% ना जदिओ से माने कहते 21-22% आम जल जोगे पारू नहीं जोड़े फसल पाई जमी कमी कमी जाऊँगी जो जमी 1950-51 मसीह 0.19 हेक्टर थिला पर कैपिटा मुंड पिछा से जमीर परिमाण आज दिन में 0.14 हेक्टर ता अर्थ जमीर मुंड पिछा जमीर परिमाण कमुची लोक संख्या बढ़ुची से अनुसार कमेला बा व्यवहार कर दौचे आम जमी को अन्य भाव में से जमी को व्यवहार करी आमे आमर कृषि उत्पादन को वृद्धि करि पारिबा केतबेले ना जेतबेले पूरा ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन तल जब पानी बा ऊपर पानी संपूर्ण विनियोग करिवार व्यवस्था आमे करि पारिबा 12 वर्ष कौन यथेष्ट नुहे आम कि आपको तैयारी करने किंतु 12 वर्ष लगे गले आम पुणी पछाई जा मुझे इकोनोमिक्स कौन स्थिरता ना अर्थनीति कौन स्थिरता ना आर डेवी सब बेले चेंज चलती एवं एपाई कि गोटे अर्थनीति रे गोटे बड़ धारा को आम भूली जाइए आम राज्य रे ताको लगेवाई कार्यकारी करने से धाराटी हूँ न्यूटन्स थर्ड लॉ न्यूटन को तृतीय लॉटी है एस इज इक्वल टू यूटी प्लस हाफ एफ स्क्वायर एफ टाक ए बोलिक विचार करागला ए टी स्क्वायर अर्थात आम से एस टाक डिस्टेंस बोलिक नहींचु एटी मोर जो योजना कथा कहूँ 12 वर्ष को आखि आगे रखिक ये एस टाक पूरा भाव तार टार्गेट लक्ष्य आमे पूरा पूरी दुई जमी को दुई फसली करने प्रत्येक जमी को यही 12 वर्ष भितर इच्छा करुछु ताहले कौन कौन अच्छी आम पाखे यूटी प्लस हाफ एफ स्क्वायर आपण मैंने जो मैंने साइंस रू आसवे दयाकोरी थर्ड न्यूटन्स थर्ड लॉ आपको आप पढ़े एवं से आप देखिए ताहले आम पाखे इनिशिएट करने यू मीन्स इनिशिएट आम पाखे शक्ति आम पाखे अच्छी ना नहीं पानी तो निश्चय अच्छी एवं आम टाइम टाक फिक्स कर सारूँ 12 वर्ष जदि 12 वर्ष फिक्स करी आम से परमुटेसन कमी आम टे आर गणितिक हिसाब को जीवा गणित जोड़ाई बाटर अग्रगति हुए गोटे हूँ एपी गोटे हूँ जीपी जियोमेट्रिकल प्रोग्रेसन गोटे हूँ एरिथमेटिक प्रोग्रेसन अच्छी एरिथमेटिक प्रोग्रेसन गले आम थकी पड़ी पारू जदि आम पाखे सोर्स अच्छी आम पाखे समस्त शक्ति अच्छी जियोमेट्रिकल प्रोग्रेसन रे आमे जीवा जे 3 वर्ष भितर आमे सबु जमी की जलसेचन दे पारिबा कि ए विजन पेपर आमको तैयारी करने को पड़ो 3 वर्ष देले आमे रिजल्ट पाइबू 5 वर्ष रे 5th ईयर रे रिजल्ट पाइबू आमको अपेक्षा करने को पड़ो नहीं बा आमर आउर अधिक दुर्भाग्य को ठेली होगी जावाक पड़ो नहीं से आपण मान आगे कही रखे ये फर्मुलाटी ये व्यवस्थाटी एस इज इक्वल टू यूटी प्लस फास्ट हाफ एफ स्क्वायर ये फर्मुलाटी जदि नबा आमे जो टार्गेट आमे जो लक्ष्य करिथिबा आमे पूर्ण हो पार ये कृषि कथा ये आमको जमी भाव में कहले मुझे संपर्क में आपन को आउ गोटे छोटिया कथा मुझे कही रखे किसी कहीं खराब भावे ना अन्यथा विचार करेंगे ना सबुठारु बड़ कथा है गोटे एपाई कि आम मानसिक स्तर में गोटे इच्छा शक्ति गोटे योजना को नहीं कार्यकारी कर विचार रहा उचित अंकटी तो कहीदेली फर्मुलाटी तो कहला किंतु इच्छा शक्ति रखापी से सुभाष बोस जो ଆପଣ ଜାଣିଥାନ୍ତୁ ଯେ ଜବାହରଲାଲ ନେହେରୁ ନୁହନ୍ତି ସଂସ୍ଥା ଆମର ଯେଉଁ କୁହାଯାଉଛି ପ୍ଲାନିଂ ବା ଯୋଜନାର ସଂସ୍ଥା ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ସୁଭାଷ ଚନ୍ଦ୍ର ବୋଷ। ସୁଭାଷ ଚନ୍ଦ୍ର ବୋଷଙ୍କୁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ପ୍ରସ୍ତାବ ମେଘନାଦ ସାହା ଦେଲେ ଯେ ଆମେ ନୂଆ ଭାରତ ଗଢ଼ିବା ପାଇଁ ସମସ୍ତେ କହୁଛ, ତା ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ଯୋଜନା ତ କରିବ, କହିଲା ହେବ ନା ତାହେଲେ ଡାକନ୍ତୁ। ମେଘନାଦ ସାହା ଏବଂ ଆମର ବିଶ୍ୱେଶ୍ୱରୟା ଆମର ଆମର ଯେଉଁମାନେ ସବୁ ଇଞ୍ଜିନିୟର ଥିଲେ, ସେଠିକି କେଉଁ କାହାକୁ ଡକାଯାଇନଥିଲା। ପଲିଟିକାଲ ଲୋକ ହିସାବରେ ସୁଭାଷ ବୋଷଙ୍କୁ ଡକାଯାଉଥିଲା, କୁହାଗଲା ଯେ ଆପଣ ଚେୟାରମ୍ୟାନ୍ ହେବେ। ସେ କହିଲେ, ସେ ଜାଣିଗଲେଣି ତାଙ୍କ ଭାଗ୍ୟ କ'ଣ ହେବ, ସେ କହିଲେ ଜବାହରଲାଲ ନେହେରୁଙ୍କୁ କର। ସୋ ସେତେବେଳେ ସେ ରହିଥିଲେ, ତାପରେ ପ୍ରଫେସର ଯୋଗ ଦେଲେ। ମୁଁ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ କହି ରଖେ, ଆଜି ଦିନରେ ଯୋଜନାକାରୀଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ କେଉଁ ପ୍ରଫେସର ନାହାନ୍ତି। ଆଜି ଦିନରେ ଯୋଜନାକାରୀଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ ଆପଣ ଲକ୍ଷ୍ୟ କରିବେ କେଉଁ ସାଇଣ୍ଟିଷ୍ଟ ବୈଜ୍ଞାନିକ ନାହାନ୍ତି। ଯେଉଁ ଭାବରେ ବୈଜ୍ଞାନିକ ଥିଲେ ମେଘନାଦ ସାହା ଥିଲେ ବା ବିଶ୍ୱେଶ୍ୱରୟା ଥିଲେ ବା ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ସାଇଣ୍ଟିଷ୍ଟ ମାନେ ଥିଲେ, ଅନ୍ୟ ବଡ଼ ବଡ଼ ସାଇଣ୍ଟିଷ୍ଟ ଥିଲେ, ସେ ନାହାନ୍ତି। ବା ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଷ୍ଟାଟିଷ୍ଟିକାଲ ଅଫିସର ମାନେ ଯିଏ ଥିଲେ ସବୁଠାରୁ ଗଣିତିକ ହିସାବରେ ଯିଏ ବଡ଼ ଧୁରନ୍ଧର ଥିଲେ ମହାଲନବିଶ, ସେ ବି ଆଜି ଦିନରେ ଯୋଜନାରେ ନାହାନ୍ତି। ଆଜି ଯୋଜନା ପୁରାପୁରି କରାୟତ ହେଉଛି ବ୍ୟୁରୋକ୍ରାଟମାନଙ୍କ ହାତରେ। ଯେଉଁମାନେ ଦିଲ୍ଲୀର ଅମରାତନ୍ତ୍ର, କାରଣ ସେ ଯୋଜନାଟାକୁ ଭାଙ୍ଗି ଦିଆଗଲା, ବୋର୍ଡ଼ଟାକୁ କମିଶନକୁ ଭାଙ୍ଗି ଦିଆଗଲା, ଏଠି ଯୋଜନା ବୋର୍ଡ଼କୁ ଭାଙ୍ଗି ଦିଆଗଲା। ଏଣୁ ମୋର ପ୍ରଥମ କଣ୍ଡିସନ୍ ହେଉଛି ଆମେ ଯାହା କହୁଛେ, କଥା କହୁଛେ, 12 ବର୍ଷ ବା 14 ବର୍ଷ ବା 10 ବର୍ଷ ଭିତରେ ପାଳନ କରିବା, ଆକୁ ହାସଲ କରିବା, ଫର୍ମୁଲା ଥୋଇବା, ସେଥିରେ ଏକ୍ଜିକ୍ୟୁଟ୍ କରୁଥିବା ଲୋକମାନଙ୍କୁ ଛାଡ଼ିକିରି ଚିନ୍ତନ କରୁଥିବା। ମୋର ଟିକେ ଟପିକ୍ ବଡ଼ ହେଇଯାଉଛି, ଭାଷଣ ବହୁତ ବଡ଼ ହେଇଗଲାଣି, ଏତିକିରୁ ସରି ଆସିବ କୁହାହେଲାଣି। ମୁଁ ତାକୁ ସଂକ୍ଷେପରେ କହିଦେବି, ଆଉ ଟିକେ କମେଇ ଦେଉଛି, ସବୁଯାକ କମେଇଦେବି, କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ନାହିଁ। କାରଣ ମୁଁ ଏ ସମ୍ପର୍କରେ ଅନେକ ଚଟି ବହି ସବୁ ଲେଖିକିରି ବଜାରରେ ଛାଡ଼ିଛି ଯେ ସରକାରଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ପହଞ୍ଚୁ ବୋଲି। ମୋର ଭାଷଣ ଦେବାର କୌଣସି ଆବଶ୍ୟକତା ନଥାନ୍ତା ଯଦି ମୁଁ ସବୁଯାକ ଚଟି ବହି ମୁଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ଆଣିକରି ଏଠି ଥୋଇଥାନ୍ତି। ଯେତେ ବହି ମୁଁ ତିଆରି କରିଛି, ଏ ସମ୍ପର୍କରେ କହିଛି ଲୋକଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ, ମାନେ ସରକାରଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ, ସେ ସବୁଗୁଡ଼ିକ ବହି ମୋ ପାଖରେ ନାହିଁ ଏଠି। କିନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ ତାକୁ ଥୋଇ ଦେଇଥିଲେ ମୋ ଭାଷଣ ଜମା ହେଇନଥାନ୍ତା। ଆପଣ ଯଦି ପିଲାଏ ନେଇପାରିବେ, ଯୋଜନା ସ୍ୱରାଜ୍ୟ ପଥେ ନିଜକୁ କେତେ ଭାବରେ ଆଣିପାରିବା, ମୁଁ ତାକୁ ଏ ପ୍ରକାର ବହି ସବୁ ପ୍ରସ୍ତୁତ କରିଛି। ଏଠି କେହି ଶୁଣିବାକୁ ନାହାନ୍ତି, ଏ ରାଜ୍ୟରେ କେହି ଶୁଣନ୍ତି ନାହିଁ। ଏ ରାଜ୍ୟରେ ଶୁଣିବାକୁ ଥିଲେ ଆମ ଦୁର୍ଭାଗ୍ୟ, ଆମେ 10 ଜଣଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ ଗୋଟାଏ ରାଜ୍ୟ କ'ଣ କହିବା? 3ଟା ରାଜ୍ୟ ଭିତରେ ଆମେ କୌଣସି ଗୋଟିଏ କୃଷି ସବଜେକ୍ଟରେ ଆମେ ଆଜି ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ସେଲ୍ଫ ସଫିସିଏଣ୍ଟ ନହୁଁ, ବା 1 ନମ୍ବର ବା 2 ନମ୍ବର ବା 3 ନମ୍ବରରେ ନାହୁଁ। ଗୋଟିଏ କୌଣସି ସବଜେକ୍ଟରେ କୃଷିର ଆମେ 3 ଜଣଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ, ପ୍ରଥମ 3 ରାଜ୍ୟ ଭିତରେ ନାହୁଁ। ଆଜି ଦିନରେ ଦୁଃଖର ସହିତ କହିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ୁଛି। ଏଣୁ 10 ଜଣଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ ରାଜ୍ୟରେ ପ୍ରବେଶ କରିବା 36 ମସିହାକୁ ଜମା ହେଇପାରିବ ନାହିଁ ଯଦି ଆପଣ ସଠିକ୍ ମାର୍ଗରେ ନ ଯାଆନ୍ତି, ଯେଉଁ ମାର୍ଗରେ ଚାଲିଥିଲେ ସେଇଥିରେ ଚାଲିଲେ। ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ କଥାଟା ହେଉଛି, ଆମ ପାଖରେ ଖାଲି ଟିକେ ଟିକେ କହିଦେଉଛି, ଆମ ପାଖରେ ଅନେକ ରିସୋର୍ସ ଅଛି। ମୁଁ ଏବେ ଯାଇକରି କୋରାପୁଟର ଅନେକ ଅଞ୍ଚଳ ବୁଲିକି ଆସିଛି। ମୁଁ ଏପଟେ ବାଲେଶ୍ୱରର ମଧ୍ୟ ଅନେକ ଅଞ୍ଚଳ, ବାଲେଶ୍ୱର ଠାରୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଦୀଘା ଠାରୁ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିକି ଗୋପାଳପୁର ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ସମୁଦ୍ର କୂଳକୁ ବୁଲିକି ଆସିଲି। ଗୋଟେ ଯାଇଥିଲି ଗୋଟେ ଦେଖିବା ପାଇଁକି ଟୁରିଜିମ୍ର କ'ଣ। ଆମ ପାଖରେ ଅନେକ ସୌଭାଗ୍ୟ, ଆମର ସବୁଠାରୁ ବଡ଼ ସୌଭାଗ୍ୟ ଆମକୁ ପ୍ରକୃତି ଦତ୍ତ ଦେଇଛି, ଆମକୁ ଟୁରିଜିମ୍ ବା ଆମେ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟବେକ୍ଷକଙ୍କୁ ଆଣିବା, ଯେଉଁଥିରେ ବାହାରୁ ପଇସା ଆଣିପାରିବା। ଆପଣମାନେ ମନେ ରଖିଥାନ୍ତୁ, ଭାରତବର୍ଷରେ 2ଟି ରାଜ୍ୟ ସବୁଠାରୁ ଅଗ୍ରଣୀ, ତାଙ୍କର କିଛି ଆୟ ଆଉ ନାହିଁ, କେବଳ ମିନେରାଲ ରିସୋର୍ସେସ୍ କିଛି ଗୋଆର ଅଛି, କେରଳର କିଛି ନାହିଁ। କିନ୍ତୁ କେରଳର ଟୁରିଜିମ୍ ଆଉ କେରଳରେ ବାହାର କରୁଥିବା କାମ, ହ୍ୟୁମାନ୍ ରିସୋର୍ସେସ୍, କେରଳକୁ 1 ନମ୍ବର ରାଜ୍ୟ କରି ରଖିଛନ୍ତି ସାରା ଭାରତବର୍ଷରେ। ସାରା ଭାରତବର୍ଷରେ 1 ନମ୍ବର ରାଜ୍ୟ କେରଳ ହିଁ ଅଛି। ଏକଥା ଏଇଥିପାଇଁ କି ତା'ର 2ଟି କମ୍ପୋନେଣ୍ଟ ଖୁବ୍ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରଙ୍ଗ। ଏ ବର୍ଷ ଯେଉଁ ବଜେଟ୍ ପ୍ରକାଶ ପାଇଛି, ଦିଆଯାଉଛି, ସେଥିରେ କୁହାଯାଇଛି ଯେ ଆମେ ଏଇ 10ଟି ଉପରେ ଗୁରୁତ୍ୱ ଦେଉଛୁ। ଦୁର୍ଭାଗ୍ୟର ସହିତ ସେଥିରେ ଟୁରିଜିମ୍ର ନାହିଁ, ଟୁରିଜିମ୍ ବିଷୟରେ ସମ୍ପର୍କିତ ନାହିଁ। ଯଦି ଆମେ ଟୁରିଜିମ୍ଟିକୁ ସଜାଡ଼ି ଦିଅନ୍ତେ ଏବଂ କେବଳ ମନ୍ଦିର ତିଆରି ନୁହେଁ, ମନ୍ଦିର ତିଆରି କରିକି ତାକୁ ରଙ୍ଗୀନ କରିଦେଲେ କାଉ ଟୁରିଷ୍ଟ ଆଜି ଆସ, କାରଣ ସେ ମନ୍ଦିରକୁ କୌଣସି ଟୁରିଷ୍ଟ ଆସନ୍ତି ନାହିଁ। ମନ୍ଦିର ଟୁରିଷ୍ଟକି ଡାକେ, ମନ୍ଦିରକୁ ତିଆରି କରି ସଜେଇ ହେଇକି ଡାକେ ନାହିଁ। ସେ ଯଦି ଥିବ ପାହାଡ଼ ଉପରେ ଗୋଟେ କେଉଁ ଜାଗାରେ ଥିବ, ଲୋକେ ଜାଣିବେ ସେ ହୁକୁମ ଦିଆଯାଉଛି ଏବଂ ସେଠିକାର ଠାକୁର ବଳ ପ୍ରତ୍ୟକ୍ଷ ଦେବ ବା ପ୍ରତ୍ୟକ୍ଷ ଦେବୀ, ତାହେଲେ ଲୋକେ ବହୁ କଷ୍ଟ କରି ସେଠିକି ଯାଆନ୍ତି। ସେ ଖୋଜନ୍ତି ନାହିଁ, ରାସ୍ତା ବି ଖୋଜନ୍ତି ନାହିଁ। ଦୁର୍ଭାଗ୍ୟର କଥା, ଆମ ଟୁରିଷ୍ଟକୁ ଆକୃଷ୍ଟ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଆମେ ଆମ ମନ୍ଦିରକୁ ସଜଉଛୁ, ଅଥଚ मंदिर पाखे थिबा पोखरी मु आपन समस्त कहि रखे ता भितर प्रशंसा भी करुछि आपण जाजपुर जिबे आपण जाजपुर जिबे बिरजांक क्षेत्र रे गोटे पोखरी अछि कुसुमा पोखरी आपण देखिकरी कुसुमा पोखरी के आसिले भाबिबे जे एपरी सौभाग्य मध्य ओडिसा रे हेई पारे सारा ओडिसा रे बिछे ही पड़िछि 460टी सेही पोखरी ठारू बड़ पोखरी अवस्था पड़िक रही कि गुड़िक विभाग अंडर रे रेवेन्यू अंडर रे केते फॉरेस्ट अंडर रे जा अंडर सब पड़िक रही एवं आंकर आपणकर जो मालकानगिरी कलेक्टर घर पाख घर सामने दुटा सेम ताठू बड़ बड़ पोखरी पड़िक रही असना मसना होकर लोक मैंने परिमल व्यवस्था से करने को जाऊँच देखिकी आसी बेसी दिन तलर नुहे तेणु से दृष्टि आमको संकल्प नवाक हम आमर इच्छा शक्ति को संगत करने को हम संगठित करने को हम से अनुसार करने को हम एवं से समय गोटे रिसोर्स को आप भूलीगले एगुड़ा सब करें से कहते पूर्व सेसन रे मिनराल रिसोर्सेस आपणकर जोटा प्रकृति तले रखी माटी तले खोलिकी रखी माटी तले एकदम गात करके खोलिकी रखी जे यहाँ जो तोर विपद पड़ बापा माँ जमी घरे रखी था सिंधुक भितर खଣି भितर पोतिकी सब रखी था ताले तू से विपद बेले आपको खोजबू विपद नथिले संपद सृष्टि करने आपको खोजिले ताकू कह जाए कुलांगार बोलिकी मो भाषा कारण ये पाखे पैसा रखईदेव ना बापार पैसा थिला जमीदार थिला तो पूर्व थिला ये खाई उड़ेदेव सब यही जो कथा सी से कौन कर ऊपर फॉरेस्ट अपर्याप्त संपत्ति पकईकी रखी फॉरेस्ट अपर्याप्त संपत्ति समुद्र भितर पड़ी रही आमर 450 किलोमीटर समुद्र पथ रही समुद्र रही पड़ी रही अपर्याप्त संपत्ति आमर कृषि भित्तिक संपत्ति रही अपर्याप्त संपत्ति आमर मनीष भित्तिक संपत्ति रही आम जदि तारी उपरे कनसेंट्रेट करूँ ताकू नहीं आम समस्त योजना प्रस्तुत करूँ एवं योजनार समय धार्य करूँ योजना अर्थर एत आवश्यकता नहीं जदि आम एगुड़िक सठिक भाव में निर्णय करूँ 2036 बेलू मु निश्चित जे आम गोटे नुआ स्वप्न नुहे नुआ विजन आम पाखे आसी जो थे आम गर्व करी कहि पारुथुबा जे आम सबसे सबुठारु बड़ एवं वी कैन आम पारिबा एवं आम सबुठारु बड़ हो पारिबु ए कथा सेतबेलू आम कहवाई प्रस्तुति अंतत मो मन भितर हेइथिबो मु आशा करी कहीं ना आज दिन में यही गोटे सब्जेक्ट एपरी एक व्यापक सब्जेक्ट जे एथे मुझे कहि आउ दुई जन विज्ञ वक्ता ये अच्छा कण शुणा आम मुझे ये मोर बंद करने को चेष्टा करुच्ची बाध्य तो हूँ चेष्टा करूना बाध्य हूँ जे ये व्यवस्था आम करिपारिबा आम ओडिशा को एक पूर्ण समृद्ध वित्तशाली राज्य एवं जोठू रप्तानी करवा आमर समस्त दुर्भाग्य को मेंटेकरी आमर जहाँ आवश्यकता तार ताकू मेंटेकरी आम पड़ोशी को सपोर्ट देकर साहाय्य करी विदेश को रप्तानी करिपारिबा जो आम जो कथा अतीत दिने करूँ जो आमर ख्याति अच्छी इतिहास ख्याति अच्छी से कथा आपको आम पिला नहीं पहुँचे पारिबा जदि वास्तव में आम एगुड़ को सशक्त करवा एवं प्रत्येक मनीष को सब तैयारी कला बेले ताकू सशक्त करवा तार स्वास्थ्य तार शिक्षा आ उपरे गुरुत्व देकरी ताकू प्रस्तुत करवा कारण स्वास्थ्य जदि जहाँ कहुच्छी बॉडी मास इंडेक्स जदि आप तार बॉडी मास इंडेक्स को न सजाड़े BMI को न सजाड़े पिलाटिकर माने सुस्थ मनीष तैयारी न करेंगे आपड़ जिते हकी खेल से करूँ आज्ञा समय क्षमा करेंगे मत आपड़ जिते हकी खेल करूँ आपणकर स्टामिना ओडिशा पिलांकर स्टामिना तैयारी न पर्यंत केवल सुंदरगढ़ से जो आदिवासी पिला जहाँ मानकर से स्टामिना आप केते बाट जीवे ताही आपन को जना मत कि से विषय जना ना कारण आदि से स्टामिना अच्छी से पहाड़ मूलक निजे तैयारी होती निजको निजे तैयारी करते किसी बाहर कर आसीपारती किंतु आपण पूरी भुवनेश्वर जहाँ खेल देखातु जेते रंगीन करूँ आपणकर जदि बॉडी मास इंडेक्स जदि स्वास्थ्यगत कारण तैयारी न हुए कहीं पिला बाहर ना आपणकर शिक्षागत योग्यता अच्छी बहुत पिलांकर योग्य अच्छा आम पिला माने बहुत बाहर बहुत बढ़िया काम कर आम समस्ते आप जानते आम भी जाचे किंतु पिला मानकर शिक्षागत योग्यता को जदि आम निजर सरकारी भाव में आम दायित्व भाव में आम न नहीं आपको बेपारी मान हाथ में जमी टेकी देचु दिन को दिन आहुरी अधिक अधिक बेपारी हाथ को टेकी दे बेपार को आणिक आम आम चेयरमैन कराऊ आम शिक्षा व्यवस्थार मुख्य आधार करो ताले सेथिरे किछि आमर भाग्य बदलिब नाही ए दुर्भाग्य जीव नाही सौभाग्य आसीब नाही ए कथा मध्य मन रखि थांतु किंतु ता विरुद्ध रे ताकू सजाड़ी किरी आमको आगो को आगेवा को पड़िबो आमे समस्ते ए समस्ते विज्ञान सम्मत साइंस आमे भाबुचे हारी जाइछे मैथमेटिक्स गणित रे परमुटेशन कम्बिनेशन अच्छी अनेक एकर सकर करी आमे गणना करी ताकू मध्य गोटे गोटे स्तर आमे पार करिथाउ मु आशा करी आम पाखरे से ताकत विद्या ज्ञान अनेक पाखरे आम पाखरे अच्छी आमे ताकू यूटिलाइज करिबा आमे ताकू विजन पेपर सजाड़ला बेले ताकू सामना को आनिबा एवं आमे न्यूटन्सकर से विज्ञान सम्मत आईनटी को नहीं जेते पोटेंशियल एनर्जी अच्छी काइनेटिक एनर्जी पोटेंशियल एनर्जी दीटा गोटे स्थिर अवस्था ताको आमे चलचंचल करने जो उद्यम ता जदि करिपारिबा ताले अनेक शक्तिर आमे अधिकारी हो पारिबा एति कहि मु वक्तव्य शेष करछु धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर ए सबु सत्वे सर आपण आशावादी आपण शोषण मुक्त ओडिशार स्वप्न देखुचंती निश्चित भाव में 2036 मसीह राज्यर दादन श्रमिकर कहानी बदलिब सर आगामी पीढ़ी आंध्र उपरे कदली माछ बा अंडा पाई निर्भरशील हेब नाही आमे आशा करूछंती सबु चाषींकर कोबी तोड़ा हब कियारी रे ट्रैक्टर चलनी आमे आशा करूछंती सर कृषिर निश्चित भाव में उन्नति हब ओडिशार विकास हब एवं 2036 मसीह आगामी पीढ़ी पाई अपेक्षाकृत भल ओडिशा आमे देई परिबा। वर्तमान मु आमर द्वितीय पैनलिस्ट श्रीजुक्त सौम्यरंजन पट्टनायक सार को अनुरोध करुच्ची आज्ञा सर तांकर वक्तव्य रखिबा पई।
जय जगन्नाथ समस्त को नमस्कार। आजर ये द्वितीय सम्पान सभापति महोदय जो कार्यक्रम जो कथाटी को आमको प्रथम कहवा कथा से कहले ना जहाँफल टिके छोटिया असुविधा होचे से कथाटी है जे एभली एक पैनल केते समय धरी चलिबो से वक्ता मान को केते समय दियाजिबो एवं श्रोता मान एथिरे किछि अधिकार प्रश्नोत्तर अच्छी कि नाही जहाँकि आम साधारणतः प्राय अन्य आलोचना चक्र मानकरे देखि थाउ जहाँफल कि आमर पंचानन बाबू को से सूचना नथिबा दृष्टि टिके असुविधा सम्मुखीन होगा पड़ा से अधिक समय नेले तथापि आहरी अनेक कथा बाकी रहीगला तेणु 15 मिनिट भितर जदि आप समय दौरान से आमे जो माने पुराणा कालिया अध्यापक 15 मिनिट किसी कहवा अवस्था न था प्रारंभिक सूचना ही से सरी जाए किंतु मु 15 मिनिट रु अधिक समय आदौ देवी बंधुगण आमको जो विषय वस्तु दि जाइए आपण कौन भाविकी पैनलिस्ट मान को चयन करते मुझे जाने ना एक पक्षरे मते अन्य पक्षरे तथात बाबू को मझे पंचानन बाबू को ओडिशा रे देखिले भिन्न भिन्न दृष्टिकोण ताको विचार करा जिवो असल विषयटी हुए तो हजि जाई पारे 2036 मसीहा बेलू ओडिशार अवस्था कौन थिबो से संपर्क रे आलोचना करने पूर्वर 2036 मसीहा बेलू ओडिशा को 100 वर्ष होतबो सतायु ओडिशार स्वास्थ्य किपरि थिबो से विषय रे चिंता कला बेले आउ 88 वर्षर ओडिशा वर्तमान आउ 12 वर्ष 13 वर्ष पर 100 वर्षर ओडिशा हब 88 वर्षटी किपरि बीतीची से संपर्क में मध्य गोटे छोटिया आलोचनार आवश्यकता रही मु जदूर जानुची 88 वर्षर ओडिशा संपर्क में 30-40 वर्ष तलू जो आलोचना होता वर्तमान हो नहीं गोटे आलोचना थिला जे ओडिशा रे गोटे धनी राज्य रे गरीब लोक माने रहउछन ये गोटे जेनेरिक स्टेटमेंट भलिया कहा जाउथला ओडिशा रे को धनी कहा जाउछ इतपई जो विषय रे पंचानन बाबू खूब भल भाव में तांकर वक्तव्य रखिचंती हमर भूई तले जतिकी संपत्ति भूई ऊपर सेतिकी संपत्ति भूई कर रे मध्य सेमती संपत्ति 480 किलोमीटर बेलाभूमि एवं खनिज संपद रे भर्ती एवं भूमि उपरे आमर जो जंगल संपद थिला तार तुलना नहीं आमर जंगल जमती थिला घन जंगल शालमंजी भी से मत आमको बहुत आम अर्थनीति को राजनीति को बहुत दिन पर्यंत नियंत्रण कला केन्दुपत्र मध्य बहुत दिन पर्यंत आम राजनीति को आम भूलीगले चलो ना जे केन्दुपत्र ठिका जी पाऊला से ओडिशा राजनीति को नियंत्रण करूला शालमंजीर ठिका माड़गोड़ लगुला राजनैतिक व्यक्ति मान स्वार्थ से थिला तेणु जंगल एवं आज खनिज पदार्थ से भूमिका अवतीर्ण होती बेलाभूमिटी को जो भाव में विनियोग करने कथा 480 किलोमीटर बेलाभूमि को आम हुएत करना एत संपद थाई कहीं ओडिशार लोक मैंने गरीब ए संपर्क में साधारणतः बहुत गुड़े प्रश्न करा जाए गरीब ओडिशा विषय रे आलोचना कला बेलू दुईटी कथा पुणी परवर्ती समय कह जाउथला ओडिशा रे राजनैतिक स्थिरता नहीं राजनैतिक स्थिरता नथिबारु एते संपद थाई मध्य आमे तार उपयुक्त विनियोग करि पारुना बा विकास प्रक्रिया को जो ढंग रे नेबा कथा ता नहीं पारुना तो राजनैतिक स्थिरता सबुठारु बड़ विपत्ति बोली आमे भाबुथिले किंतु आमे जदि देखिबा 1980 मसीहा परठारु प्रचंड राजनैतिक स्थिरता अछि एते राजनैतिक स्थिरता बोधे आवश्यक नुहे बोली मु मन करे कारण एते आगुरु स्थिरता नथिला बोली विकास होई पारु नथिला वर्तमान एते स्थिरता जे अनेक कहलेनी एते स्थिरता हेले मध्य विकास हेबा एते सहज नुहे एकपाखिया सब हो जाउची राजनैतिक स्थिरता दृष्टि आपण विचार कले 1980 मसीहारू 10 वर्ष कांग्रेस स्थिर सरकार रहिला तापरे बिजू बाबूंकर 5 वर्षर स्थिर सरकार ये है 15 वर्ष तापरे वर्तमान 20-22 वर्ष धरी गोटे निरवच्छिन्न राजनैतिक स्थिरता अच्छी तेणु से जुक्ति आउ राजनैतिक स्थिरता संपर्क में कही हब नहीं राजनैतिक स्थिरता कथा विचार कला बेलू विकास प्रक्रिया रे ओडिशा कहीं आगो नहीं आउ गोटे प्रश्न मते आंदोलित करे जो जो विकास योजना गुड़िक आमर आम सफल ही नहीं बोली आम भावुचु 1980 मसीहा परठारु ओडिशार विकास प्रक्रिया रे प्राय गोटे जिनस आम मन को आंदोलित कर रखी जे आम ये खनिज संपद को वैल्यू एडिशन करी जदि व्यवहार न करिबा ताहले ओडिशार सामूहिक अग्रगति हो पारिबो नै सेथिपई आपण मन रखिथिबे जे राउरकेला परे द्वितीय इस्पात कारखाना प्राय अधिकांश नेता मानकर स्वप्न थिला एबे भी मोर मन अछि कांथबाड़र लेखा आइथिबो बिजू बाबूंकर आंगुली देखई द्वितीय इस्पात कारखाना मोर स्वप्न तापर जानकी बाबू जिते आसिले से कहले दीटा कौन मु 5टा इस्पात कारखाना करी ओडिशा रे एतिकी संभावना अच्छी एबे आम सरकार केते जे इस्पात कारखाना पाई एमयू कलेनी सते जेपरी इस्पात कारखानाटी हो गले ये गोटे आमको मानसिक भ्रम हो पारे इस्पात कारखानाटी हो गले विकास प्रक्रियाटी त्वरान्वित हम आम जिते छात्र थी मो राउरकेलार छात्र से गोटे कथा कह जाऊला है तो है नहले राउरकेला है तो है नहले राउरकेला कहवा पछरे एति उद्देश्य थिला यदि आमर एते परिमाण रे गोटे लुहा कारखाना करने अनुकूल परिवेश अच्छी यदि सेतिकी परिमाण रे आमे विनियोग करी आउ गोटे लुहा कारखाना करदेबा ताहले राउरकेला भली गोटे निजुक्तिर क्षेत्र हो एवं जदि अनेक गुड़े लुहा कारखाना हम प्रबल निजुक्ति मिलिबो एवं आपण माने जदि राउरकेलार सामाजिक परिस्थिति को लक्ष्य करिथिबे राउरकेलार ओडिशा रे एभली कोनोसी जिल्ला नाही जो जिल्लार लोक माने से कारखाना रे काम करू नाहंती आ सब जिल्ला को नहीं सेठी गोटे सामाजिक अनुष्ठान मध्य तैयारी हो जाइए किंतु इस्पात जमी बिजू बाबू द्वितीय इस्पात कारखाना रहीगले एवं पांचटी इस्पात कारखाना हो पारला ना एवं एत गुड़े इस्पात कारखाना हो गले भी जे आम सबकि पाइबा किंतु सही इस्पात कारखानार स्वप्न को नहीं मोर गोटे छोटिया प्रश्न ओडिशा रे जो माने विकास संपर्क में आलोचना कर राजनीति संपर्क में आलोचना कर इस्पात कारखाना बड़ प्रोजेक्ट गुड़िक कहीं सफल हो पारु नाही आपणकर पोस्को प्रोजेक्ट जहाँ को सबुठारु बड़ प्रोजेक्ट बोली कह जाउथला 50,00,000 कोटी टंकार विनियोग में सेटा तैयारी करा जाई थांता पोस्को प्रकट हो पारला नहीं एठी मोर प्रश्न हला ए संपर्क में आलोचना हो नहीं रिसर्च हो नहीं प्रचंड जनमत पाई मध्य जो अंचल प्रचंड जनमत मिलूची मैंडेट बोली जहाँ को आम कहूँ से अंचल विकास प्रक्रिया रे से जनमत को कहीं व्यवहार करा जाई पारुना यथा पारादीप अंचल रे जदि गोटे लौह शिल्पर प्रतिष्ठा करने सरकार योजना अनुसार पोस्को आसला पारादीप अंचल आप बहुत भोट पाइले अनेक समर्थन पाइले आपण भोट पाइला बेलू लोकंर भोटी विकास बेलू कहीं व्यवहार हो पारुना पॉलिटिकल मैंडेट इज नॉट बीइंग यूज्ड फॉर डेवलपमेंटल प्रोसेस वाय से लोक जो मैंने आपण को भोट दौरान से मैंने कहीं आपण को योजना को विरोध करुँच तेणु आमर योजनार आकलन योजनार रूपरेख तैयारी करिबारे आम भितर कोठी गोटे असुविधा निश्चित भाव में अच्छी ए प्रश्नर गोटे समाधान सूत्र बाहर करने को पड़ो ओडिशा विषय रे आउ गोटे कथा जेहेतु मो राजनीति विज्ञान छात्र एवं आम राजनीति रे अच्छु मते जो कथाटी को नहीं मु बेसी आंदोलित राजनीतिक दल परिभाषा आम साधारणतः करिथाउ जे राजनीति एक रु अधिक लोक एका दुई रु अधिक लोक एकाठी हेले गोटे सिद्धांत को अपणाइले एवं लोकों पाई किछि करबा को गले राजनीतिक क्षमता पाई यदि चेष्टा करथुबे ताले से दलटी गोटे राजनीतिक दलर परिभाषा पाइब एवं राजनीतिक दलर परिभाषा हुए तो निर्वाचन जितिबा गोटे एकमात्र कार्य नुहे निर्वाचन जितवा है प्रथम कार्य किंतु सारा भारत में आपण मैंने लक्ष्य करुवे सबू राजनैतिक दल मानकर बर्तमान मुख्य लक्ष्य हो जाउची केमिति निर्वाचन जितिबा गोटे निर्वाचन दिशा सारिबा परे पुणी आर निर्वाचन पई प्रस्तुति पर्व आरंभ हो जाउची एटा सबू बर्तमान गुजरात रे बर्तमान मध्य एई नगद सरीची सेथि मध्य निर्वाचन प्रक्रिया आरंभ हो गलानी ओडिशा रे मध्य आमे समस्त कहवा को आरंभ कलेनी जे बर्तमान मध्य आमे निर्वाचन मूड को आसवा को आरंभ कलुनी जेतेबेले गोटे सबु बेले गोटे राजनैतिक दल क्षमतासीन हैला परे यदि आउ थे किपरि जितिब सेइथिपाई सब कथा चिंता शयने सपने जागरण करिबो तेणु सामग्रिक विकास पई जो अनासक्त आलोचनार आवश्यकता अच्छी जो कथाटी कहते जे जो मानकु नेकी योजना करने कथा जो मानकर इनपुट नेले आमर विकास प्रक्रियाटी अधिक वस्तुवादी हम ग्राउंड रियलिटी सहित संपर्क रहिबो से संपर्क रे आमर टिके असुविधा होची राजनैतिक प्रक्रिया रे आमे सब बेले निर्वाचन जितवाटा को बेसी प्राधान्य दौचु द्वितीय कथा है एते परिमाण रे निर्वाचन जितवाटा आमर पई आवश्यक ही पड़ी एकमात्र कार्य है आम व्यवस्था भितर डेसिमेशन ऑफ मेनी इंस्टीट्यूशंस आम व्यवस्था भितर जातीय स्तर में मध्य अधिकांश अनुष्ठान अवक्षयटा आमको सबुठारु बेसी बाधुची आम भी तो भावुचु विकास सहित ए प्रकार अनुष्ठान अवक्षयर कौन संपर्क नाही आपण सुप्रीम कोर्ट को सबुठारु बड़ अनुष्ठान बोली भावुचंती हाईकोर्ट को मध्य वर्तमान बड़ अनुष्ठान बोली आपण जदि भाविबे आम गणतांत्रिक व्यवस्था रे सुप्रीम कोर्ट रे विचारक माने ट्रेड यूनियन वाला जी आंदोलन करुनथिले जज माने रास्ता को जाइए आंदोलन कले प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कले सुप्रीम कोर्ट ठीक चालू नहीं बोली कहगला परवर्ती समय कौन देखागला जो मान भर आंदोलन करुले से मुख्य विचारपति है पुणी जा राज्यसभा बसीचंती तेणु तांकर आंदोलन पछरे सुप्रीम कोर्ट जे ठीक चालू ना एवं अवश्य किसी नुआ जजर सुपारिश जहाँ बहुत दिन पड़ रही आज खबर रही मोर कहबार कथा सुप्रीम कोर्ट कहतु हाईकोर्ट कहतु आमर अनुष्ठान पार्लियामेंट लोकसभा कहतु कि आसेम्बली कहतु आसेम्बली गुड़िक आगुरी जिते दिन धरी बसुला बर्तमान ताठू बहुत कम रे काम हो जाउची अनेक समय मन सन्देह आसूची विधानसभा कौन 60 दिन न बसिले चलता नहीं 5-7 दिन भितर तो हो जाउची सब तो गिलोटिन रे हो जाउची ସବୁ ତ ଯାହା କରିବେ ତ ଆପଣ କରିପାରୁଛନ୍ତି, ଅଯଥାରେ କାହିଁକି ଏତେ ଖର୍ଚ୍ଚାନ୍ତ ହେବା, ଏଇ ବିଧାନସଭାକୁ କାହିଁକି ଏତେ ଦିନ ଚଳେଇବା? ଗଣତାନ୍ତ୍ରିକ ବ୍ୟବସ୍ଥାର ଯେଉଁ ମୂଳ ମନ୍ତ୍ରଟି, ଦୁଇଟି ନିର୍ବାଚନ ଭିତରେ ଯଦି ଗଣତନ୍ତ୍ର କେଉଁଠି ବଞ୍ଚି ରହେ, ଏଇମାନଙ୍କ ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ ବଞ୍ଚି ରହେ। ଲୋକସଭାରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର 8 ଦିନ 10 ଦିନ ଆଗରୁ ତାକୁ ମୁଲତବୀ କରିଦିଆଯାଉଛି, କୌଣସି କ୍ଷତି ହେଉନାହିଁ, ସବୁ ଆଇନ ପାସ୍ ହେଇଯାଉଛି, ସବୁ ନିୟମ ତିଆରି ହେଇଯାଉଛି, ସବୁ ବ୍ୟବସ୍ଥା ହେଇପାରୁଛି, କିନ୍ତୁ ଏତେ ଦିନ ବିଧାନସଭା, ଏତେ ଦିନ ପାର୍ଲାମେଣ୍ଟ ବସିବାର ଆବଶ୍ୟକତା ପଡ଼ୁନାହିଁ, ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ପଚାରିବାକୁ ସୁଯୋଗ ମିଳୁନାହିଁ, କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ୍ ହେବାଟା ସଦାବେଳେ ବାତିଲ ହେଉଛି। ମୁଁ ଭାବେ ଗଣତନ୍ତ୍ର ଆଉ ଗଣତାନ୍ତ୍ରିକ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନର ଅବକ୍ଷୟ କହିଲେ ଏଇଟା ହିଁ ମୋ ବିଚାରରେ ବେଶୀ। ସବୁଠାରୁ ବଡ଼ କଥାଟି ହେଲା, ଯାହାକି ଆପଣଙ୍କ ବିକାଶ ପ୍ରକ୍ରିୟାକୁ କିଛି ପରିମାଣରେ ପ୍ରଭାବିତ କରୁଛି ବୋଲି ମୁଁ ଭାବୁଛି, ବିରୋଧୀ ଦଳର ଭୂମିକା ହିଁ ନାହିଁ। ଗୋଟିଏ ଗଣତାନ୍ତ୍ରିକ ବ୍ୟବସ୍ଥାରେ वी आर ऑल इन वन पार्टी सिस्टम। मोदी वर्तमान जहाँ चाहिए ताहा ही करिपारिबे, कारण तांकर बहुमत अच्छी, पार्लियामेंट बसवा भी दरकार नहीं। अनेक समय रे पार्लियामेंट बसिथिले भी सेथिरे विधेयक न आनी ताकू बातिल करी परवर्ती समय ऑर्डिनेंस आनी ताकू कार्यकारी करिवार नजीर मध्य अच्छी। मोर कहिबार कथा, गोटे सामाजिक सामूहिक व्यवस्था रे यदि विरोधी दलटी नथिबो, अन्य अनुष्ठान गुड़िक ठीक भाव में कम करुनथिबे, एमानंकर प्रभाव विकास प्रक्रिया उपरे जे किछि नाही एकथा कहि हबो नाही। मो विचार रे जेहेतु ए अनुष्ठान गुड़िक ठीक भाव में काम करू नांती, ओडिशा को देखला बेले आमे दीर्घ 25 वर्ष धरी गोटे स्थिर शासन से जहाँ इच्छा ताहा करि पारुचंती। विरोधी दलर एथिरे कोनोसी भूमिका ही नाही। मु विरोधी दलर भूमिका कहले विरोध करने कथा कहू नहीं, गोटे डायलॉग हो पारु नहीं। ओडिशार विकास पई कहाण दरकार से संपर्क रे गोटे सहमति तैयारी हो पारु नहीं। मु क्षमतार अच्छी, मु विकास कहले जहाँ बुझीबी आपण को ताकू मानिबा को ताकू बाध्य, कारण ओडिशार विकास पई मु जेते प्रतिबद्ध आउ बोधे कई नुहे। कारण राजनैतिक दल मानकर गोटे एभली चरित्र बाहरलानी जे मु जेते ओडिशावासी को भल पाए, मोठू बोधे आउ कई भल पाती ना। मो प्रति थिबा समर्थन निर्वाचन रे यदि सब कथारे मु विकास को जमीती जाने, मते लोक जेते भल पाती, मु जेते अधिक काम करि पारिबी बा मु जहाँ करि पारिबी, अन्य कहीं ताकू विकल्प रे करि पारिबे नाही। ये जो एक देश विकल्पर कौन व्यवस्था नहीं, यह आमर विकास प्रक्रिया को चिंता करने नुआ करी गढ़ापी आदौ आमको सुजोग देउना। बंधुगण, ओडिशार आउ गोटे बड़ विपद जहाँकि आम विकास प्रक्रिया को किसी परिमाण रे शिथिल करुच्ची, सेटा हला जहाँ को कहती आगुरी आम दादन श्रमिक कथा कहते। मो विचार रे गोटे फ्री मार्केट रे गोटे लेबर जदि गोटे फ्री मार्केट थी, आपन कौन जगह दादन श्रमिक कथा कही पारिबे नहीं। एठी जदि मु 230 टंका पाउची दिनोटे काम करवा 8 घंटा परिश्रम करी, मुझे तमिलनाडु को जाकि 400 टंका पाइबार संभावना सेठी मु देखुची, ताको आमे दादन बोली कहिबा ना अपॉर्चुनिटी बोली कहिबा? से श्रमिकटी बोली ताको आपण दादन कहउचंती। जो कंप्यूटर साइंस रे बीटेक करथिबा व्यक्तिटी जे टिके पुना पळई के अधिक रोजगार करूची बा जे अन्य राज्य को जाई अधिक रोजगार करूची, से गोटे एजुकेटेड दादन बोली आपण कहिबे ना कहिबे ना? टोटाली गोटे ब्रेन ड्रेन बोली जहाँ को आमे कहूतले, आपण तो एणे कहउचंती मो पो अमेरिका रे अछि और क्लासरूम रे आसिक पाठ पढ़ाउचंती कौन ना आमर ब्रेन ड्रेन हो गला, आम लोक मैंने चलीगले। ओडिशार गोटे विराट बड़ समस्या है विकास प्रक्रिया को त्वरान्वित करने जो लोकबलर आवश्यकता अच्छी, जो ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेस आवश्यकता अच्छी, जो स्किल आवश्यकता अच्छी, से स्किल गुड़िक प्रायतः ओडिशा बाहर को चली जाउछंती। इनडायरेक्टली आपण कहि पारंती ओडिशा रे सेमानकर स्किल को व्यवहार करी तांको निज इच्छा मुताबक नियुक्ति सृष्टि करिबारे आमे बोधे सफल हेई ना। किंतु आमे भाबू यदि भारतर विकास प्रक्रिया रे ओडिया माने अधिकरु अधिक भाग नेबे, ताहले सेटा ओडिशार मध्य गोटे गर्व और गौरव। ये द्वंद्वर आमको मुक्ति लाभ करने को पड़ो। किंतु एकथा सत जे ओडिशार अधिकांश शिक्षित वर्ग युववर्ग से माने प्राय ओडिशा बाहर बेसी परिमाण रे रहिचंती। ओडिशा भितरे से शिक्षित वर्ग मानकर सुजोग को आम जी विनियोग करने कथा ताहा करि पारुना। ए संपर्क में आमर शिक्षा व्यवस्थार गोटे विराट बड़ परिवर्तन आवश्यकता अच्छी। आम शिक्षा व्यवस्था संपर्क में उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी छिड़ाई से विषय कहवाटा निरापद नुहे, किंतु मोर कहवा कथा किंतु शिक्षा व्यवस्था संपर्क में आमर जो रिपोर्ट सब आसूची आम मास एजुकेशन संपर्क में जो प्रकार नियम करूँ के जानी कहीं विगत वर्ष मानक 20 वर्ष 30 वर्ष भितर आम शिक्षा व्यवस्था को पिला शिक्षा देवा अपेक्षा मास्टर मान को चाकरी देवारे बेसी विनियोग होती कहले अत्युक्ति हेब ना। केवल मास्टर मान को नियुक्ति देवा फल से परवर्ती काल में आप लक्ष्य करेंगे दलमत निर्विशेष गोटे इलेक्शन मेसिनरी हो साहाय्य करुँच सहयोग करुँच। शिक्षक मान दाबी सबुठ बड़ दाबी हो बर्तमान देखा देती जदिओ से 17-18 भाग में विभक्त कर दि जाइए, किंतु क्वालिटी ऑफ स्कूल एजुकेशन स्टिल रिमेन्स ए कंसर्न फॉर एवरी वन ऑफ अस। अष्टम श्रेणी पिला माने पंचम श्रेणी पाठ को आयत्त करि पारुनाहांती बोली असर रिपोर्ट कहूँ। ताले आपण जेते अंडा दियंतु, जेते गोलापी साइकेल दियंतु, जेते लैपटॉप दियंतु, जेते शिक्षक मान को नियुक्ति दे ये करंतु, यदि आमर ओडियार पंचम अष्टम श्रेणी पिलाटीए पंचम श्रेणी पाठ को आयत्त करि पारुना, अथच मश्रूमिंग ऑफ प्राइवेट एजुकेशन ए कथाटी आमको लोकों पाखे जितेबाला अधिक अधिक पैसा होची गोटे छोटिया रिक्सावालार पुओ कहूँ मो पु को इंग्लिश मीडियम रे पढ़ाती कि तार गोटे आस्पिरेसन एतिक रोचे जे से सरकारी स्कूल रे पाठ पढ़ले हुए तो ता पुओ जी सफल हवा कथा अन्य माने जमती सफल होती किए बांग्लोर जाए चाकरी कर देछि, किए जाई मद्रास रे अच्छी से माने भावुची जे मु बोधे इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल रे पाठ पढ़ले मो पुलाटी प्रतियोगिता रे अधिक समर्थ हेब सफल मण्डित करिवो। एई जो साधारण वर्ग रे जो गोटे छोटिया हीनमन्यता अच्छी से हीनमन्यता जो मु किंतु 14 मिनिट 15 सेकंड कही तेणु शिक्षा व्यवस्था को मध्य अनुरूप भाव में संस्कारित करिवार गोटे विराट बड़ चैलेंज यही 36 पूर्वर आमर अच्छी। 36 आसू वर्ष पर वर्ष आसव कालखंड को गणी किसी लाभ ना। बर्थडे एवरीडे इज ए न्यू डे, एवरीडे इज आवर बर्थडे बोली भावी आमको चलने को पड़ो। ओडिशा रे यही कथा गुड़ी को देखी जो प्रश्न गुड़िक मुझे उत्थापित कली से विषय में जदि परवर्ती काल में मोर प्रश्नर उत्तर आपण मानकर कार्यक्रम मिल आपण मैंने जहाँ चिंता करुँच जहाँ करुँच छात्र मैंने जहाँ करुँच सबुठार बेसी चिंताजनक कथा है कॉलेज यूनियन रो इलेक्शन आउ हेउना एक कथाटी अतीत कही मु बीजेडी तरफर प्रवक्ता हिसाब से कहूना कॉलेज गुड़िक यूनियन हवा फल राजनीतिक गणतांत्रिक व्यवस्था पाई ये गोटे थिला ट्रायल बा शिक्षा केंद्र राजनैतिक व्यवस्था पाई जो नेतृत्वर विकास हवा कथा ता छात्र अवस्था ही तैयारी हवा कथा जहाँकि कॉलेज यूनियन माध्यम तैयारी होता है सेगुड़िक नहला फल हठात आमर युवक मानू जो दायित्व दे दि जाऊँगी से जापारूना से कौन करेंगे गोटे संपादकर दायित्व कौन, गोटे प्रेसिडेंटर दायित्व कौन, गोटे ट्रेजरर दायित्व कौन, गोटे ड्रामाटिक सेक्रेटरी दायित्व कौन एसबू गोटे शिखबार कथा से कथा न शिखी से जिते राजनीति में प्रवेश करुँच जहाँ हवा कथा ता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। वंदे उत्कल जननी।
धन्यवाद सर। निश्चय सर ओडिशार विकास पई दृढ़ विरोधी दल नितांत आवश्यक एवं सरकारंकर एकमात्र लक्ष्य परवर्ती निर्वाचन जितवा नुहे। जदि यही दुईटी कथा आम पूरण करि पारंते ताहले हुए तो ओडिशार अभिवृद्धि हार अधिका होता। धन्यवाद सर। मु वर्तमान आमर तृतीय विशेषज्ञ श्रीजुक्त तथागत शतपथी सार को अनुरोध करुच्ची तांकर वक्तव्य रखिबा।
नमस्कार, प्रणाम, जोहार। ओडिशा इकोनॉमिक्स एसोसिएशन तरफ आज जो आलोचना करा जाउची सेथरे अध्यक्षता करछंती रेस्पेक्टेड प्रोफेसर महापात्र, पूर्वतन मंत्री श्री पंचानन कानूनगो महोदय, आम समस्तंकर परिचित विधायक एवं ओडिशार अन्यतम खबर कागज संवादर संपादक सौम्य रंजन बाबू, उपस्थित मो सम्मुखें ओडिशा पई चिंता करुथुबा एवं ओडिशार भविष्य किभली भाबरे तैयारी करा जाई पारिबो से विषय रे किछिटा समय दौथुबा भद्र महिला एवं भद्र व्यक्तिगण ये शेष कथाटी कहली कारण मु जहाँ देखुची ओडिशा रे आज बहुत कम लोक अछंती जो माने ओडिशा विषय रे भाबुछंती सते जेमती कहार समय नहीं जे आमे जो आज बंचीचे आमे जो माने आज एठी बसीचे स्टेज उपरे समस्तंकर बयस हेलानी समस्ते आमे भाबुचे आम पर पीढ़ी कौन पाइबे से माने को भली राज्य देखिबे जो राज्य को से माने भाबिबे जे आम बापा कि आम कका कि आम दादा यही राज्यटी आम पई कर देई गले तांकु आमे कौन दबु से चिंताटी करिवार समय मु भाबुची बहु आगुरु आसिलानी एवं मु गोटे दुईटी कथारे स्पष्ट बुझिलेनी जे वास्तव में कौन सी सरकार खाली ओडिशा कथा मु कहूनी कौन सी सरकार कौन सी जगह को उन्नत करि पारे नाही जो जगह आपण देखिबे लेस गवर्नेंस सेठी मोर डेवलपमेंट जिते सरकारी आंगुठी गेंजी हब जिते रेड टेपिज्म हब जिते आपणकर हविलदार शासन हब उन्नति सेतिकी पछुआ हब जिते आपण को सरकार तरफ रु कटकणा जारी करा जिवो सेथरे उन्नति धिमेई जिवो सरकार को सीमित करने कथा केवल पॉलिसीज रे राजनेता जो माने रहउछंती आमे समस्त तीन जन जाग अल्प बहुते किए सक्सेसफुल किए अनसक्सेसफुल किए खुशी नुह आमे समस्ते किछि किछिटा राजनीति रे रहिथिलु रहिचु एवं राजनीति टू दूरे जावाकू चेष्टा कले भी पंचानन बाबू को भली भद्र व्यक्ति को तांको मुंडटा छाड़ू नथिबो तांको लोक भी तांको छाड़ू नथिबे कारण मु सेटा मो जीवन रे बे देखुची सो राजनीति लोक जे खराब ता मु कहबेनी क्षमता को से जाबुड़ी धरिवार जो लोभटा ये लोभ आम समस्त भितर रही कहार जमी पाई लोभ रही कहार संपत्ति पाई लोभ रही कहार राजनैतिक क्षमता पाई ये लोभ रही सो सेटा को भी मु दोष देबिनी मुझे जो पार्लियामेंट रे चार थर जीतिकी गली से जिते बसे एवं पार्लियामेंट रो प्रोसीडिंग्स देखे से दीर्घ वर्ष भितर गोटे प्रश्न मु दुई थर उत्तर दवापाई बाध्य होइथिली थरे यूपीए 1 समय रे किछि कांग्रेस एमपी मते घेरिकी बसिले कहले अच्छा तथागत जी आप तो हिंदी रे कहले मो हिंदीटा भल नुह मैंने तार अर्थटा है जे आपण तो एते कथा कहउछंती पार्लियामेंट रे भारी बड़ बड़ कथा कहउछंती ओडिसा रु गोटे दुईटा स्वाधीनता संग्रामी ना कहले सब भाविली मु कहली कहा ना कहबी गोपबंधु का ना कहबी ना अन्य क्या ना कहबी कहा ना कहबी तापर मु ताकू प्रश्न पचारिली मु कहली स्वाधीनता काहाठू से मत कहले स्वाधीनता काहाठू माने ब्रिटिश मु कहली आपण आश्चर्य हेबे जानिकिरी जे मुगल मैप जदि देखिए भारत वर्षर मानचित्र देखिए मुगल मानचित्र से ओडिशा नथिला सेही भली भाव रे ब्रिटिश मानचित्र रे आमे केतबेले गोटे केंद्र बिंदु ही नथिलु एठी डायरेक्टली ब्रिटिशर्स नथिले एठी 26-27 टी राजा राज करथिले सेतु 4-5 टी महाराजा थिले बाकी सब राजा थिले ई सब बड़ बड़ जमींदार कहबा को गले ठीक हबो से माने राजत्व करथिले तांको कोर्ट रे 2-3टा राजा को मिसई करी गोटे कोर्ट रे गोटे गोरा लोक थिबो एवं सीए निजे किछि राजा को कहबनी सीए वाइसरॉय को लिखुतला कि वाइसरॉय को सुपारिश दउतला वाइसरॉय चिट्ठी लिखिले सी राजा को सामने रे नेकिरी से चिट्ठी प्रस्तुत करथिले एवं कहथिले जे वाइसरॉय चाहुचंती आपण एटा करिवे एवं एभली उदाहरण अछि ढेंकानाल रे भी मु से उदाहरण जानिछि अछि जोठी कि लोकल राजा अमान्य करिसंती वाइसरॉय को कथा को अर्थात डायरेक्टली एडमिनिस्ट्रेड आमे केबे हेइ नथिलु सो आमर जो स्वाधीनता संग्राम हेइछि सेटा ब्रिटिश कि मुसलमान शासन विरुद्ध रे हेइ नाही आमर प्रजा आंदोलन हेइछि आमर आंदोलन जेतोटी जगह रे हेइछि रणपुर रे हो ढेंकानाल रे हो जेते जगह रे हेइछि सब बेले राजांक विरुद्ध रे प्रजा माने आंदोलन करिसंती एवं केते गुडे राज्य रे हेइनी वेस्टर्न ओडिसा रो केते गुडे जगह रे प्रजा आंदोलन हेइनी सेटी पई सेठारे political situation, political construct in certain districts even today stands differently than from those areas where Praja Andolan movement had taken place. आज भी सेटा palpable जोना पड़ुची तले रजा आ आजिर इकोनॉमिक उन्नति संगे संपर्क कोन संपर्कटी होची आम मन भितर गोटे फ्यूडल माइंडसेट अच्छी आम ये जो शिल्प करवा बोली आगुरी जड़े मुख्यमंत्री थिले से कहले जे 1000 दिन रे 1000 शिल्प हम आज जड़े मुख्यमंत्री अच्छा सी को सबुदिन आम खबर कागज रे देखुचे सी खाली एमओयू पर एमओयू साइन कर पछरे बसिकी सेक्रेटरी मैन साइन कर शह शह शिल्प आसूची लगुच एमती मु गोटे निर्वाचन मंडली जिते मु दल विजु जनता दल रे थिली मु गोटे निर्वाचन मंडली जेणिकी जाऊली जोटी कि बहुत शिल्प कहारी दयारे आसीनी कहीं गोटे कहनी जे नहीं बसई दियो ढेंकानाल रे कि अनुगुल रे से लोकेशन ठाकुरंकर आशीर्वाद जगन्नाथंकर आशीर्वाद सेठी पानीर सुविधा सेठी विगत वर्ष मानक जो माने पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स थिले जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयारी कर देइथिले जो रास्ता तैयारी कर देइथिले जो गाँ को इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं जाइथिले जो बड़ी भाव रे कनेक्टिविटी कर देइथिले तार सुविधाटा नबा पाई कि शिल्प माने आसिले ये अमेरिका भलिया शिल्प प्रतिष्ठान एठी होउनी अमेरिका रे जेतोले डिट्रॉयट तैयारी हला जेतोले स्टील कारखाना ऑटो कारखाना तैयारी हला सेतोले तांकू शहर पाखरे बसा गलानी से माने न्यूयॉर्क रे कि वाशिंगटन डीसी रे कि से भली शहर पाखरे रहिलेनी से माने को जंगल भीतर को दूर दूरांत को पठा गला और से माने अन्याय कले सत से माने इंडिजिनस लोकों को मारी देले हत्या कर देले हजार हजार लक्ष लक्ष लोकों को मारिले किंतु से माने सेठी शिल्प जेते प्रतिष्ठा हैला से माने तांकर निजर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयारी कले एठी हमर जेते बेले शिल्प तैयारी होउची शिल्पर जी दलाल 4 जण 5 जण आग होउचंती सेमानकर प्रथम काम हैला से माने आग जाइकरी बड़ बड़ गिफ्ट नेइकरी कलेक्टर को पाखरे पहुँचबे कलेक्टर थरे तांकू भेटी देला परे सी आउ कहा को पचारू नांती सी सीधा जाउछंती तहसीलदार को पाखको तहसीलदार को साथी रे कथावार्ता कर देला परे सी लैंड एक्विजिशन ऑफिसर किए हबो सेटा सेमाने मनोनीत करूछंती सी सरकारी ऑफिसर आपण मोर आमर समस्तंकर कर रे सी दरमा पाउची किंतु कामटे सी करूची शिल्पपतिर सी लैंड एक्विजिशन ऑफिसर ये है आमर सिस्टम यहाँ खाली ओडिशा रे नुह यहाँ भारत वर्ष सारा चली आज एभली गोटे परिस्थिति है आपण मैंने समस्ते जानी सचेतन थे जे अडानी आज गौतम अडानी जो भली भाव में ओडिशा रे सबू जिनस हाथी नवा को चेष्टा कलानी जोठी कि आमर एंटरप्रेन्योर माने जदि छोटिया गोटे पोर्ट करिथिबे कि किछि गोटे करिथिबे से सबु गुडिक से नहीं जीवाकू चाहूँची कोयला खଣି छेंडीपदारे कोयला खଣି से नबाकू चाहूला सेठी आम मैंने विरोध करथिलु बोली से कथाटी टिके धिमेई जाइछि कि सेटा बेसी नहीं जीव सो ये सबू धीरे धीरे आपण देखिबे MCL हे जीवो ACL अडानी कोलफील्ड्स लिमिटेड सो गोटे जेतोले डेवलपमेंट विषय रे हमें भाबुचे हम गोटे चिंता करने को हम डेवलपमेंट फॉर हुम हु विल बी डेवलप्ड कहा को से बेनिफिट जीव हु विल बी द एंड बेनिफिशियरी विल इट बी a few families which own the mines in Odisha will they be the beneficiaries will it be a few businessmen who are outside Odisha एटी आसिक कहते जे ग्रीनफील्ड प्रोजेक्ट करेंगे will they be the beneficiaries who will be the beneficiaries आमको जो कहुच्छे आमर एटी बेकारी नहीं कारण एटी स्कोप भी नहीं एटी स्कोप थिले बहुत पिला रहते एटी ओडिशा रे मु निजे जानी एटी गोटे संस्था मु चलाउछि मु सेठी गोटे शेफ को 30,000 टंका दरमा देकरी रखा प्रस्तुत अच्छी किंतु जो दीटी कि तीनोटी शेफ आसी एवं लोक तो भल पाई कहते जे हाँ ये भल रांधुची से मैंने गोवा पलाउं कि बैंगलोर पलाउं 15,000 टंकार 18,000 टंकार किंतु एठी रहिबा को चाहूना कहीं ना सांग साथी कहते ना सेठी रहना सेठी मान सम्मान मिलबनी ओडिशा रे बाहर को पलि आस सो दुईटी जिनस रिस्पेक्ट फॉर लेबर आमे सेटा शिखी नाहू कहीं शिखी ना बिकॉज वी हेल आवर माइंडसेट इज अ फ्यूडल माइंडसेट आमे जिते बड़ बड़ कथा कहू जिते बड़ बड़ पॉलिसीज करू अनलेस वी चेंज द वेरी माइंडसेट एंड इट कैन बी चेंज बाय ऑल ऑफ अस एटा गवर्नमेंट करि परिबनी एटा गोटे आईन करी विधानसभा रे कि पार्लियामेंट रे पास कर देकरी करी हबनी इट हैज टू कम फ्रॉम विदिन एंड एवरी पेरेंट एवरी सेट ऑफ पेरेंट्स हैव अ रिस्पांसिबिलिटी द रिस्पेक्ट फॉर लेबर आमर एठी रिस्पेक्ट नहीं आमर एठी जदि नर्दमा चोक ठई जाउची आमे से बीएमसी रो लोको पाई वेट करूचे से 15 दिन पर आसो से नगी नहीं सी केंचा मारिक सफा कर आम घर भितर पछे महिला भासु थाउ किंतु आमे सेटा करिबु नहीं सो द रिस्पेक्ट फॉर लेबर इज नॉट देयर जोठी लोको चाहिबेनी निजे निज काम को रेस्पेक्ट दबाकू सेठी इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट करिवाटा बहुत कष्टकर लेबर हैज टू बी रेस्पेक्टेड महात्मा गांधी कहते जे प्रत्येक घर गोटे प्रोडक्शन यूनिट हम मुझे कंपेयर करुच्ची हुए तो चाइना रे माओ जेतुंग बोधे महात्मा गांधी को पढ़िले एवं आज माओ जेतुंग जोटा करिथिले तार फल आज सी जिनपिंग पाउछंती प्रत्येक घरे चाइना रे किछि ना किछि गोटे प्रोडक्शन होउची आमर एठी सरकार प्राइड नौची दैट वी आर द बिगेस्ट मार्केट इन द वर्ल्ड मार्केट माने कौन बजार बजार माने कौन आपण बजार को जिते जाउछंती पॉकेट रे जदि पैसा अच्छी आपण किछि सामग्री किणिकी आनिबे यू आर ए कंज्यूमर सो आमे गोटे कंज्यूमर हो बोली आमको लगातार कांग्रेस समय रे से करा जाइथिला मोदी समय रे आउरी सेटा को बढ़ई दिया जाइछि एवं मु भाबुची जे या परवर्ती समय रे मोदी परे भी जी आसीबे से माने भी एई धारा रे ही जिबे एथुरु से माने केही विच्युत हेबेनी कारण जहाँ सौम्य बाबू कहले जे क्षमतार रही समस्तर व्याकुलता आम से देखीचु से व्याकुलताटा तांको पैसा दरकार करिवो पैसा दरकार कले पैसा किए दब खଣି मालिक देबे आउ इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट देबे व्यवसायी केते पैसा देबे सो इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट एंड माइन ओनर्स से माने ही देबे सो आमर आम गोटे देश रे जन्म होइचे जोटी कि कहीं जड़े भी कही परिवेनी गोटे को इंडस्ट्री गोटे को एंटरप्राइज जे बुद्धि खर्च करी सक्सेसफुल होइची समस्ते नेचुरल रिसोर्सेस को एक्सप्लॉइट करछंती इंक्लूडिंग कंपनीज लाइक इन्फोसिस एंड विप्रो आपण जदि इन्फोसिस रो देखिबे तारो इनिशियली से गोटे कॉन्ट्रैक्टर से गोटा भी सिंगल प्रोग्राम करनी धरतु चाइना रे अच्छी गोटे गूगल रो पैरेलल अच्छी बाइडू कहले मत गोटे भारत वर्ष रे गूगल रो पैरेलल कौन अच्छी आम गूगल उपरे 900 कोटी टंका कि 9000 कोटी टंका कौन पकई दौचु कंपटीशन कॉर्पोरेशन तरफ किंतु कहले गोटे गोटे सिंगल सॉफ्टवेयर कहतु जोटा भारत वर्ष रे डेवलप होची जोटा एप्रिशिएटेड होची यूजफुल सॉफ्टवेयर आम हूँ जिते कंपनी से विप्रो हो से इन्फोसिस हो जिते कंपनी एम सब कॉन्ट्रैक्टर अमेरिका रू वेस्टर्न यूरोप रू जापान रू एठू ऑर्डर आसे जे हमको एमती सॉफ्टवेयर लिखिकी दियो तो माने चिंताधाराटा सेठी से माने प्रोसेसिंग करुछंदी हमको एटा दरकार मु ताली मारिले एठी लाइटटा बंद हबो सेमती सॉफ्टवेयरटा लिखिकी दे सो एमाने सेमती सॉफ्टवेयर लिखिकी दउछंती सो हमको एले गोटे समय आसीची आमे जेतेबेले आम पिलांकु आमको शिखेबा को हबो that there is respect of labor. You have to understand that any work you do, it means a lot to society, and somebody who does not respect you is an ignorant idiot, because hard labor, physical labor or mental labor, has no substitute. Second, I firmly believe government cannot do a damn thing. Government is incapable. Government is an atrophied body. It should be minimized. It should be kept on the sides. ठीक अच्छे हॉकी करंतु से शो शा करंतु मते भारी बढ़िया लगिला आज धरित्री रे आ सौम्यओं को कागज रे दिशा पटानी कर फोटो आज बाहर तला मते भारी भल लगिला तांकर फोटो देखियो को आज्ञा मु तांको चिन्नी नी आपण भी चिन्ह नथिबे किंतु फोटो देखिले खुशी लगिला सेतरो मो घरे से गोटे मो झियो संगे गोटे झियोटे से कहला बाबा ये रणवीर रो कहीं बाहरलानी मु कहले रणवीर को किए देखिबो सो सेठी टणा उटरा हे गला जे रणवीर को देखिबो ना दिशा पटानी को देखिबो सो मु दिशा पटानी को देखि करी भारी खुशी आगे मोर किछ असुविधा नै आ गोटे मिनिट नेबी मु गोटे गोटे कथाटा कहबा को चाहूची जोटा मोर पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस एई एमपी समय रो एक्सपीरियंस मझे गोटे इनसिस्टेंस है मनमोहन सिंह यूपीए 2 समय जिते सबुठ बेसी करप्शन कथाटा बढ़ुला एवं सेटा कंटिन्यू कला मोदी फर्स्ट टर्म रे जे प्लानिंगटा हम ग्राउंड लेवल रू पूरा पंचायत रू प्लानिंग होकर आसो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल को डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल रू आसो स्टेट लेवल को स्टेट लेवल रू जीव सेंटर को ये जो प्लानिंग बोर्ड भांगीदेला ये सिस्टमटा को आहरी स्ट्रेंथन कर दिगला किंतु है कौन जो सरपंच माने जितेबले ग्राम सभा ग्राम कमिटी बसईकरी पल्ली सभा और ग्राम सभा ये दुटा आगे अलग अलग जिनस जानी था आम बहुत लोग ये मिक्सअप कर दिखती मु भी आगु डिफरेन्सटा न जाना पर्यंत मिक्सअप कर दूसरी एमाने जो प्रोजेक्ट्स दौरान इनवेरिएबली मत जी कहे मुझे 80 ରୁ 85% प्रोजेक्ट्स सबुगुड़िक इरेलेवेंट कोठ घर सभाघर मंडप यही टाइप रो स्कूल पाचेरी सेठी ग्रीन पाचेरी हो पारनी सतरे जमी आम गछ लगे बंद करें सेठी गोटे कंक्रीट पाचेरी हवा दरकार एगुड़ाक सबुगुड़िक ड्रिवन बाय पेटी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स एंड पेटी इंटरेस्ट एट द लोएस्ट ऑफ द लो लेवल सो आम जब भावुचे एकदम ग्रासरूट लेवल रू जोटा उठिक आसूची सेटा ही ठीक I am sorry to differ. My experience tells me that that is not the process. Neither the other problem is neither can you thopify development or developmental programs from the top. So we'll have to figure out a system where you take into consideration what the suggestions from the grassroots level are, and you also have to take into consideration a greater picture, a macro picture of what a set of experts, scientists and experts, not politicians necessarily. Politicians can be represented, but not necessarily them or bureaucrats. Bureaucrats can also be represented, but all put together a macro view and a micro view. If you can combine these two views and frame policies, then you can hope for an economic development. Otherwise, इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंटा एमती रहिबो आमे काम करबा को हेजिटेट करबा आमे बाहर को पळैबा बाहर जाई दादन हबा एवं एठी किछि लोक किछि परिवार सबु खणी को रखिबे सबु व्यवसाय को माडी बसिबे पानी तक से माने नै जिवे जमी तक से माने नै जिवे एवं बाकी आउ सबु जोटा भारत वर्ष रे चेष्टा करा होची तार मु तो आगे भाबे जे ओडिसा इज द एग्जांपल ऑफ अ डीप स्टेट एठी डीप स्टेट कौन हबा कथा, द वेरी कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ अ डीप स्टेट इज बीइंग एक्सपेरिमेंटेड वेरी सक्सेसफुली हियर. आपण जदि ओडिशा को स्टडी करिवे यू वुड अंडरस्टैंड वेयर इंडिया इज हेडिंग. एंड दिस डीप स्टेट इश्यू it's not a small issue. सेटा को जदि आमे बुझी करी तार प्रतिकार करि परिबा पछरे कोन हेइथिला, that is not an issue. We have to think about tomorrow. Jodi seta kari pariba and we can instill that confidence amongst our youngsters. Maybe, I hope what Panchanana Babu said, maybe in another 5, 7, 10 years, this will be a state which can boom, which has the capacity to endure success. I would put it like that, to endure success, and it has the ability to go forward. I am very, very grateful to Professor Mahapatra to have tolerated my exceeding my time limit. I am grateful to all of you to have patiently sat and listened to me even if you were not hearing me or whatever. And I'm also thankful that nobody has clapped because you thought that let him finish. Clap kale kale besi samay kohibo, setne apan manku bahut bahut dhanyawad. Namaskar.
धन्यवाद सर. सर आपण मत रखिले ओडिशार विकास संभावना को वृद्धि करिबा पई विभिन्न क्षेत्र रे सरकारी हस्तक्षेप ह्रास पाइबा उचित. धन्यवाद सर. समयर स्वल्पता दृष्टि ऑलरेडी आमे 25 मिनिट टपी गले निर्धारित समय ठारू. मु अनुरोध करी विज्ञ श्रोता मानक मध्यरु गोटे मात्र कमेंट बा क्वेश्चन जदि आपण चाहती आपण रखी पारंती, पचारि पारंती. जने गोटे क्वेश्चन बा जदि इच्छा करती कमेंट्स किछि रखिबा पई हमर एही आलोचना उपरे.
धन्यवाद. तीनोटी भाषण बहुत सारगर्भक थिला. मोर कमेंट पंचानन सारंकर भाषण उपरे जे 1936 मसीहा बेलू आम जदि सब किछि ओडिया रे पढ़ुथिबा से अवस्था को जाइथिबा ताहले सेटा प्रकृत विकास कुआ जाई पारे. मु होची सांबादिकता विभाग रो जन अध्यापक. आम जतबेले सांबादिकता पढ़ुथिलु आमर शिक्षक माने एजेंसी कॉपी आमको देके एडिट करिया पई सिखौथिले. एबे ओ एजेंसी कॉपी जीवा दरकार नहीं. वर्तमान रो न्यूज पेपर, वर्तमान रो न्यूज वेब पोर्टल मानकर न्यूज नेकरी एडिटिंग सिखा जाई पारे. वर्तमान एथुर हम जानि परिबा जे हमर वर्तमान भाषा साहित्य रे आमे केते दृढ़ जे 2036 मसीहा बेलको हमर भाषा साहित्य केउ अवस्था रे थिबो. जेहेतु दुई जन वरिष्ठ सांबादिक एवं वरिष्ठ संवाद माने दुईटी नेतृत्व नेउथिबा संवाद पत्रर मालिक आजिर पैनल रे बसिछंती. यह मोर व्यक्तिगत मत.
धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much for a fascinating talk. Three of you actually, and in a way it helped me to about the state. I have some questions that some of the I found that some of the statements being made contradictory and historical also, because nowadays what we see when we are like stating a vision document for 2006, when Odisha was conceived, I believe, and this is historical fact, that most of the people actually didn't participate in that process, and in a way the very idea of Odisha was put on them, And this is what I'm saying is based on my experience at, oh, hello. My experience at, undivided Koraput and some part of, tribal pockets, where actually people, they don't consider themselves to be, Odia, but rather they try to choose themselves to call, Desia. So this is one thing that I see. And second thing, with the growing of, Odisha economy, and we are setting agenda for it, I believe that at the same time, a new kind of contradiction is emerging in Odisha. Most of the pockets, especially southern Odisha and the western Odisha, are demanding for new state. And they are also demanding that, contradictory to what, Sarpati said, that more government, there has to be more government intervention rather than government withdrawing from the development projects. So how do you see this contradiction, and how do you see the idea of Odisha that is going to, evolve over the years? Thank you.
Okay. Sir, this is an observation by him.
दुईटी प्रश्न थिला गोटे आमर मीडिया उपरे एवं आउ गोटे हला द कॉन्ट्राडिक्शन उपरे कॉन्ट्राडिक्शंस आर नॉट नेसेसरीली बैड आउ कॉन्ट्राडिक्शन थिले ही आगु को बढ़िबार हमको सामर्थ्य सुजोग एवं युक्ति मिले नंबर 1 और मीडिया मानक विषय रे मु एबळे एति कहि परिबी जे कोरोना परवर्ती अर्थनीति रे आम मानकर भविष्य कौन आम निजे मध्य जानी ना मुझे जानी नहीं तथागत बाबूर भिन्न मत थाईपे भली भाव मीडिया को प्रभावित करिवो मीडिया मध्य विकास प्रक्रिया रे गोटे अंश एवं अंग विशेष मीडिया जदि वीक हो जिवो ताहले विकास प्रक्रिया मध्य निश्चित प्रभावित हब मु भावे कोरोना तुमको गोटे दिगपति मीडिया इंडस्ट्री जो माने अछंती सचेतन करई देछि जे आम विज्ञापनदाता मानक उपरे कम निर्भर कर आम पाठक एवं ग्राहक मानक उपरे अधिक निर्भर करिबा एवं बाजार भली लांच फांच दे कौन उपाय रे सर्कुलेशन बढ़ेबार जो प्रवृत्ति आगे आमर थिला से प्रवृत्ति आम निवृत्त रहिबा दरकार एवं आपण माने जदि ग्राहक है कि अधिक मूल्यर खबर कागज को किनिबा को प्रस्तुत हेबे ताला आम बंचिबू नहले आम गोदी मीडिया ही बिक्री हो जिवु बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद
आज्ञा समस्त को बहुत धन्यवाद वर्तमान आज ये शेष होछि मु ओडिशा इकोनॉमिक्स एसोसिएशन तरफ आज वक्ता मानू श्रीजुक्त सौम्यरंजन पट्टनायक सर श्रीजुक्त पंचानन कानूनगो सर एवं श्रीजुक्त तथागत शतपति सार को अशेष धन्यवाद जनाऊँच एवं समस्त विज्ञ श्रोता मानू ओडिशा इकोनॉमिक्स एसोसिएशन तरफ धन्यवाद जनाऊँच नमस्कार।
Thank you, sir. Indeed, it was a really insightful session, and we hope the deliberations will help us implement our efforts and achieve sustainability, resilience, and viability of the economy. Now we shall move on to the panel discussion number 3, social sectors of Odisha. I would like to request our esteemed panelists to join us on the dais. Professor Sanjukta Das, ma'am, we request you to join us as the chair of the session. Please, I would request all to give our panelists a big round of applause. Next we have Shri Sanjeev Chandra Hota sir, retired IAS, as one of our panelists. Next, I invite Professor Ashok Kumar Das sir, Vice Chairman, Odisha State Higher Education Council. And I also request Professor Ashok Kumar Mahapatra sir, former director AIMS, to join us as the panelist. I request our student volunteers to present our panelists with a floral bouquet. Professor Sanjukta Das ma'am is from Sambalpur University and is currently the chairperson of Postgraduate Council of Sambalpur University and has been in charge of the Vice Chancellor for a few months as well. An eminent academician, ma'am specializes in the field of poverty and rural development as well as human development. With over 22 years of experience, ma'am has authored many publications of national and international repute. Ma'am, we welcome you to chair the session. Next we have with us Shri Sanjeev Chandrahota sir, retired IAS. Sir was the former State Election Commissioner and Member Board of Revenue, Odisha, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. He is an alumnus of Williams College, USA. He was also a faculty of economics in Ravenshaw University and Utkal University. He joined the Indian Administrative Service in July 1968 and was the chairman of Odisha Mining Corporation as well. He was promoted to the rank of Chief Secretary and retired as Member Board of Revenue Odisha in September 2004. He was the chairman of Indian Institute of Public Administration, Odisha Regional Branch for 2 terms. Also, he was the chairman of the Expert Committee on Revenue Enhancement Measures of Government of Odisha. Sir is an author of a number of Odia short stories and essays as well. He contributes to different newspaper columns from time to time. Sir, it's our pleasure to have you as a panelist. We have Professor Ashok Kumar Das sir with us today. Sir is the former Vice Chancellor of Utkal University. He was the Distinguished Scientist and Head of the Laser and Plasma Technology Division, BARC, and a preeminent associate with DRDO, ISRO, HBNI, Mumbai University, and the University of Pune. Sir has been in the Advisory Committee of DST, Chairman of Planning Committee for Plasma Schools, Chairman of Program Advisory Committees of SERB, DST, and BRNS. Sir, it's our privilege to have you as one of our experts. Last but not the least, we have Professor Ashok Kumar Mahapatra sir, former Director, AIMS Bhubaneswar. Sir is currently the Honorable Vice Chancellor of SOA University, Bhubaneswar. An eminent neurosurgeon, Sir has been awarded with the C.V. Raman Award for Scientific Excellence for the year 2021. He led one of the most successful cranial separation surgeries in the world in 2017, where he and his team at AIMS, New Delhi, separated Jaga and Balia, conjoined twins, from Odisha's Kandhamal district. A well-known pediatric surgeon in the country and the world, Sir has published over 600 research papers and 15 books. He also served as the director of Sanjay Gandhi Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences, Lucknow, and Dean Research of AIMS, New Delhi. Sir, we invite you to join us as panelists for the day. Now, I request Sanjukta ma'am to take over the session.
Good afternoon. Esteemed panelist, Professor Ashok Kumar Das, Vice Chairperson OSEC, Professor Ashok Kumar Mahapatra, former Director of AIMS, Dr. Sanjeev Chandrahota, retired IAS. Before me, esteemed Sri Panchanan Kanungo sir, former Finance Minister of Odisha, Professor Barendra Kumar Bhoi, Professor of Utkal University, my Professor U.S. Misra, Professor Deepak Kumar Misra, my faculty from Utkal University, student research scholars, Professor Keshav Das, the President of Odisha Economic Association. At the outset, I esteemed my gratitude to the organizers of the Odisha Economic Association, especially the Odisha Vision 2036 Conclave, to invite me as the chairperson of a session. Already 2 sessions are over, in which we have already discussed the past 88 years of Odisha. Of course, past is important for future strategy, but more important what I see, to think for the future and to adopt a strategy so that our dream will be fulfilled. So in that context, we must realize our situation, our challenges, our opportunities. And the important is how we can convert our challenges into opportunities. And in that context, our session is basically to be focused on social sector development. And when we are talking of the social sector development, we have to put more emphasis on the people, because economy is mainly for the people, development is for the people. Their choices to be enhanced, their living condition to be improved, their aspirations to be fulfilled. So when we are talking of the development is for the people, and it should be by the people, that participatory, that their expectation, their participation is essential. But before that, we must understand what are the challenges and opportunities we have at present. Already we have said that Odisha is a state of young people, with the average age of the people is 30 years. So it gives us a challenge that we have to create employment opportunities, otherwise there will be unemployment and deprivation. Can we not convert this workforce into human capital so that we can reap the demographic dividend? And to transform these young people into human capital, there is a need of skill, education, and appropriate skill and appropriate education, considering the demand for it. Otherwise, what will happen? There will be surplus of some skilled labor, some skilled people, and deficiency of others. So we have to analyze and we have to estimate the demand for skilled labor. So accordingly, we have to create opportunities through investment for skill, for skilled education, skill formation. Another challenge with us is, we always say that Odisha has around 38% people belong to scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. And we say that this is a reason for Odisha's underdevelopment, deprivation. Can we not convert this challenge into an opportunity? Now we are very much celebrating the World Cup hockey. We know that Sundargarh is very much famous for not only hockey but also all sports. We know that strength and weaknesses of people, and especially of the tribes. Can we not identify the strength of the tribes? Can we not create skill and that sports skill and have sports infrastructure, so that these tribal students or these tribal youth can bring Olympic medal for Odisha? Can we not think in that way? So we find that young people and tribes are the challenges for us. We can convert them into our human capital and reap the demographic dividend. So we need to strengthen our education system. We need to have appropriate educational institutions, courses, and the infrastructure, everything in that way. We have to think of that. We have, when we talk of the health situation in Odisha, in health, Odisha is very much at a low state. We have high IMR, MMR. So in that way, how we can improve the health condition of the people, health status of the people, irrespective of the region, religion, sex, everybody wants a long and disease-free life. So we need to take care of that. So the thing is that how we can do that. Can we do this through creating world-class hospitals at the center or at the capital city, or we have to create healthcare facilities for the mass to reduce the IMR, to reduce the MMR. We have already created the facilities at the capital city, taking the help of the private sector, and sometimes we are talking of the PPP mode, private-public partnership mode. And we are saying that we will be helping the poor to take the facilities of the world-class hospitals here using the Biju Swasthya Kalyan Yojana card. And some data I have with me that around approximately or more than 700 crore amount is to be paid under BSKBY Yojana by the government. But if we can think of investing such amount of public fund to take care of the grassroots level hospitals, then I think we will be able to take care of the IMR, MMR, all these. So we need to think of whether through insurance or through public policy, through the card, or through that strengthening PHC, CHC is more important. Time has come to decide that. Similarly, we can think of our resource curse hypothesis, that mineral resources and extractive industries on which we have already deliberated. We can think of that forest resources. We have rich biodiversity at Simlipal. We have rich biodiversity at Gandhamardan. Can we not reap the potential of these rich biodiversities and produce natural products, that is forest-based products, with our research and development, and can create startup, have incubation center through research and development in different universities? Can we not collaborate with the local traditional healers, Vaidyas, and tap their that is indigenous knowledge system, and again have more research on that, and also help patent those products and help the Vaidyas, and thereby we can have integrated development, collaboration of the universities, research institutions with the locality. So there is always a scope for that integration of the educational institutions with the locality through different programs. So we have similarly that tourism possibility. Yes. Okay. So we have among us our experts who have reached, who have enough adequate experience, and they will be deliberating on these aspects. Now I request Dr. Sanjeev Chandra Hota to have his address. At the outset, I must say that each panelist will have a time of 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Let me correct you, I am no doctor. I am simply S.C. Hota. I have not done any PhD. I am no expert. These are the two corrections I want to make in the beginning. Time slot is 15 minutes. Time at our disposal is up to 31st March 2036. You want to, because 1st April 2036 will be crushing. I mean, by that time, what would be the Odisha? So during this period, first task, whether in social sector or in otherwise in other sector, you have to take a stock taking. What we have achieved so far, there should be a baseline survey in a very short period. You should know from what level you are now going in dimension, in an upward trajectory to reach a certain goal to make Odisha something much better by 31st March 2036. So, first important proposition I would like to make is immediately to conduct a baseline survey in social sector, in sector of natural capital. You must be knowing what nature's capital means, which has been accepted in the Rio de Janeiro conference in 1992. That is all types of gifts of nature, of which biodiversity is a part only. The natural ecosystem is much bigger. We have to take a stock taking of infrastructure deficiency, etc., etc. Friends, because of the small time slot, I will only present certain issues, giving some type of suggestion which comes to my mind, because before making any research is RE-search. First make a search, then go for research. Whatever search I have made, it is like this. How many of you, most of you must have read economic survey, Odisha economic survey. Odisha's tribal population constitute 24%, if I make in a round figure. And 14 districts have got incidence of tribal population. And for your information, out of this 24%, 30% tribal lives outside the scheduled area. Schedule means 5th schedule of the Constitution. 30% of tribal live outside the scheduled area. 119 blocks are tribal blocks. Now 2 more to be added of Jharsuguda district, and 14 districts are scheduled area block, not whole district. Whole districts are only 9. Okay. 8, not 9, 8. Okay. In the Odisha Economic Survey, if you search page by page, there is not a single chapter on tribal development. It is missing. There is no chapter. You will find chapter on education, you will agriculture, no chapter on tribal development. What for, I don't know, I asked, I inquired. They said, no, earlier year also we have not included. So this type of apathetic attitude to a sizable population who is marginalized, this is a marginalized population. And in the scheduled tribe area, for any type of economic development, you have to make a separate statistical analysis. You have to make a separate statistics. Most of the statistics hide a lot, reveal a little. I'll tell you later how they hide a lot, reveal a little. In these areas, there are deficiencies of 3 types of connectivity. There is no road connectivity, so they are isolated. They come in their own way. You come across with the newspaper, but unless you visit those areas, you find the way there is total lack of connectivity in shape of any type of communication. Second, total lack of net connectivity. No question of, there is no network. Third type of deficiency connectivity is governance connectivity. In such area, if any type of development is to take place, I will put very strongly and emphatically, the governance shall not be neutral. I will repeat again, for development of scheduled tribe area, government shall not be neutral. It will have a pro-positive bias in favor of the scheduled tribes. If you become neutral, you are doing injustice to the ST people. You have to be proactive and pro-bias. In that area, if I go on discussing many points, time will not permit. Only small thing I will do. The biggest harm which has been done by Government of India very recently, they have amended the Odisha Forest, the Forest Conservation Rule 1922 under the Forest Conservation Act 1980, where it says no permission be called for from the tribals before utilizing natural resources and giving it to a third party. That means they can sell out any parcel of forest for development to anybody and intimate to the state government. If at all tribals are affected or forest dwellers are affected, it is up to the state government how to rehabilitate them, for which Government of India will place fund collecting it from the developer. This directly goes contrary to the PESA Act, directly goes contrary to the FERA Act of 2006, the Forest Dweller and Forest Right Act. It goes contrary. There is no voice. Marginalized tribals are further marginalized in this process. This is a big challenge for Odisha, where there is a sizable tribal population, sizable area is tribal dominated. Second, about merciless destruction of nature's capital. The nature's capital is not only soil, water, and air. It also includes the total vegetative cover, mountains, and the whole ether, of which the biodiversity is only a part. There is a document you must have come across with, students of economics must have come across with, Common Future. Have you read it, that document, Common Future? Our Common Future. Please read it, documented by Gore Brand. She was the Prime Minister of Norway, and she has authored it. On the basis of this report, first time sustainable development was given a recognition by the United Nations. There she says, unless you take to the calculation matrix of a GDP, the destruction of natural resources, the GDP will give you a false figure. That's why I said in the beginning, statistics hide a lot, reveal a little. You are extracting mines. You see, there in that document she says, for the future, the nature's capital, call it soil, water, air, mountain, parcel it out for the future generation, because today's time we borrow from our future generation. If you exploit everything, you cannot do justice for the future, and system will come to a grand halt. When you calculate the GDP, total destruction of natural resources, pollution of air, pollution of water, to what extent? To that extent, pulling down the productivity of the marine resource, the aquatic resources, all these things do not figure in the calculation of GDP. If you take to the matrix of GDP calculation, all destruction of nature's capital, the total GDP will be much less than what we get from the Indian Statistical Institute or from any other recognized source. Number two, coming to the social capital, that is health and education. Let me start with education. In Odisha, particularly, we find, to go back again to the first point, this destruction of natural capital has been happening in Odisha with the extraction, not only by extraction of mines, but also by setting up a number of mineral-based industries which emit all heavy suspended particles to the air and discharging all types of effluent to the water bodies, call it river, anything else, depleting the groundwater level much below, much to the detriment of the marginalized population. In this calculation of, you may make a social impact assessment report by engaging somebody that will be pro-company supportive. But in this calculation, you have to make an independent assessment of externalities, negative and positive. As long as the negative externalities outweigh the positive externalities, and if you plot it in a curve, your marginal social cost curve, its slope will be very steep. And if you calculate the positive externalities, the marginal social benefit, and plot it in a curve, I can't show it here now, it will be little bit less steep, rather flatter. A certain size of a project is to be determined where the MSC, marginal social cost, and marginal social benefit intersect each other. That should be the point. On the contrary, at present, we decide what is the marginal private cost vis-a-vis the marginal private benefit. That goes against, contrary to doing justice to the marginalized people. Coming to the education and health, in Odisha, as I told you, have to take a stock taking. There is a total mismatch between software and hardware. By hardware, I mean the school buildings, the sanitation facilities, the furnitures, etc., etc. And softwares mean the teachers, textbooks. And when there is a mismatch in these two, you can never get a good social capital. You never, because your statistics will give you the percentage of literacy. Friends, all literates are not educated. All educated are not knowledgeable. All knowledgeable are not wise or skilled. There are different layers. Simply saying, what do you mean by literacy? If you can write my name, read a few syllables, that becomes literacy. If that be the counting, the enumerator does like that. Have you read up to class 4? Yes, fine. But the point is, where there is a mismatch between software, madam, you tell me when I should start. I'm putting it here. I think another 5 minutes. I am finishing it. So, let us take a stock taking. How many school buildings are there with all furnished furnitures, with full complement of teachers? This type of yardstick for 30 students, one teacher, it is something ridiculous. There should be, no matter how many number of students. If there are 4 classes, there should be 4 teachers. You cannot put them, they are human beings. You cannot bring them to the subhuman level, putting 3 or 4 grades in one room and say that we are improving the standard of education. Who you are be fooling. This should be, and by 31st March 2036, can we, at what rate will be able to match the software and hardware in the sector of education? I'm talking up to secondary education, not going to college and all that. And in that process, constant induction of information as well as skill will be there. So by the time they come out of the secondary, they will be at least have inducted with, they will be inducted with some type of skill to go in a further trajectory as per the new education policy, whatever you may, in whichever way you may view it. Same principle is equally applicable to the health sector as well. You see, what a mockery it is. We have established medical colleges everywhere. They refer slightly difficult patients either to SCB Medical College, even Purna Medical College, which is very old, that also refers. So it means that there is deficiency in the specialized staff in those colleges where we have opened it up for medical education. And health sector at the primary level, less said is better. Less said is better. Because there are, I'll end it, madam, maybe encroach upon one more minute, with one personal experience 45 years back when I was collector of Korapur. In Naranpatna, I had gone to the very interior area. By that time, there was a concept called MAC, Medical Aid Center, manned by one doctor, one pharmacist, and one behra or bearer, whatever you may call. Mainly they will be catering to the needs of the tribals. And one day I reached there around 1 p.m. I found still there are 40 tribals waiting, and the poor doctor, I'm yet to see such a sincerity of such a doctor. He is from the coastal belt. He was working, provided with quarter and everything. He quoted a figure which I can't remember. Professor Dr. Mahapatra may better correct. So that as our ethics, our dictum says that per day we can examine so many number of patients. That number I am forgetting. Beyond that, if we do, there will be error of judgment. But sir, these another 30 tribals who have come from a distance of, it is very easy for us to make a statement. Tribals are not health conscious. These are all unkind statement for the tribal. They are conscious provided they know there is an opportunity. They were there. Sir, these people have come. If I do not examine them, they will go back cursing me, and they are right. Well, why you are taking so much of time? No, sir, there is no pharmacist. The bearer, whatever little he knows, he understands my prescription, otherwise I myself prescribe and go and give. This is called mismatch between software and hardware, which still continuing, persisting in all other parts. As a result of which, the type of social capital, any capital in economics yields a return. And you have to impute a price or value to that return. If the capital itself is inadequate, the return will not be up to your satisfaction that you desire. Now again, a stock taking is necessary in the health sector. How much such mismatch is there? Last but not the least, we create capital, but do not bother to maintain them. Former finance minister is here. He is well acquainted that maintenance expenditure is shown on the non-plan side. But maintenance expenditure should be, maintenance expenditure of physical assets should be brought to the plan side, because unless you maintain a physical capital or physical infrastructure, its longevity goes down, its efficiency goes down. Many more things could be spoken. Time is very short. I don't want to encroach upon two other great experts, and I'd like to hear from them also. I conclude. I am grateful to the Odisha Economic Association for giving me a chance to share some of my ideas with you. Thank you. Bande Utkal.
Thank you, Sri Sanjeev Hota sir. Right, you have emphasized on the importance of capital, both social and natural capital, and survey of natural capital will help us to estimate the green GDP. And also you emphasized on the deficiency or mismatch between software and hardware in education. Nature, that is natural capital, what we can say, so that we can estimate the environment adjusted green GDP. Thank you, sir. Now we request Professor Ashok Kumar Das to give his address. Thank you, sir. Please.
So good afternoon, all of you, Madam Chairperson, the eminent speakers in this session. So I am, of course, thankful, extremely thankful to Odisha Economic Association for calling me to speak here. I am not very sure what I am going to speak is related to what kind of economics. But as so many speakers have said, samaste koichanti, human capital is a long-term economic activity. So I would probably talk to all of you about the problems that I have seen from a closer distance in the sector of higher education. I am not going to talk to you about school education. That is because that is something I have not seen first hand from a closer distance. So, ମୁଁ ଏପଟକୁ ଟିକେ ପଳେଇ ଆସୁଛି କାହିଁକିନା ମୁଁ ସେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଯେଉଁ ପିଢ଼ାଟା ରଖିଛନ୍ତି ତା ଉପରେ ଠିଆ ହେବାକୁ ମୋତେ ଭଲ ଲାଗିଲାନି। So what I would like to say is that we know the of course the Confucian thought that ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଗୋଟେ human capital build କରିବେ you plan 100 years. So it is kind of poetic justice that ଆମେ ଏଇନେ କଥାବାର୍ତ୍ତା ହେଉଛୁ for 2036 100 years of Odisha being a linguistic state. କେତେ ଗୁଡ଼େ ଜିନିଷ ଆପଣ ଯେତେବେଳେ higher education ସାଙ୍ଗରେ କଥାବାର୍ତ୍ତା କରିବେ it comes to fore because it is one precursor to your livelihood generation and that in turn creates your development. So amar in higher education I will specifically only because 15 minutes achi I'll highlight some issues which probably if the establishment, if the government has a willpower, would be able to do to an extent, at least in the path of reforms or path of progress. Fortunately, 1936-37 रे महात्मा गांधी वार्ता वाला भाषण आमे 100 वर्ष परे गोटे 90 वर्ष परे गोटे सर्कल रे आसिलु वापस after NEP 2020 came in that you integrate somehow skill, labor or activities, human activities with human knowledge as an integral part, which is very encouraging. But let's look at what is lacking today. One of the parameter आमे समस्ते कहूचु, समस्ते नेता माने भी कहउचंती कि हमर एम होची inclusive excellence. In आमे world class हबा को चाहूचु but in a inclusive manner. Inclusive manner माने समस्ते एकाठी हेबे. So समस्ते जदि एकाठी आगु को बढ़िया को आमे चाहूचु, one of the parameters that everybody talks about is gross enrollment ratio. And the gross enrollment ratio is connected to a factor of excellence which is called pupil to faculty ratio, P by T ratio जोटा कहउचंती. तो हमर एने NEP कहउची कि आमे 2030-36 बेलुकु 35 बेलुकु we should reach 50, a gross enrollment ratio of 50. आजिर दिन रे we are at around 21.7. General our gender parity index is I think 0.8587 something, and our the disparity, the diversity we have between SC, ST and general is in gross enrollment ratio is about 5%. 5. So 5, 6, 7, though we have started in 10 years come up from 14 to 21, 22. That's called progress. Our pupil teacher ratio is not defined very clearly as of today. There are many figures, but let us say what is the strength of students today in higher education, including technical and professional education. It's approximately 10 lakhs. So if I am going to 50 gross enrollment ratio, I am looking at 25 lakh students. Today, my pupil to teacher ratio is somewhere officially 30, 32, 34, that range. What does the national standard say? National standard say, if I consider both UG, PG, UG in all streams, I must look at between 20 to 25. How many faculty we have all over, inclusive, everything in about 9 to 10,000. I think 10 to 11,000 is the kind of figure. So we are looking at 25 lakh students. If we reach that, and then we are looking at around 40,000 with a ratio of 25. If I do not change the number, if I change the number, I look at 80,000. That is the amount of faculty. You know that most of the colleges have faculty deficiency. We are standing in Utkal. I think they must be operating at 40%, 35% strength today. So you forget the excellence level. If these basic parameters, which is pupil to teacher ratio and the gross enrollment ratio is not maintained, more so the pupil to teacher ratio, then we have nothing. And this is not something that is impossible. We need to flag this. There should be a movement that this is important, human capital is important. So that is That I want to do, point number one. Second, how do you do inclusive? Odisha has how many? I think a lot of speakers I have spoken about the number of aspirational districts, blocks which have colleges, not colleges. I was looking at something that this gentleman, there was an Indian American of OEA origin, who some time back sent us a position paper. Now, what he said was a picture in 2014-15, I think. Every block should at least have a college. Every 60-kilometer distance, we should have at least a college, an engineering college, and every district should have a medical college and university. And maybe we have another central university, so that that inclusive access is there for everybody. I am going to talk and touch on only when I am talking about inclusive excellence, I am only talking about government intervention. I personally believe that education is one sector that government should take the dominant role. So we need to increase the number of institutions. We need to increase the mechanism to bring students. Let us see, this 25 lakh students will come where? From where? Today, if you look at people who are in the primary, secondary stream, and including the dropout, this total strength in 12 classes, 10 classes, is approximately 22 million in Odisha. So you reduce that number as this and try to find out how many you have. If you can integrate vocational, if you can integrate polytechnics, if you can integrate ITI, and vocational at a level where a clerk does not check whether he has a matric pass certificate or not. Fortunately, the regulations that UGC, other regulatory organizations are doing post NEP is taking care of all this. So there is a mechanism available, and so if there is a willpower, if there is capital available, there is going to be an outlay possible. Now we come to the next part, which again NEP doesn't touch on, is what right from Kothari Commission we have been hearing, that we need to have 6% of the GDP invested in education. And today it is about 3.5. And higher education actually receives somewhere around 1%, even less than 1%. So let us say I take 6% of GDPs of the state. Let us forget the center right now. Let us focus, when we are talking about the state, at the state itself. Now if I look at the state itself, then 2% of the GDPs today is somewhere around 15,000 crores. Today how much we spend in higher education, technical education, and these together may be about 5,000 crores. So this outlay should come. Coming back to research in higher education, today there is zero expenditure. It is so negligible by DST that you can forget it. The research is, the prescription that NEP does is 1%. 0.7 to 1%. You come back to that, it is 7,200 crores. So I think if we are looking at economic activity, which will boost you to a educational power in 2036, this is the kind of level of investment that you should be ready to do. So this is one part that we must look at. Then second part is, which is lacking today. We all have talked pandemic. During pandemic, we have seen so many pictures, so many real stories, and that is about digitization. We today very freely talk about digitization. Is there a bandwidth? Are we aware, if I have a college of 5,000 students, what bandwidth I should buy? Do I have that figure? I do not have. So look at providing digitization facilities to every school, every college, every higher educational institution. And I was trying to standardize with a IT internet provider, and he gave me a ballpark figure, 1,000 students, 500 Mbps to 1 Gbps. Data, there is one thing I want to flag, which may be general nature. Data is the most valuable, essential commodity today. Whether you want to carry out educational activity, economic activity, any kind of activity, data is the fundamental essential precursor. And therefore, at some point of time, as we are giving subsidy on rice, I think for students, there should be a subsidy on data. So that during pandemic, I found in my village school, 100 students did not have access to mobile. We purchased mobile and gave them. Then they said, sir, who will give us data? Data costs. And the fellow who cannot buy a mobile cannot buy a data. So one thing I think should, in whatever you do in the recommendation, you must have 12 years to integrate every stream together, data, internet connection, digital universities, bring in all on one platform and get this done. Then we come to infrastructure. Now, if when I come to infrastructure, I have 4 minutes more, 5 minutes, very good. So, when I come to infrastructure, what is the hostel that we have today? When you are looking at inclusive excellence, you need children to stay in hostels. Odisha has a policy, no girl student should be denied a hostel seat. We have approximately, I am not sure how correct I am, it's about between 40 to 50,000 hostel seats in Odisha. You need for the next 12 years another 80,000 hostel seats, and to be located in aspirational district, at least in 20-kilometer area, there has radius, there should be an access everywhere. Third point is library. Do you know in infra, what is the status of library in colleges? Do we give grant to buy books? Do we give grants to buy laboratory books? Do we ask universities to buy instruments for their laboratories? Education doesn't happen in vacuum. I think the suggestion, if you are really preparing, should be on library, open library in every block of this state. There should be a public library. There, or the school library should be open with electronic resources available. Today, Higher Education Department provides to all autonomous colleges and all universities electronic resources, which is available as good as it is available abroad. I think that should be available to all of them. It's again, data is a fundamental right. Access to information should become at some point a fundamental right. Laboratory. Ever go to college laboratories? The faculty is so frightened that somebody will break the microscope. He locks the microscope. So, look at library, look at laboratories, and if that does not happen, then everything, and all that you talk is on air. That I will become a world class. Why I am not a world class university? That is a mockery of a statement of all that we realize inside, that we are making a mockery of things by saying why MIT is so great, why I am not so great. I am not so great because I have nothing. And despite nothing, if I am great, then I should be given a clap on the back, pat on the back. So this is the situation. So every university, how many computers we have? When I talk about high performance computer, a clustered computer, how many of us do climate change calculation? How many of us do actually have good calculation, molecular dynamics calculation? We do not. How many of us use packages as good as people use abroad? So every college, university should get this as a part of its existence itself. I am not going to talk about curriculum because that is a still higher level thing. I will come to the last because I think Amarendra told me to talk a bit about research. Odisha in-state university, 5 years back, the research was abysmal. Point number one. Point number two, though we have everything, we have 10 agroclimatic zones, we have mineral resources, probably one of the top 3 or 4 states in the country. Our utilization of that resources and use of knowledge to make it useful has not been there, because of the following things that I said. If I ask a teacher, why are you not doing research? He says, sir, मुझे class लेने के बाद time किधर मिलता है? I take class of 3 people. So, right now, I think Madam said, there is Gandhamardan, there is Mahendragiri, there is Simlipal, there is Bhitarkanika, there is the entire sea coast of 480 kilometers, somebody said. We have not done that. So I would think there should be, we don't have a research policy for the state, research and innovation policy for the state in educational institutions. We do not have a startup policy directed at educational institution as such. Today, if one of you discover an innovation and want to take to market, is there a policy? It doesn't exist. Today it is being written because we have been shouting at it. So we need to have every PhD student gets a full fellowship to work full time in the university. Have you seen our universities at night? How many laboratories the light is on? The light is not on because the child, the PhD scholar is working somewhere else to fill his tummy. He may be taking tuition class. So if education is a serious economic activity, you should focus, define. Fortunately, Government of Odisha, now I wear my government hat, they has established Center of Research, Centers of Excellence, funding it generously, and today they have been producing, I am very glad to tell you that they have been producing. In fact, they have been producing in top 10 and top 25 journals of the world. What I would like that now, whether it is science and technology, whether it is higher education, whether any department, technical education, focus on these areas by giving an incentivization to the young faculty. He comes, he gets a grant to do research. He gets a 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 30 lakh, whatever you do. And for God's sake, I'll end. For God's sake, do not separate science and social science. It has been a long practice in this country, 70 years, that research is done only in science. In fact, Amarendra, when he told me, he told, sir, you talk about science and technology. मुझे थोड़ा चौंका में, because I have been talking about this. Science and technology is a way of life, and it is a way of, essential way of life for a country which doesn't have large capital, which deals in rupees, not dollars or euros. But it has a human brain, and what science discovers, social science innovations takes it to the people. The example, you have enough examples. Your women's self-help group is an example. Amul Milk Cooperative is an example which I have experienced in my 70 odd years of life, when you used to stand in queue for half a liter of milk, and then the cooperative happened and all of us had plenty of milk. So social science, what I would suggest at this stage, go for a science, engineering and humanities research board in this state, which funds all faculty in state university at a startup fund, as a seed fund to carry out research. Do not ask like a clerk whether he is delivering 100%. It is a wild statistics that if I invest $100 and if I get $45 back as return on research, that $45 will go to $4,005 in the next 5 years. So I don't never in research, because failure is a learning post in research. And therefore, in higher education, it is time to invest, and there are essential areas which we must invest. Do not expect, like I hear very often, कि इसको पैसा दिया था, क्या दिया? कुछ नहीं दिया. But he has given you knowledge, and which is not a very tangible thing. So we have patience, and again I go to Confucius. कि when you plant for a year, you can plant rice. When you plant for 10 years, you plant a tree. Maybe mango will come out in 5 years, 10 years. But when you want to develop good human research, you plan for 100 years. And that is the policy you take. We still have 12 years. We still have a foundation, and let us build on this, on first these essential areas, and then take a leap like Lord Hanuman leaped on the ocean, but only after building the foundation. Or like anybody else will fall in the ocean and perish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir, for your emphasis on the strong willpower of the government, and government intervention is essential. Government intervention is essential for social sector development and especially on education. Yes, we need for having an inclusive education, we have to create infrastructure starting from the hostel to laboratory to library, and emphasis on research. And for emphasis on education and human capital, we need to plan for 100 years. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Ashok to deliver his address.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, all the panelists, esteemed audience and students. I think health is always a backseat. You can see here, I'm the last person of today. The health has never been a priority for anybody, neither the individual, nor the society, nor the by government, nor the by educator. So health is less said and less talked about. But if you think God is kind to us, when Mahatma Gandhi was born, 1869, the longevity of India was 28 years. What we did or did not, at independence is 32 years. Today is 72 years. So we cannot tell human beings in the India or world are not surviving longer. The question is that, is the length of life is indication of health statistics? Are you healthy? Are you happy? Are you sound? So what is the purpose of life? Rugna, medicine, very sad. If you survive 70 years, you will take 10 to 12 medicine. 2 for diabetes, 2 for blood pressure, 1 for sleep, 2 for prostate, 2 vitamins and 1 calcium. Not joke. Come to my OPD, see 20 patients, 60 years above, 70 years above, 80 years. And if you are 80, you will be 15, not 10. 10 is not good enough, 15 medicine. So what I am talking about? We are living longer. What we are living with? Diabetes, blood pressure, sleep problem, joint problem, chronic or respiratory obstructive disease. So longer you live, more is the problem. What does it mean? That means as the people become aging population of a society, you require to spend more and more in healthcare. Has it happened? Has it happened in India? As any of us have budget for our health? Be honest to yourself. Do you plan, if I have 30 lakhs of my budget income in a year, how much I can spend for my health? Have you got it? None of us have got it. You have seen how the pandemic has done it. And our finance minister said they will keep 35,000 crores for the pandemic. But the 35,000 crores gone. The vaccine was developed by the private, vaccine was sold by the private, and then all these statistics doesn't help the people, because in Odisha at least, Odisha government did not make pandemic beds. It is some hospital which made 500 beds, and Kim hospital with 500 beds. They are only providing the money for the beds. The question is that government decided Odisha government decided that time, government will not spend in the hospital infrastructure for pandemic. What does it mean in general? In general it means it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. So what we are suffering today? Our length of life is more of suffering with diabetes, which is 25%, blood pressure, which is 25%, 30% are overweight, and if you are not very healthy or not having good income, you will have 15% malnourished. The scenario is across. When I see a newborn baby coming with brain problem, I see same thing. If you go to school, I have gone to the school and all the school health program. Believe or not, before 18 years, about 15% have diabetes and they don't know. Blood sugar is high to that age. Age-related blood sugar is high at 15 years of age. Blood pressure is more than 110 for a child of 15 years. I don't accept it. I can accept 120 blood pressure for a 60 years man, not above a 15 years boy. The question is that what we are going to land in 10 years time? More longevity, more disease, more expenditure of the pocket, out of pocket expenditure. If you look at the health budget over last 75 years, has it increased significantly? You know, health and education doesn't get priority. If you go to Gulf countries, most of the Gulf countries like Dubai, UAE, Oman spend 20% of GDP for health. How much we spend? We are spending 0.5 to 0.7%. It has gone to 1.5 to 2%, out of which 50% or 40% by government, another 60% private. So it indirectly means that we do not spend enough for the health budget, first thing. Second thing, infrastructures. If you look at first medical college in India, 1835, very quickly from 1835 to 1900, we have 7 medical colleges. You can say 60 years time, 7 medical college, good enough, British time. From 1900 to 1947, how many medical college? Around 60 medical college. Today we have got 900 medical colleges, yet we are deficient by doctors. Why? If you look at the need of this country, we need somewhere 18 lakh doctor. If the doctor-patient ratio, population-doctor ratio, population-bed ratio, ICU and ordinary bed ratio, India is the lowest 10 in the world. The number of countries which are below India is Ethiopia, Congo, Afghanistan. The most unfortunate countries are below India in the list. But fortunately, unfortunately, our longevity has gone up, our infant mortality to some extent come down, our hunger rate has gone down. If you look at the millennium goal of 2000, first thing that, the first point UNO say that in 2000, nobody should sleep empty stomach. Have you have a hunger index of 0 in India? If you have not hunger index 0, how the nutrition maintained? If the nutrition is maintained, how you are healthy? The first thing is that either if you have a lot of money, you are over nutrition, overweight, diabetes, blood pressure, arthritis, kidney problem. If you are under malnourished, you will have anemia, diseases, heart attack, many things related to low hemoglobin and low protein. So we are sandwiched between a very 30% of people who are below poverty line or maybe very poor nutrition, so they have all malnourished. 30% people are very healthy, they are overweight, their BMI is high, they have diabetes. At age of 25, people are diabetic. I saw couple coming, they earn 10 lakhs a month, wife and husband. Both of them are at age of 28, blood pressure, diabetes, overweight, sleep problem, joint problem, because they are 100 kg weight. So our education has not given us impetus in a good health and a balanced diet. Today we can claim that everybody can have at least 2 square meal if you are telling dal, roti and sabji, but that may not give you proper nutrition. Proper calorie, protein, nutrition is necessary for body's function. That's most importantly kidney, brain and heart. If the brain doesn't function, kidney doesn't function and the heart doesn't function, you are not going to have a normal human being. Every day I see people, children malnourished or overnourished. Can anybody say what is the percentage people are normal nourished, normal health? At 70 years, 12%, at 80 years, 0%. So if you survive at 70 years, you will take medicine, 10 medicine. If you survive 80 years, you will take 15 medicine. So most of your budget or pension will go in your medical expenditure. One of our chief secretaries, driver came to me. I said, can you sir write a prescription for AIMS? I can get free medicine. I said, why? I said, I get 12,000 and then spend 15,000 for my medicine. A driver of an ex-chief secretary get 12,000 a driver and spend 15,000 for the medicine. This is the health we are talking about. So what you are lacking? You are lacking normal nutrition, normal sleep and work ratio, normal relaxation, normal physical exercise. We are either overweight or underweight. We, our students, our society will have normal diet, normal sleep. How many? I'm not talking of sleep. Sleep you talk about, how many have a good sleep? How many can have fortunate life to sleep 8 hours, good sound sleep? If a person can sleep at 10 o'clock night and get at 6 o'clock, he is the most lucky person in this world. He has eaten food or not, I don't bother. But if he can sleep 8 hours. Question is that we have not normal nutrition, normal exercise, normal sleep, yet you want to be healthy. How can you be healthy? So now, nutrition is not the only cause of health. Pandemic came, whether you were well nourished or not, doesn't matter. I had three attacks of COVID. So it doesn't differentiate rich or poor, healthy or unhealthy, big or small. Pandemic affect everybody. Then where are the doctors? We are lacking 12 lakh doctors and 20 lakh nurses. So we don't have infrastructure. We don't have budget. We require 18 lakhs doctor. In 75 years time, we have produced 7.5 lakh doctors. And 3 lakhs have retired. Retired, left the country, either US or Gulf countries or gone abroad. So if you see the health statistics for the population to doctor ratio is the lowest, one of the lowest in the world. So if we want to have a healthy India, healthy Odisha in 2036, we have to have quality medical doctors, quality medical. I went to Baripada Medical College, Baleswar Medical College, Puri Medical College. I would not like to send my child there. Be honest. Would you go? Go and see these medical colleges. Whom are fooling? I'm not blaming anybody. Without infrastructure, the Puri Medical College, go to Puri Hospital. Baleswar Medical College, go to Baleswar Civil Hospital. Our MCI say, unless you have 450 bed dedicated hospital, you cannot make a medical college. We don't have a hospital, and we make a Puri Medical College, a Puri Hospital. Puri Hospital doesn't have the infrastructure to teach the medical students. What type of medical graduate you expect? When you blame a doctor, don't blame a doctor. He has not been trained. There are no teachers. There is no infrastructure. There is no hospital. Go to Baripada. Go to Baleswar. Go to Puri. I have seen them. I have not gone to Rayagada. So, just making a college doesn't matter. Having quality education. If you look at the India, if you go to non-medical education, 12% colleges are good quality, 10% colleges. If you look at the medical education, we have 600 plus medical colleges, only 20% medical colleges are good. So if you 600, take 20, about 120, 130 medical colleges are good. The rest 500, 400 plus medical colleges are not worth. You can give money and buy a seat. Give me 1 crore, next year I can give a medical seat. I promise you get a medical seat. So question is, this is the medical education you want? If the state doesn't spend money, the people do not spend for the health, the nutrition is not looked after, how do have a good health? So we have no infrastructure, we never bother for a healthy food, and we have no exercise and all this. So to have a healthy society by 2036, it can only go down. If you ask me a very simple question, am I going to live longer than what I am surviving today? Today the female survive for 71 years, male longevity is 69 years. I am sure that by 2036, the female will survive for 75 years, of 5 years of extra life will add. But what type of life? You will have 20 medicine. How many female at 75 years will have no blood pressure, no diabetes, no arthritis, no asthma, no sleep problem, nothing. Then what if you have no income, how are you going to maintain it? If you are a retired person, you are a government servant, getting pension, it's okay, you are lucky. But what about people, those are 65 years, no income, they have to spend money for their health. That is what the government doesn't understand. Go to Sakhi Gopal Hospital. It is created 100 years back. I am from Puri. Go to Puri Hospital, where the medical student being taught. Will you go and get treated at Puri Civil Hospital? If you do not want to go and get treated at Puri Hospital, why you want your child to be trained there from doctor? And if your son and grandson go for training at Puri Hospital, what type of doctor is going to happen? I consider Barampur Medical, Cuttack Medical College are very good. I consider Cuttack, Barampur, I read from Barampur. My teachers are very good. Sukumar Das. All these top teachers are there. But today we have lack of teachers, lack of infrastructure, there is no maintenance, There is no budget, there is no good doctors. So I do not think our health is going to look up very well in 2036. I will only say we will live longer with lot of tablets in our pocket. Have lot of tablet with long survival is possible, not healthy life. If that is the purpose of life, to live longer, I can thank God that we are going to live longer. I am sure all of us will live at least 80 years by 2036, but we will have 10 to 15 medicine. Just go to the home and think how many medicine you take. Sir, all this. I am not naming anybody. Go home and find out. So I will think living is not important, healthy living is important, nutrition is important, rest is important, sleep important, and also proper treatment is important. If you do not have infrastructures, you do not get good health, good treatment. All cannot go to Cotton Medical College, AIMS. Delhi AIMS brain tumor has 2 years waiting list. 2 years. Will you survive? Arun Mishra telephoned me, IS retired. Can you talk to one of the neurologists? I can get a bed in AIMS. When I was a student, the neurosurgery waiting list was 1 month, and there are 35 beds. When I became assistant professor, neurosurgery had 100 beds. We had 6 months waiting list. When I became professor, we had 250 beds, and we had 4 years waiting list. So the increasing infrastructure in a place is not going to help, because all Bihar, Odisha, serious complicated case go to Delhi. All India Institute also substitute for everybody. We have created AIMS, Bhubaneswar. I work there, but all the beds are not functional. All the facilities are not created. So I have fought with the government, do not create AIMS. Please, I fought with 3 ministers telling, do not spend money for AIMS. Each AIMS cost between 1500 crores to 2000 crores. In that 2000 crores, you can create 2000 super specialty beds. If the Puri hospital has 100 super specialty beds and 13 or 14 bed, district hospital have 100 super specialty beds, they will do very good job than having one AIMS for 2000 crores. It is foolishness to create AIMS. Just having few doctors, good quality doctors, is not going to help you. So I think I'll stop here. You are going to have a long life, but unhealthy life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Hopefully you have said that there is certainty that we'll be buying more medicine if we live longer. And there is no concern for health by us as well as by the government, because there is uncertainty of illness which we feel, and the government is not taking care of that. Unless and until our investment is properly made on healthcare, we'll definitely face the problem in 2036. Thank you, sir. We are running shortage of time. So organizers have to post to give up that question answer session so that we can start the next session, valedictory session. So on behalf of Odisha Economic Association, I thank all the panelists for their deliberation and discussion. I also thank all the audience and the organizers who have given me the chance to be a part of this session. Thank you all.
Thank you all the panelists. Indeed, this was a very broad perspective on the different sectors and how we are going to achieve an integrated sustainability, be it in terms of economy, environment, or health. We shall now break for tea, but I request all to gather here in the next 5 minutes, as we are already running short of time, and we shall be starting our valedictory session in 5 minutes. Thank you.
hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello.
I request the audience to kindly settle down and join us for the valedictory ceremony. I request all to kindly settle down. We shall be starting the valedictory ceremony shortly. A very good evening. Hope you all had a great day with very insightful and resourceful deliberations. We have now come to the fag end of our today's first day's conclave by OEA, Odisha Vision 2036. So I hope that this deliberation is going to definitely bring some change in the future of the Odisha's economy and the society as a whole. I would like to invite our panelists on the stage. Professor Keshav Das, sir, President OEA. I request, sir, to please join us to chair the session. Next, we have our chief guest, Ms. Abha Mishra, ma'am, Odisha Head, UNDP. Ma'am, you're requested to please join us. We have Dr. Himanshu Shekhar Raut, sir, Head, Department of Applied and Analytical Economics, Utkal University, as one of our panelists. And we have our one and only Dr. Amarendra Das, sir, Secretary OEA, as a panelist in the valedictory session. Ms. Abha Mishra, ma'am, is a postgraduate in development anthropology. Ma'am has an experience of over 25 years of action-based research and implementation in community development projects with specialized skills in project management, design, review, and technical support in programs such as disaster risk reduction, livelihood, women's empowerment, and tribal studies. Currently, she is working with the United National Development Program as National Project Coordinator for a climate risk management project for urban areas, which aims to reduce disaster risk in urban areas by enhancing institutional capacities to integrate climate risk reduction measures in development programs, as well as to undertake mitigation activities based on scientific analysis and enhance community capacities to manage climate risk in urban areas by enhancing the preparedness. Ma'am, it's indeed our pleasure to have you with us today. I request the student volunteers to kindly welcome our dignitaries by presenting floral bouquets. Thank you. I now request Professor Keshav Das, sir, President OEA, to take over the session.
Thank you so very much. We have overshot the time, but still we find quite a good number of people in the audience. Thank you so very much for your patience. And because this is a kind of a discussion over a very, very significant issue for the state, and also it involves vision. So it is quite likely that there will be many speakers who would like to share more ideas. In fact, that's the central purpose of this event. Without taking much time, let me just briefly indicate you that we had an extremely rich session, and it was to our luck that we could have a large number of very eminent personalities, those who are concerned about the Odisha society, Odisha economy, and they shared their ideas. So it was very important that not most of them were economists. In fact, that in itself gives us a lot of ideas that even if you are sort of planning for the economic growth or development, nothing happens without the support and without the concurrent development of other sectors, whether they are what was mentioned as the natural sector or what was sort of mentioned the social sector. So with that, we are also very hopeful that the document that we are preparing will be enriched by the ideas, the comments we received from the individual speakers, scholars, bureaucrats, and also people from the media. So with this, I will not take much time. So may I, we'll make it a relatively shorter valedictory event, but it will be much richer with our eminent speakers, particularly Dr. Abha Mishra, who will be talking to us. And before that, may I request Professor Himanshu Raut to kindly speak on the occasion. Professor Himanshu Raut, please.
Respected President of this session and President of Odisha Economic Association, Professor Keshav Das sir, guest and panelist Abha Mishra Madam, head of the UNDP, dignitaries of the dais, former Vice Chancellor Professor Binayak Rath and other members, student friends, delegates. I will just briefly tell about the whole day event. In the inaugural session, Professor Ganeshi Lal, Honorable Governor of Odisha, emphasized about the cultural heritage of Odisha and gave his views on its aspirations by quoting Srimad Bhagavad Gita and taking instance from some of the personal encounters. Professor Sabita Acharya of our university also blessed us and gave her views about the vision document. In the first technical session, chaired by Professor Mitali Chinara, first speaker was Rajesh Mahapatra, who has given emphasis on the demography, affordable and accessible healthcare, provision of quality of public distribution system. He also emphasized on agriculture and also a sustainable ecological base for man, forest and animals. Second speaker was there, Amar Patnaik, Dr. Amar Patnaik, who has delivered the second speech, giving importance to inequity, employment, and digital connectivity. And the third speaker was, the next session, next technical session, was the first Sri Panchanan Kanungo, former Finance Minister, gave importance to potential of export industries of Odisha, joining up Odisha in the 75 years in respect of minerals, human resources, and water resources, and about the tourism and economic development. Somaranjan Patnaik, Honorable Member of Legislative Assembly, reflected upon the journey of the 88 years old Odisha, and he spoke about the rich state, but the poor people concept, how it was changed, and the significance of minerals for the overall development of Odisha, and also he spoke about the industrialization and POSCO issues. Sri Tathagat Satpathy, editor of Dharitri, former member of parliament, told about the reptapism hindering this economic growth, history of local and self-government of Odisha, equitable distribution of economic development, and about employment and cooperation and combination of localized planning, how the centralized planning to localized planning started and what are the demerits of it. In the last session, last technical session, Sanjeev Hota, the former IS, was talking about importance about the A stock taking and baseline survey is required for a vision document, and he was giving importance to how extended system of national accounting should include environment with SIA and EIA. He also gave importance on health and education. Professor Ashok Das gave importance to skill, how to integrate skill in education, and he talked about to increase the GER from 21 to 50 and inclusive excellence in education and how to achieve the 6-point GDP to be devoted for education. And the last speaker, Ashok Mahapatra, was telling that life expectancy is good, but we should have a life expectancy with 15 tablets per day is not good. And he has given two sides, one preventive care and curative care. On preventive care, he told about the normal nutrition, sound sleep, and enjoy your work. And the curative care, he told about the infrastructure and other human resources in the health sector, which will give a good healthcare system in the country. With this, I thank Odisha Economic Association officials that giving the chance to organize the first day of this Odisha Vision document in Utkal University, and we hope we have tried our best to give, and we hope all you have enjoyed here. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Professor Himanshu Raut. Despite your complete involvement in this whole event, you have been working so very hard, and during that time, he has found time to make these notes of all the lectures. I'm really seriously impressed by that. Thank you so very much, and that note will be of great use to us. Next, may I please request Dr. Abha Misra. In fact, hers will be the real valedictory address, however short time she might choose to speak on. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you very much. Good evening, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. And I think there are a lot of students who are still waiting. At 5:30, I'm sure everyone is thinking like me when I was a student of Utkal University. Kebe kotha guda chhadibe bore kar saleni dinore bose bose ki nido lagla tike jai ki bahare bulli ki tike gupchup khaiba puo mane bhabuthibe RD college samnare tike jai thante ठीक अछि. Now, so, and you know, economics, when I used to study, I studied anthropology, and I actually did a honors on elective on development anthropology, and I had a paper on statistics, which was quite interesting. But in anthropology, I had one subject which was theories and philosophies. And that was the time when I used to sleep. And that was early morning at 10:30 a.m. So half of the time I used to try and bunk the classes. And I'm sure when, you know, we do surveys and when economists needs the data, you get half-cooked data or the data which has to be revalidated and revalidated. So what is my vision? You know, that's what we are talking about. Ame samaste ethi Odia shayad bosthibu kichi loko baharu bi astende, and I think ame tanko embrace karibu kahinki Odisha gote imtiya rajya joti sabu chari pakhare ko na ko state achi, of course samudra bi achi, samudra bhitaru to macho asiki ama sangre bosibani. But so ame gote composite family achu Odisha re. So our vision be semti composite haba darkar. We need to have a diversified vision, but a vision which takes us somewhere. So for me, my vision of Odisha would be where you all are laughing. or you have happiness. The happiness index is the highest. If you really look at it, we are even worse. If in the global happiness index, we are even worse than Pakistan. Come on, we cannot be like that. Somewhere we are going wrong. So my vision, part of my vision is that I have happiness all across in Odisha. Then we have respect. Unfortunately, somewhere we have forgotten where the respect needs to be given. When I was in Bani Bihar, and we used to go and have gupchup or ice creams, man tike warden koti soi padle tapare hostel one ro chupcha bahari ki rati 10 tale jai ki RD college samnare sethi ice cream khaiba ko jibu ki gupchup khaiba ko jibu. We used to go there. We were safe. Somewhere we have lost that safety net. And that is what we need to regain. And also respect each other. Be it an old person. I still remember the boys, आमो बहुत कम बॉस चलथिला, but बॉस रे अगर केई भी टिके बॉस को लोको थिले सांगे सांगे ठिया है कि जियो थाओ कि पुओ थाओ गोटे सीटा दे देउथिले. Somewhere we have lost it. Somewhere we have lost it. Why we have lost it, we are not debating that. But we have lost it. So we need to regain that. The final and most important thing is we need to have a sustainable environment which is, and a development which is people-centric, based on a whole government system. We cannot have silos. ମୁଁ ଏବେ କିଛି ବୁଦ୍ଧିଜୀବୀ ମାନଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ବାହାରେ ଠିଆ ହେଇକି ଗପୁଥିଲି. ଆମେ ଇକୋନୋମିକ୍ସ ରେ କ'ଣ କରୁଛୁ, ଇକୋନୋମିକ୍ସ ରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମେ ଡିସ୍କର୍ସ କରୁଛୁ କି ଆମେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଲେଖା ଲେଖି କରୁଛୁ, ଆମେ କ'ଣ ଦେଖୁଛୁ, ଆମେ GDP ଗ୍ରୋଥଟା ନିହାତି ଦେଖୁଛୁ, ବଟ୍ ତା ଭିତରେ କେଉଁ ଜାଗାରେ ଆମେ ଭୁଲି ଯାଉଛୁ ଆମର ଯେଉଁ ସୋସିଆଲ ଆସ୍ପେକ୍ଟସ୍ ଅଛି ସେଇଟା କେଉଁଠି ଯାଇଛି. Are we even collating that? What is the methodology to do it? A social sciences index has been taken out by the government of India this time. Where are we? That's something which we all need to debate on. When we are talking about data, we were also thinking about how to gather data. Lot of AI tools are being made, lot of websites, for every project there are databases. But when you look at the databases and try to compare them, you are not able to do it. Who will tell us how to do that? Maybe it's something your job also. Maybe somewhere you have to guide all of us. Because some people do certain type of work, but the others don't understand what type of work they are doing. How do we take it forward? It's very, very important for all of us to understand that each one of you are contributing. It's not just about, in UNDP, I don't know how many of you know what UNDP is. What is the full form of UNDP? Okay, right, good. So I know everybody knows what UNDP is. We bring out documents like Human Development Report. We do bring out multi-dimensional poverty indexes. Now we are also bringing out a lot of social science indexing also. We are also trying to see if we can come up with urban risk. We also do a lot of urban risk resilience programs, and urban indexes is also very important. But our team is not just about economists. It's also about all the other parts. And why I am saying this, a lot of you would have been hearing about SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. And one of the principles of sustainable development goal is leave no one behind. LNOB. Now, what does it mean? Many a times when we are, computing our datas, we are doing it on a broader parameters and not looking at the smaller points. And if we want to have a vision, which I said, we cannot leave even a single person from our state behind. And that includes a transgender, a binary, a disabled, a differentially abled person, a sex worker, a prisoner. Have you ever thought about what is the problems of the prisoners? It's very broad. Let us think beyond growth as just certain numbers with infrastructural development. Because like my previous speakers, in the last session, he was speaking about, we are building AIMS, but we don't have good doctors. So somewhere the calculations went wrong. We thought if we had good infrastructure, we'll get doctors. But we don't know if we have counseled enough students to become doctors. Because they may like to be IT professionals, because they are more comfortable with it. So I will not take too much of your more time, but just leave it with you few thoughts. Women empowerment is very, very important, as mentioned, I'm sure, in the whole day. That does not mean that we are leaving the men behind. It means that we are equal partners. We need a vision where both men and women are equal partners. If a man wants to stay back home and take care of the child and the house, let him be. Let us encourage him. Let us support him. If a woman wants to become a pilot, let us support the person. Let us not restrict. So we need equal, and along with that, we also need to respect all the other groups which are there, who have been in the closets but are today coming out. So that is the vision which we need to take forward. Education. Today only, somebody was just mentioning, he has just finished a small survey, and it was interesting to hear him. He was saying that the dropout rates, of course it's very high in the after the primary and in the middle school and others, but even in the higher education it is becoming more. Are we calculating that? Why is it happening? Is it just because of the financial crunches, or is it because they don't find a direction? To give you just one example, about 25 years ago, there was a young boy, a Bauri person who works in our village, and once he failed in his 10th exam, he said, I will not give it. We tried and motivated him and said, so he just asked me, what type of job will I do if I have to do? If I get an education, what type of job? So somebody mentioned, you can become a teacher, engineer, doctor. Oh, I am not interested in it. What are you interested in it? I'm interested in painting. So how do we channelize that person's interest? His father would not be able to understand why he wanted to do painting, because he was a laborer himself. So somewhere that whole counseling is very important. Maybe that's also a topic which needs to, to be thought through. One of my colleagues is wanting to do a PhD on higher education and disability, access of differentially able person, and he's running around for data. He doesn't find it. He doesn't get it. We do not even understand how many, I think, can a differentially able person come into this building? Do we have enough ramps? How will he go? Could be, could not be. So these are the issues he's trying to, and that is a survey which is very, very important. And again, an economist will also be included, because the person has to say what is the cost benefit analysis of the whole design stage inclusion and after design inclusion. It's very, very important. Discrimination is increasing, and it happens at different times, and in our state, after a disaster, it happens very fast. Because people are not very, very sympathetic. And after first 7 days is when people are all together. When the goodies start coming in, we all want it in our pockets. So that's another thing where we need to work for. And my vision is also for you youth. Dream, dream, dream. Dream big. Innovate. We are not innovating enough. You know, I heard it from a Japanese friend that every household in Japan, somewhere or other, they have a small workplace in their house, and they trinkle with, you know, electronic goods or mechanical goods or any social impact ideas they come up with. It's a hub. Let's start thinking about that. Unfortunately, during when we were studying, the only place where we used to be able to, you know, showcase our work was our MSc degree thesis presentation. But now you get more and more opportunities. Please use that opportunity, go forward. This time is for enjoyment, but if you do not have a vision for yourself and for the state, you will only enjoy little. You will not enjoy enough. So let us have a vision where for our state we work towards ensuring there is no poverty. Women are and men are equal partners. We have an inclusive society. And finally, the youth dream big and innovate in such a way that Odisha is known across the globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very inspiring talk, and also what was most impressive, I thought, was your initial point about thinking about a composite, sort of having a composite vision, having a vision which respects diversity, and especially which respects disabilities of a variety of kind, and your emphasis on a kind of a gender neutral society, and also to the youth, your idea about dreaming big. I think you sort of summed it up, the whole aspiration of a state in 2036, and also you very nicely brought in a large number of issues which were touching around largely on the social sector, but I think also a vision of an inclusive society is what you suggested. Thank you so very much to have graced the occasion. Thank you, madam. And with this, may I request the secretary, the person who has toiled so very hard for such a long time, Dr. Amarendra Das, please, for a vote of thanks.
So we have come to an end, and I would like to thank first the audience, and particularly the students and the chapter writers, the panelists who have sat throughout the day patiently and listened to all the deliberations. I think the deliberations were quite interesting, and we got ideas, which probably we may not think in our economics domain. And also to add to that, Ms. Abha Mishra, who again has the anthropology background, and in fact, they also give a different perspective. So, as student of economics, we need to go beyond our stream, and we need to think in a very broad manner about the development concept. So I hope our chapter writers will reflect on all those things. So I thank all the panelists who spent their valuable time and shared their knowledge, and special thanks to Shubhangi, who was the master of ceremony throughout the day, and Mithal ma'am, who was also MC, Mithali Chinara, and master of ceremony in the inaugural program. And then I would also like to thank all the faculty members of economics department or analytical and applied economics department, Utkal University. In fact, I should say that I was not present yesterday here, but I was so confident that everything will happen perfectly, because I still feel that I'm part of this department, because I have worked here for 3.5 years. And so I thank all the faculty members of A&I Economics Department and Utkal University, and the students particularly, for putting up this, putting up so much of effort and making this event a grand success. And particularly the head of the department, who is always silent, Dr. Himanshu Shekhar Raut. I have so much of faith and respect for him that I see. In fact, I must say that we were a little bit worried also that how this event will come up, and I think this has come up really well. And I'd also like to thank Professor Kesav Das, President of Odisha Economic Association, who has been like the guiding source. In fact, whatever writing that I do, I send him immediately, and sir would reply immediately. The final edit would be done by him, and midnight or whenever you asked, he will promptly respond to all that. So thank you so much, sir. And then the media friends and all the supporting staff, people who provided us food and tea, snacks, the camera persons, and the event manager, so everyone. I think I have not missed anyone. If I have missed anyone, then yeah, Alok sir is there. In fact, I should have taken all the names of the faculty members of the economics department. That's why I have not told. So with this, Swamprabha ma'am, Alok sir, and Kedar son, who would be like friends of mine, and Shiva Shankar sir, and Shankar man. Yeah. So thank you so much. With this, we conclude. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And thanks to all, especially our Secretary, sir, Dr. Amarendra Das, sir. And we all will meet tomorrow and day after at Nizer. You all can come and join the series. We can call it a day today, and a big round of applause for a successful inaugural and the first day of the Odisha Vision 2036 Conclave. Thank you.